The young man lying there is named Hua Qingyun. Although he has cultivated to the point of immortality, in his previous life, he sold himself to capitalism and eventually died from exhaustion, leaving many things unfinished. In this life, he decided to cultivate as an immortal only from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. and then go home. His life was peaceful until the sect leader assigned him to mentor a young junior disciple named Yu Jianxin. Despite being ranked the lowest among the disciples of the sect, he was tasked with teaching a disciple considered the future of the Qingyun sword sect. Does that even make sense? Could Hua Qingyun continue to hide his true abilities and live a normal life? Enough talk, let's get straight to the story. In a place called Kang Yuan Realm, Dongwang, a battle erupted within the Qingyun sect. The air grew heavy as dark clouds loomed overhead, and streaks of lightning crashed down. Dangerous purple bolts struck a towering mountain, followed by a furious shout. Standing before the Blood Shadow formation, an enemy sneered, "So this is all the Qingyun sword sect is capable of?" A surge of demonic energy erupted, sending powerful waves through the battlefield, kicking up dust and forcing the white-clad disciples backward. The voice rang out again, mocking, "Times have changed. From now on, the Dongwang region belongs to us. The Demon Cloud sect." A trembling hand pressed against the ground, blood dripping onto the stone. A wounded but determined young disciple gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't be arrogant. I have already informed senior brother Hua. Once he arrives, none of you will escape." Is there even a disciple named Hua among the top 10 of the Qingyun sword sect? A voice questioned from the back. The one who spoke was a tall, imposing man with slicked back hair, exuding an aura of authority. Dark energy swirled around him ominously. 5 dangerous figures stood before him. He continued, "I don't recall anyone by that name." An old man with a ghastly face and sharp fangs let out a scornful laugh. "Not even one of the top 10 disciples. Yet you dare to challenge the Demon Cloud sect?" Floating above, he sneered at the Qingyun sword sect disciples below. "Tell your so-called senior brother Hua to come and collect your corpses." Just as a powerful fist from one of the enemies came crashing down, a young man with long flowing hair suddenly appeared. Leaping into the air, he raised his hand and intercepted the strike, generating a massive gust of wind that shook everything around them. Witnessing this scene, the demon sect elder's face twisted in shock. "What?" Below, the Qingyun sword sect disciples clung to each other, tears welling in their eyes. "Are we saved?" The young disciple from before clasped his hands and cried out in joy. "Senior brother Hua Qingyun," the young man, cast his gaze upon them and spoke slowly. "Good thing I arrived in time." A sudden sound made him turn his head. An elderly man, frustrated, urgently exclaimed, "He's controlling a puppet." The puppet channeled a surge of demonic energy, launching an attack at Qingyun. The old man then shouted, "You're here to throw your life away?" To counter the attack, Qingyun simply swung his sword lightly. With just a single slash, the massive puppet was cleaved apart, and 5 members of the Demon Cloud sect were sent flying backward. As the battle came to an end, the dark clouds dissipated, revealing the clear blue sky once more. Qingyun landed gently on the ground. A voice asked, "What happened? Is it over?" The old man from before had already fallen. Beside him now lay a pitch-black pill. "Is everyone all right?" Qingyun asked as he looked at the others. A disciple stepped forward and accepted the pill bottle he handed over. The other disciples' voices followed in unison. "Many thanks, senior brother Hua, for your help." Qingyun, however, scolded. "Junior brother Wei Ran, didn't I tell you not to act?" He continued, "If I hadn't arrived in time." Wei Ran, flustered, quickly responded, "Senior brother Hua, your lesson is right. It's just that those demonic cultivators were far too ruthless. They massacred 100,000 cultivators in Qingshu City. All to refine blood soul pearls. They had no regard for the sect's moral principles. I acted on impulse." Qingyun advised the young disciples, "Do not let the rigid doctrines of the sect lead you astray. Cultivation is about living simply within your means. That is the true path." Hearing this, Wei Ren scratched his head awkwardly and muttered, "Senior brother Hua, you're speaking in riddles again." Just then, the black pill on the ground began to emit dark energy. Sensing something amiss, Qingyun narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a figure emerged, his form eerie, his skin dark, his hair platinum white. This was none other than the Demon Cloud sect patriarch. His voice rang out coldly. "You dare harm the disciples of my Demon Cloud sect?" He unleashed a powerful spell, Demonic Phantom Hand. A massive black hand descended, exuding a deadly aura. His furious roar followed. You're courting death. Seeing this, Wei Ran's face paled as he shouted in alarm. That's the elder of the Demon Cloud Sect. The Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch. A cultivator at the 7th realm of the Divine Palace stage. Qingyun remained silent, merely drawing his sword. A brilliant blue light surged, illuminating the entire sky. He spoke coolly. You still refuse to stop? The opponent shifted his hand's trajectory, directing it toward Qingyun's ethereal blue energy, causing it to scatter in all directions. The patriarch of the Demon Cloud Sect glared, thinking to himself, he withstood a strike from my 7th realm? Covering the smirk on his lips, he said, not bad, kid, it would be a shame to kill you. He then stretched out both hands, enticing Qingyun. Our Demon Cloud Sect has always respected the strong. Why don't you join us? I'll grant you the title of Chief Disciple. You'll have power, treasures, and beautiful women, anything you desire. Qingyun remained silent, standing within his protective circle. After a moment, he finally spoke, his tone indifferent. Such generous benefits. Huh? He continued, but from what I've heard, the disciples of your Demon Cloud Sect have to stay up late, wake up early, endure hardships, and are constantly hunted by the righteous sects. Cultivation is nothing more than a cycle of endless slaughter. In the end, isn't it all just one's own effort? Hearing these words, Xie Yun hesitated for a moment before responding. In the demonic path, we don't have as many rigid rules as the righteous sects. The environment is more relaxed. Those who work harder gain more. Upon hearing this, Qingyun's face darkened, his voice dropping. Hey, those who work harder gain more, again? He sneered. The Qingyun Sword Sect offers stability. It is a prestigious sect, and I live quite well there. With that, Qingyun finally drew his sword, admiring its perfect craftsmanship. He then sneered, so now you're trying to deceive me? His eyes flashed with fury as he shouted, you want to fight? Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of thunderous sword strikes at the Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch. The force of the slashes overwhelmed the Patriarch, cutting through the space around him. He cried out in shock. What? Another strike pierced straight through his body, leaving behind ominous dark energy wounds. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the area. When the smoke cleared, Qingyun sheathed his sword, his expression filled with pride. Wei Ran, witnessing everything, cheered. See? I told you calling senior brother Hua was the right decision. His face radiated admiration as he looked at Qingyun. Meanwhile, the other disciples stood frozen in disbelief, trembling as they clung to one another. I must be dreaming. Our sect's basic sword technique has such power? How terrifying must senior brother Hua be then? The Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch now lay on the ground, gravely injured and barely holding on. Why? He muttered weakly. Qingyun, standing high above, looked down at him coldly. I've spent years in this world and have long seen through your cheap tricks. His voice carried disdain as he continued. Daring to act superior before me? How ridiculous. Hearing Qingyun's words, the Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch frowned and asked, that's not what I meant. I was asking why you're so strong. Before he could say anything more, his body was suddenly pulled back into a black pill. Qingyun stretched out his hand, collecting it into his palm. Just then, a sudden explosion forced him to dodge swiftly. At the same time, a dark aura shot out, fleeing into the distance. Seeing this, Qingyun muttered to himself, a true spirit escaping its vessel? A cluster of purple light took the shape of a grinning, human-like face, radiating eerie demonic energy. Qingyun immediately tightened his grip on his sword and said in a low voice, where do you think you're going? Before he could strike, a loud noise erupted from somewhere else, causing him to pause momentarily. A series of bells rang out continuously, freezing Qingyun in midair. He reached into his robe and pulled out a pocket watch, glancing at it with hesitation. After a few seconds of contemplation, he turned around and flew off in another direction, saying, forget it, the crucial mission of rescuing the righteous sects is already completed. A disciple, confused, blurted out, senior brother Hua, what is he doing? He's just letting the demon sect elder escape like that? Another disciple, just as bewildered, added, one more strike, and it would have been over. Why didn't he chase after him? Seeing their confusion, Wei Ran smirked and said, you guys don't get it, do you? He gave them a sideways glance before continuing. Senior brother Hua follows the 9 to 5 cultivation path. That means he starts work at 9 a.m. and finishes at 5 p.m. Pointing at the horizon, he raised his voice. Look, the sun has already set. After hearing Wei Ran's explanation, the two disciples fell silent, speechless, but deep down, they both understood, it was after working hours. Meanwhile, Qingyun continued flying calmly through the sky. With a tired expression, he sighed. Honestly, the most annoying thing is, he muttered in frustration, handing me another mission right at the end of my shift. I almost had to work overtime. Donghua Qingyun Province, Qingyun Sword Sect. In a desolate canyon, towering mountain peaks stretched into the sky. Treacherous stairways coiled around the cliffs, while groups of cultivators soared on flying swords below. On the training ground, rows of disciples were diligently practicing their sword techniques. Two figures descended from the sky. Joining the training session, the air was filled with the sound of exhausted breathing, their shouts of exertion ringing out with fatigue. Encouraging slogans were engraved on the walls around them. Amidst the dedicated trainees, someone grumbled, "Look at that guy, slacking off again." Their irritated voice directed attention to the back of the training ground, where a figure was elegantly lying down, resting lazily. Another disciple, envious, scoffed, "HMPH, acting like he's already an official core disciple or something." A raccoon-shaped eye mask covered the young man's eyes as he sat under a tree. Sound asleep, his long hair cascaded loosely around him, framing his relaxed posture. His arms were crossed, supporting his head, and his lips were slightly parted. He had a tall and slender figure, and as he lazily stretched like a cat, he pursed his lips before exhaling a deep breath. With a slow movement, he pulled up the eye mask, revealing a handsome face. It was Hua Qingyun. "I only got back to the sect at midnight yesterday," he muttered, rubbing his temple. "Now I'm sleep deprived." His expression was filled with clear frustration, and his mood steadily grew more sluggish. "If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have bothered becoming a disciple in the first place," he thought to himself, his beautiful brows furrowing tightly. "And they keep giving me these annoying tasks." A hint of absent-mindedness flickered in his eyes. Unknowingly, 5 years had already passed. Qingyun's mind drifted to the past. He saw himself slumped over a cluttered desk, surrounded by scattered pills, exhausted from relentless 9-6-6 overtime shifts. He recalled the terrifying face of his department head pointing at him and the mess of pills. "Daring to slack off in front of me? Get up and work. If you don't finish, don't even think about leaving." The sharp voice echoed in his ears. Then, another voice rang out, this time a woman's. "Boss, something's wrong. He doesn't look okay. Quick, call an ambulance." Another voice urged. "Save his documents too." Qingyun recalled the moment he collapsed, lying helplessly on the cold floor. Butterflies fluttered around, dancing in the air, and then, just like that, he found himself in this mystical world. Confused, he mumbled to himself, "Did I just time travel?" Looking down at the unfamiliar yet breathtaking landscape, he sighed. Here, he was no longer an overworked corporate slave but a direct disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. The wind howled through the trees, and the rustling leaves spiraled down to the ground. The voices of the elders echoed in his ears. "As a core disciple, you should be working harder. What nonsense is this about working from 9 to 5? Ridiculous. At your age, how can you even think about sleep? You should be training until you forget the concept of eating or resting." One elder jabbed a finger at him, his tone commanding. "Lazy. I've never seen anyone lazier than you." At that time, Qingyun had simply lowered his head in silence. But deep inside, a fiery determination had ignited. "I will never repeat the same mistakes. I swear, no more overtime in this world." Yet, as his thoughts wandered, his gaze fell on a group of disciples training tirelessly with their swords. It seemed that even in this world, competition was just as fierce. A voice suddenly rang out, making him turn his head. "Senior brother Hua," Yuan Nian called as he approached. "The sect master is looking for you regarding yesterday's mission. He wants to ask you about some details." Qingyun glanced at him, then lowered his gaze before slowly asking, "You didn't reveal anything about me, did you?" Yuan Nian smiled cheerfully. "No, I already told them about senior brother Hua's strength. Everyone will keep it a secret." Qingyun placed a hand on Yuan Nian's shoulder and said, "Well done, that puts me at ease. I'll be going now." His handsome face carried a hint of charm as he added, "Next time, if there's a chance, I'll teach you a few moves." Hearing Qingyun's whisper, Yuan Nian trembled slightly before raising his voice. "Thank you, Senior brother Hua. With those words, Qingyun leapt into the air without looking back. Leaving behind Wei Ran, who shouted loudly, "Goodbye, Senior brother Hua." At the main hall, the sect master, Qingyun, was walking slowly towards the entrance. In the Thuong Nguyen realm, there were 6 cultivation levels, ranked from lowest to highest. The first level was the beginner stage, similar to that of the disciple from earlier. However, some, like Qingyun, had sealed their true power. At the highest level, 2 completely opposite auras existed, one bright, one dark. Though they seemed contradictory, their strength was almost equal. Each cultivation level was further divided into 9 sub-levels. By this time, Qingyun had entered the grand hall. His gaze landed on the imposing figure seated at the top. This man was of a higher rank, with a stern expression and an aura of authority. The sect master of Qingyun's sword sect, Wen Jian, was a peerless expert who had ascended the immortal realm, known as the twin-eyed sword deity. His sharp gaze reflected both coldness and deep rationality. His firm jawline and commanding presence exuded an extraordinary aura. Qingyun raised his hand with a smile and greeted, "Good morning, sect master. Be serious. This is the grand hall." The sect master responded with a cold gaze. Qingyun reached into his robe and said, "The Van Tam tea I planted a few days ago has ripened. I managed to harvest a little." The moment the sect master saw the tea in Qingyun's hand, his expression shifted slightly. Then, without hesitation, he lunged toward Qingyun, exclaiming, "Let me taste it now." His excited outburst made Qingyun's ears stiffen for a moment. The last time he had the chance to drink Van Tam tea was long ago. Who would have thought that the esteemed Qingyun sword deity was actually a tea enthusiast? Qingyun smirked mischievously as he watched the sect master eagerly reach for the tea box in his hands. "Thanks to my modern knowledge, I was able to cultivate a superior grade tea. Because of this, my relationship with the sect leadership remained exceptionally good. This was simply a necessary strategy." A sly smirk appeared on Qingyun's face, much like that of a cunning worker. The sect master furrowed his brows slightly and gave a perfunctory cough before asking, "Did you obtain anything from yesterday's mission? I heard from the disciples that you saved them." At this, Wen Jian's expression turned serious, his gaze shifting toward Qingyun. Qingyun, however, looked indifferent and replied nonchalantly, "It was just a casual act of assistance." He then reached into his sleeve and pulled out a black-colored pill. "I found this on a disciple from the demonic sect yesterday." Upon seeing the black pill, Wen Jian's brows knitted together. "A blood-cursed pearl?" he muttered, deep in thought. Both Qingyun and the sect master grew serious. Wen Jian looked at Qingyun and asked, "Little Hua, do you know what this means?" Qingyun handed the pearl to Wen Jian. The pitch-black orb shimmered under the light, and as the sect master held it, a flicker of realization flashed in his eyes. The demon sect wants the marrow engraving seal. Wen Jian's voice carried urgency. Before he could explain further, Qingyun abruptly cut him off. "No," he recoiled in fear, waving his hands as if trying to ward off the conversation itself. "I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't care." With that, he turned on his heels and hurried away. His speed was so astonishing that Wen Jian couldn't stop him in time. A dark vein throbbed on the sect master's forehead as he clenched his fist in frustration. Qingyun thought to himself, "Apologies, sect master, but I just want to live a peaceful life. Please, leave all the troublesome matters to someone else." However, Wen Jian's commanding voice suddenly echoed through the hall, stopping Qingyun in his tracks. The sect master's tone gradually intensified. "Little Hua, no, that's not the point," he bellowed. "You may have contributed to the sect by cultivating high-grade spiritual tea. But as a core disciple, you can't just laze around like this." His voice grew even louder. "Let me ask you, last week, it was your turn to instruct the disciples in sword techniques. Why didn't you show up?" Wen Jian pointed at Qingyun angrily, his patience wearing thin. Qingyun turned his head slightly and answered casually, "By the time it was my turn, it was already past the Yu hour, 5 to 7 p.m. My rule is simple: work 9 hours. Rest for 5. I hope the sect master understands." Hearing this, Wen Jian's face darkened with rage. "Because of your absence, 4 hall masters personally came to find me." His furious voice echoed through the hall. "They even demanded that you be stripped of your status as a core disciple." Qingyun finally stopped and turned around, his expression slightly changing. "They really said that?" Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Wen Jian suddenly panicked. Damn it, did I go too far? Hurriedly, he tried to ease the tension. Little Hua, Qingyun chuckled softly, his radiant smile brightening his face. However, deep inside, he was thinking, if I get demoted to an inner disciple, let's see who dares to complain about my laziness in the future. With a playful tone, he turned to Wen Jian and asked, Sect Master, when will you officially revoke my core disciple status? Wen Jian's face darkened instantly, his fury erupting as he gritted his teeth. You. He pointed a trembling finger at Qingyun and barked. In your dreams. Since the founding of the Qingyun sword sect, no core disciple has ever been demoted. Wen Jian's anger was palpable. Stripping you of your status would be the same as slapping me and the elders in the face. His rage was so intense that a thin trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his lips. Hearing this, Qingyun's bright expression faltered slightly, his eyes brimming with silent despair. Tisk, I knew it, how could something so convenient ever happen? Just then, a voice rang out, causing both of them to turn their heads. Greetings, Sect Master, Senior Brother Hua. Wen Jian's expression shifted as he looked over. Oh, Jianxin, you're here too. A young woman with short hair gracefully approached them. She furrowed her brows in confusion. There are thousands of inner disciples who dream day and night of becoming core disciples. Yet Senior Brother Hua wants to give up such a rare opportunity? Why? The girl had delicate features, a graceful figure, and an aura that naturally drew people in. She was none other than Yu Jianxin, the top-ranked core disciple of Qingyun sword sect. Yu Jianxin, a true beauty, had already reached the 4th layer of the Purple Mansion realm at a young age. Both her strength and reputation were among the highest in the sect. Her light blue hair swayed gently in the breeze, making her look like the very embodiment of Qingyun sword sect's future. Qingyun stiffened slightly upon seeing her, turning his gaze away as he silently contemplated his own standing, ranked 55th among the core disciples of Qingyun sword sect. Clenching his fist, he finally turned back and spoke slowly. Junior sister, you may not know this, but I've been stuck at the Spirit Palace realm for a long time. Yu Jianxin looked up at him, slightly puzzled. That's why I want to start over from the inner sect. His grip tightened as his expression grew resolute. To rebuild my foundation and break through again. Sometimes, taking a detour is the best way forward, like the saying. Reviewing the old to learn the new. His words stunned Yu Jianxin. She stared at him in disbelief, mouth slightly agape. I never expected Senior Brother to have such ambition. Such a deep understanding of the path of cultivation. This is completely different from the rumors. She suddenly bowed deeply toward Qingyun. My understanding of the Tao of the sword is far too shallow. Qingyun waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. Ah, junior sister, you're being too polite. Seeing all this unfold, Wen Jian could only sigh helplessly before finally speaking. Little Hua, he said, pausing briefly before continuing. The reason I called Jianxin here is because the hallmasters have a request for you. Qingyun raised an eyebrow and glanced at Wen Jian. A request? With a bright smile, Wen Jian raised his hand and explained. They want you to. His even tone caused both Qingyun and Yu Jianxin to fall silent. Carry out a mission together with Jianxin and learn from her dedication and diligence, qualities befitting the top-ranked core disciple. Upon hearing this, Yu Jianxin blinked in confusion and let out a soft, huh? Meanwhile, Qingyun stiffened in pure horror. His voice trembled as he muttered. Sect Master, you're joking, right? His face paled as if all the blood had drained from it, leaving him looking gaunt and lifeless. The mere thought of what Yu Jianxin put herself through during training sent shivers down his spine. This is the same Yu Jianxin who single-handedly turned the sect into a battlefield of endless competition. The undisputed queen of provocation. Someone like her is the complete opposite of me. How can I possibly go on a mission with her? Seeing Qingyun's reaction, Wen Jian responded in a calm but firm voice. Little Hua, Jianxin is the top-ranked core disciple of our sect. Countless people line up just to seek her guidance. And yet you're getting a rare opportunity to work with her. What could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Qingyun's face grew resolute as he spoke with righteous determination. Sect Master, I only worry that my lack of skill will hinder junior sister's cultivation. He furrowed his brows, making his argument sound utterly logical and well-reasoned. Junior sister, you wouldn't want someone holding you back, would you? He turned toward Yu Jianxin, his expression tense, hoping she would reject the idea. But to his absolute horror, she suddenly beamed and cheerfully declared, "Senior brother, you're overthinking things." Her radiant smile practically glowed as she spoke with enthusiasm. "We're all fellow disciples. Naturally, we should help each other improve." Her eyes shone with excitement as she continued listing the benefits of working together. "Besides, Senior Brother Hua, this mission is the perfect opportunity for you to prove yourself and dispel all those baseless rumors people spread about you." As she spoke, Qingyun could feel an ominous aura rising within him. "Oh no, she's dragging me into her never-ending battle for glory." His face grew ashen with dread. Panic and despair swirled in his mind. With a solemn expression, he pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully. Qingyun's expression darkened with seriousness. "Sect Master, my mission isn't urgent," he said cautiously, trying to persuade Wen Jian to change his mind. "I'm just worried there will be no one to water my tea plants." He chose his words carefully, hoping the sect master would reconsider and let him escape. Deep inside, he kept clinging to hope. "Sect Master, you're so determined to make me go on this mission that you even invited junior sister Yu. But I have my principles. If I can stay comfortably in the sect, why should I travel far with a little girl?" His face grew more uneasy as he glanced at Wen Jian, who was now looking at him with an even darker expression. Then, suddenly, Wen Jian raised two fingers in a subtle gesture of agreement. Qingyun was momentarily confused, watching intently as he waited for what was coming next. The sect master's voice rang out, filled with a dangerous undertone. "Qingyun, as long as you complete this mission satisfactorily, I will grant you 3 days of leave." At those words, Qingyun's eyes widened slightly. He froze for a moment before the realization dawned on him. Almost instantly, a smile crept onto his lips. 3 days of leave? His face lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he grabbed the sect master's hand with both of his and spoke with overwhelming sincerity. "Sect Master, we mustn't delay any further. Quickly, tell me the mission details and location." His voice was brimming with responsibility and determination. "Hua Qingyun will never refuse, even if I have to climb mountains of swords or dive into boiling cauldrons." Wen Jian, however, simply cast him a displeased glance. That afternoon, the weather was unbearably hot. Yu Jianqin was practicing her swordsmanship with intense focus, her entire body drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Qingyun yawned lazily as he approached, looking utterly exhausted. "Junior sister Yu, why are you so hard-working?" he asked, his tone sluggish. She stopped for a moment, resting her sword on her shoulder as she turned to face him. "Senior brother Hua, you're 15 minutes late." Placing one hand on her hip, she gave him a pointed look. Qingyun drooped slightly at her words, sighing in defeat. "Without an afternoon nap, I won't have the energy for the rest of the day. Junior sister." She cleared her throat and spoke with authority. "In cultivation, the most important thing is to use every moment for training. I arrived on time and have already swung my sword 3,000 times. And yet senior brother, as a spirit palace cultivator, still needs sleep like a mere mortal?" She stepped closer, furrowing her brows in a serious manner. Qingyun, however, remained expressionless, showing no reaction. Yu Jianqin suddenly raised her voice. "Are you just being lazy?" Her sharp gaze locked onto him. "Ah, yes, junior sister is absolutely right," he quickly responded, nodding. "Once I return, I'll definitely double my training." He had no choice but to answer, though in his mind, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Why does junior sister Yu, at such a young age, nag like an old woman? Yu Jianqin furrowed her brows slightly before letting out a sigh. "It's getting late, let's depart." With that, the two of them swiftly moved forward with an air of determination. As they soared over the mountain peaks, they discussed the mission at hand. "Senior brother Hua, what do you think about this mission?" Yu Jianqin asked. "The sect master sent us to investigate the missing villagers near the Tianyan mountain range. That place happens to be right next to Qingshu City, the site of the blood sacrifice." Qingyun responded, "I suspect that these disappearances are connected to the demonic sect." Yu Jianqin nodded in agreement. "You're not wrong, I think so too." They continued gliding through the sky in silence. "Don't worry, senior brother," Yu Jianqin suddenly said, "even though you've only reached the 6th layer of the Spirit Palace realm, I will protect you." Hearing this, Qingyun glanced at her, then smiled brightly. "Thank you, junior sister." Deep inside, though, he was rather impressed. "I never thought junior sister would be so reliable." His smile widened as he thought, Not only do I get to rely on her strength, but after this, I'll also get 2 days of leave. This mission is turning out better than expected. Above them, the sun shone brilliantly, casting its warm glow upon the two travelers. Meanwhile, Qingyun's mind was filled with nothing but gratitude. Thank you, dear sect master. Suddenly, Yu Jianxin called out, we're here. Looking down, they saw a small village nestled at the foot of the Tianyan Mountains. Descending slowly, Yu Jianxin landed gracefully, turning to look at Qingyun. However, he was still standing there with his head lowered, rummaging through his robe as if searching for something. Senior brother Hua, we should talk to the villagers and gather clues, she suggested. Seeing his odd behavior, she frowned slightly before asking, Senior brother Hua, what are you doing? Qingyun pulled out a small pocket watch. His gaze locked onto it. Yu Jianxin looked at him in confusion. Qingyun continued counting down in a low voice. 4, 3, 2, 1. At that moment, the golden light of the sunset began fading as clouds drifted in, obscuring the sun. Qingyun's eyes suddenly lit up. He clenched the pocket watch in his hand with pure joy. The Yu hour, 5 to 7 p.m., has arrived, he declared cheerfully. With that, he turned on his heel and bolted. I'm off to rest, junior sister. I'll leave the villager investigation to you. See you tomorrow. Yu Jianxin stood there, stunned. Before she could react, Qingyun had already vanished into the bustling village streets, leaving behind only the lively sounds of merchants calling out their wares. At the Taoist Inn Hong Lao, Qingyun stepped inside, greeted by the quiet atmosphere of the guest hall. The front desk manager stood behind the counter, listening to him with an indifferent expression. Though there were guests, he seemed lethargic, responding without much enthusiasm and barely moving. Qingyun placed a silver ingot on the counter. The manager glanced at it briefly before replying. Second floor, turn left, last room in the hallway. Taking the key, Qingyun casually glanced at the man's hand, noticing something peculiar: thin strands of what looked like wriggling crab meat moving subtly between his fingers. An uncomfortable feeling crept into Qingyun's chest. He found it disturbing yet oddly aesthetic in a strange way. Forget it, it's my rest time now. Letting out a soft breath, he looked away and ascended the stairs at a leisurely pace. Once in his room, Qingyun lay on the bed, his mind drifting. I wonder how junior sister Yu's investigation is going. Just as he was about to doze off, loud voices erupted from downstairs, forcing him to open his eyes in confusion. I told you, all the rooms are rented out. There are no vacancies. A disgruntled voice responded. This inn was clearly empty just now. Why won't you let me stay? A loud argument ensued. Qingyun sat up in bed, startled. Damn, I overslept. Rubbing his temple, he still felt groggy but couldn't shake the feeling that the voice downstairs sounded oddly familiar. As he listened closely, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. I can pay. His breath hitched. Wait, that voice? At the counter, Yu Jianxin stood her ground, facing off against the innkeeper. Are you saying my money isn't enough? She questioned sharply. The manager remained indifferent, his voice devoid of emotion. I said we have no rooms. Move along. At that moment, Qingyun's voice came from behind. Junior sister Yu. Hearing him, Yu Jianxin froze in place. She turned around in surprise. Senior brother Hua, why are you here? Qingyun's face remained calm and indifferent as he turned to the innkeeper. If there's no room left, then she can just stay with me. That should be fine, right? The manager, his face still expressionless, simply replied, do as you wish. Yu Jianxin stiffened. It took a moment for his words to register. Stay in the same room? Her face flushed instantly. Senior brother Hua, we. Before she could finish, Qingyun had already turned away. Follow me, unless you want to sleep outside. Her lips parted as if to protest. But in the end, she could only mutter, Lowering her head slightly, she followed him upstairs, her small steps trailing behind his. Qingyun's expression remained unreadable, his demeanor as calm and composed as ever. Meanwhile, Yu Jianxin quietly reassured herself. It's fine. It's not like we're doing anything inappropriate. Why should I be embarrassed? A strange sense of confidence flickered in her mind. Besides, senior brother Hua is only at the spirit palace realm. If anything happens, I can absolutely protect myself. In the room at that moment, Qingyun finally spoke up and asked his junior sister, have you had dinner? She simply replied with one word, no. On the table was a box filled with exquisite and delicious snacks. He then asked, would you like to have some? With a slight frown, She hesitated and responded cautiously. However, Jian Shen shook her shoulders and continued speaking, trying to make her senior brother understand. Senior brother, as cultivators, we should remain sincere and practice abstinence. We must not be tempted by food, she said, emphasizing her point repeatedly. Only when the heart is truly at peace can one. Before she could finish, a piece of pastry was stuffed into her mouth by Qingyun, leaving her stunned. Qingyun, after feeding her, simply waved his hand with an indifferent expression, leaving Jian Shen sitting there, her face turning red. She slowly chewed the pastry, feeling the warmth on her cheeks. To her surprise, the pastry was sweet but not overwhelming. The moment it entered her mouth, it melted instantly, bringing a rich and pleasant flavor, like a cool stream seeping into her heart. Without realizing it, she was already sinking into the delight of the pastry. Snapping back to reality, she was startled to see Qingyun still calmly eating. Unable to contain her frustration, she shouted, "Senior brother Hua, how could you ambush me with a pastry?" Qingyun remained indifferent and simply asked, "Is it good?" She averted her gaze, feeling embarrassed, and muttered, "Good, it's very good." But soon, she regained her composure and added, "But these foods are of no benefit to our cultivation. We should eat less of them." Resting his chin on his hand, Qingyun smirked and clicked his tongue. "That's not quite right." Shrugging, he continued, "Junior sister, have you ever wondered, does avoiding the 5 pungent spices and 3 impurities, staying away from worldly troubles, really help one cultivate faster?" She turned to look at him in confusion. "Isn't that the case?" Raising his hand, he shook his head. No, that's not correct." Her face showed even more confusion as he glanced at his hand and continued, "We live in this world. You can't simply escape from everything. Running away will only make you exhausted, leaving you restless and hindering your cultivation." She leaned in slightly and whispered, "But if one cannot truly purify the heart and rid oneself of desires, wouldn't that mean falling into worldly attachments? Being controlled by desires? How can one cultivate under such circumstances?" His expression turned serious as he said firmly, "I believe that a true cultivator is someone who dares to face temptation in reality and has the courage to withstand the test." He pointed at the box of pastries and said, "It's just like these sweets. If you're afraid their delicious taste will trouble you, then you should try them and get used to them." Jianxin followed his gesture, looking at the pastries without saying a word. Qingyun continued, "When you can see these pastries as nothing special, unaffected by their allure, that is when you've truly stepped into the realm of cultivation. Only when you fully understand your heart can you perceive the truth." With a solemn expression, he pushed the tray of pastries toward Yu Jianxin, as if imparting some profound wisdom. True freedom comes when one remains unstained despite being surrounded by worldly temptations. Only then can one truly be at peace and in harmony with nature. Hearing his words, Jianxin's face froze for a moment. Her half-lidded eyes flickered as she carefully observed his expression, seemingly intrigued, but instead of an enlightened response, what Qingyun saw was her utterly blank face. Seeing her expression made Qingyun suddenly realize, oh no, had he spoken too much? Could this kid even absorb all of that? Before he could react, she suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and stepped in front of him, forcing him to lean back slightly. "Senior brother Hua, I understand now," Jianxin shouted, her voice brimming with conviction. Her sudden outburst made his face stiffen. She declared, "Only by facing our desires and then abandoning them can we return to our true nature and comprehend the great Tao." And then, right before his eyes, Jianxin began devouring the pastries in a terrifying manner. Qingyun sat there, stunned. Internally, he was cursing non-stop. "Understand what, exactly? Stop, those are my pastries." Feeling defeated, he pouted, climbed onto his bed, and casually waved her off. "Sorry, junior sister, but tonight you'll have to make do." Jianxin, now filled with joy, simply smiled and said, "It's okay, senior brother, I won't sleep, I'll just sit here." The night was quiet. The crescent moon cast a soft glow upon the ground, its light filtering through the wooden beams, creating a hazy atmosphere. Jianxin sat in meditation, cultivating diligently, while Qingyun had already drifted into a deep sleep, unaware of anything happening outside. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure stood silently outside their door. The person muttered to themselves before pulling something out of their sleeve. "Little girl, I was going to spare you, but now." A faint incense stick burned slowly, releasing tiny wisps of smoke that scattered into the air. "Don't blame me for this." The room gradually filled with the lingering scent, its tendrils creeping into every corner. Jianqin, still meditating, was soon surrounded by the smoke. As she gently opened her eyes, she thought to herself, strange. Where is this fragrance coming from? But the moment she fully regained awareness, she saw the purplish mist curling around her. Her body trembled as she stood up unsteadily. Oh no, poison. Yu Jianqin's face slightly tensed as she realized she had been poisoned. Before she could comprehend what was happening, she collapsed and lost consciousness. Jianqin glanced towards the bed, where senior brother Hua was. Run, she thought, but her vision blurred. The person on the bed rested their chin on their hand. Looking around, this unexpected sight made her widen her eyes in surprise. Qingyun, at this moment, wore a blank expression, seemingly unaffected by the poisonous mist. Jianqin, confused, closed her eyes and silently called out to senior brother Hua. However, she could no longer steady herself and eventually fainted. Elsewhere in the depths of the forest, a faint gust of wind rustled the leaves, sending them swirling chaotically. A pair of long, slender legs appeared, walking unsteadily. The person lowered their head respectfully before the one seated above. Master, the disciples of the Qingyun sword sect have been rendered unconscious by the fragmented soul incense. The one sitting against a fallen log, exuding an air of authority, listened. The trembling shopkeeper, standing before him, spoke with evident fear in his eyes. Among them, one is Yu Jianqin, a personal disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. The other's identity is unknown, but he is referred to as senior brother Hua. At these words, the seated figure turned slightly, his crimson pupils flickering with intrigue. He smirked. I never expected you to capture Yu Jianqin, he mused, his voice laced with menace. As for this senior brother Hua, I've never heard of him. He's probably just a lowly follower. The shopkeeper continued to tremble but praised. If not for your concealment talisman, master, they would have detected me. The man's face was finally revealed, white-haired, with blazing red eyes and 3 long scars across his left cheek. You've done well this time, he acknowledged. Another trembling voice came from outside. Master, my wife and child, relax, they are safe. I will take you to them now. Hearing this, the shopkeeper attempted to stand and express his gratitude. However, before he could react, a surge of demonic energy pierced through him, tearing his body apart. Fang wiped the blood from his hand and let out a loud, chilling laugh. At last, the final sacrificial ritual is nearly complete. His face twisted into a wicked grin, radiating a dangerous aura. Number 3, Number 4, he commanded. Go to the inn and capture the 2 Qingyun sword sect disciples. 2 figures stepped forward. One had purple hair, while the other wore a green robe with a rope tied around his waist. The latter's face bore a sinister grin, his red eyes glaring with malevolence. At Qingyun's place, Yu Jianqin slowly regained consciousness. As she slightly opened her mouth to speak, her eyes met Qingyun's gaze, filled with a quiet sorrow. You're awake, Qingyun said calmly, looking at her while sitting cross-legged. Jianqin's first thought was, senior brother Hua. Then, as she processed the situation, she abruptly sat up, exclaiming, no, this isn't right, we need to leave immediately, this place is dangerous. Qingyun, however, merely cast a nonchalant glance at her. She clenched her fist slightly but hesitated when she noticed that Qingyun remained composed. Are you all right? She asked cautiously. Qingyun simply gave a faint, mysterious smile and leaned against the bed frame. Jianqin couldn't help but think, with senior brother Hua's cultivation level, he should have been taken down even sooner than I was. As if reading her thoughts, Qingyun spoke up. When I slept, I used fetal breath technique instead of channeling spiritual energy like you all did. That's why I wasn't affected by the fragmented soul incense. He then got up and walked toward the door. I waited for a while, observed their actions, and then dispersed the lingering incense in the room. I also helped neutralize the poison in your body. On the table, a red incense stick had already burned halfway. I never expected it to be the fragmented soul incense, he muttered, exhaling softly. Yu Jianqin stiffened. Any cultivator below the 5-seal purple mansion realm wouldn't stand a chance against this poison. Qingyun then looked at her and said, Junior sister, you still lack real-world experience. You can't afford to be so careless. He stretched lazily before continuing. If you had been on this mission alone. His words made Yu Jianqin tense up. Her fists clenching, she remained silent. unable to refute his remark. The consequences would have been unimaginable. After a moment, she composed herself and clasped her hands together in gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Hua, for saving me. I will be more careful in the future. Qingyun paid no mind to her formalities and casually poured a cup of tea. Watching the warm steam rise from the cup, he remarked, "No need to be so formal. Junior sister, have some tea to warm yourself." He handed her the cup with a polite gesture. Feeling a deep sense of gratitude, Jianxin accepted the tea with both hands and said earnestly, "Thank you, senior brother." Yet, inwardly, her mind was swirling. The rumors said that senior brother Hua was just a lazy direct disciple. She absent-mindedly took a sip of tea, still lost in thought. But in just a few words, he made me realize my mistake. And he even saved my life. Jianxin stole a glance at Qingyun, who was quietly sipping his tea. His personality was meticulous. His appearance wasn't bad either. But something felt off. She lightly patted her own face. Wait, what am I even thinking? A shiver ran through her as the tea in her cup trembled and spilled slightly. Qingyun hesitated and asked his junior sister, "Are you feeling better now?" Hearing his concern, Jianxin blushed and replied, "Thank you, senior brother, for your concern. I'm fine." She waved her hand dismissively but hesitated. Could he really be worried about her? Qingyun's gentle voice rang out. "That's good to hear." Outside, a purple light flickered atop the roof. A woman with long purple hair descended at an incredible speed. Surrounded by a dark, ominous aura, feeling an unusual gaze upon her, Yu Jianxin instinctively turned her head sharply. She stepped in front of Qingyun and said firmly, "There's killing intent." Jianxin turned back to Qingyun, her voice trembling slightly. "Senior brother Hua, be careful." Qingyun had already begun preparing himself. "If you've recovered, I'll leave this to you. Junior sister. After all, this isn't working time anyway," he said casually. However, his next move puzzled Jianxin. He seemed to intend to climb into bed. She frowned in confusion but quickly dismissed her thoughts. Those two people outside were both formidable cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm. While senior brother Hua was merely at the Spirit Palace realm. If he got involved, it would only make things more troublesome. Without hesitation, Jianxin swiftly flew out of the opposite room. Ahead, the ominous purple aura was rapidly approaching. She gripped her sword tightly. "I thought this would happen," she murmured, her face flushed with determination as she swung her sword. "You've come at the right time," she declared. With a swift slash, a purple arc sent two Purple Mansion cultivators flying backward, leaving only a faint streak of pale blue energy behind. The impact of the strike caused a thunderous explosion in the middle of the forest. A surge of deathly energy rose from the trees. From her high vantage point, Jianxin could see two figures with purple hair wearing sect uniforms. They were disciples of the Dongwang necromancer sect. Their expressions exuded arrogance, their eyes filled with cold indifference. "A core disciple of the necromancer sect? Why would you be here?" she questioned. Then, something unexpected happened. Their eyes, once normal, turned completely black, surrounded by faint arcs of electricity. Jianxin fell silent, realizing the truth. Their souls had been seized by dark sorcery, turning them into mindless puppets. Suddenly, a sharp, double-edged surge of purple energy shot toward her with immense force. "This is demonic sect magic," she thought. So the disappearance of Cloudroot Village, it really was their doing. The two figures gathered their dark energy once again and launched another attack at her. Yet, Jianxin stood tall, unwavering. She effortlessly tilted her head to dodge the incoming strike, her gaze following its trajectory. Blows came one after another, the intensity of their power suggesting they were at least at the third or fourth level of the Purple Mansion realm. The ground beneath them began to crack, bearing the scars of their fierce battle. Jianxin stomped on the ground in front of her and muttered, "Just in time, I'm feeling a little irritated myself." Her expression turned fierce as she activated Qingyun's sword art. In an instant, her sword light pierced through both enemies, making them collapse. With a swift movement, she unleashed Cloud Vanishing, Moon Severing Slash, directly targeting the two disciples of the necromancer sect. They barely managed to evade her attack, stumbling as they repositioned themselves. Jianxin followed them with her gaze, then raised her hand and uttered, "Disperse." Immediately, waves of sword energy spread in all directions, forcing the two necromancer sect disciples into a chaotic scramble to dodge. The female cultivator gritted her teeth as she struggled to withstand the attack, while the male disciple was overwhelmed by a relentless barrage of strikes. Both of them were soon sent crashing to the ground, leaving Jianxin standing alone in midair, surrounded by a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Qingyun observed from a distance and thought, I didn't expect her to unleash a sword technique that could fragment energy like that. He leaned back against his cushion, resting, though its power has weakened a bit. Still, using spiritual consciousness to fight really is convenient. I don't even need to open my eyes. He scanned his surroundings and pondered. Those two necromancer sect disciples won't go down that easily. As expected, the fallen disciples struggled to rise once more. The female cultivator trembled with fury. You dare? Dark energy surged around them, forming an ominous aura. Jianxin remained indifferent. They haven't fully turned into blood puppets yet. There's still a sliver of consciousness left. As she spoke, the female disciple suddenly drew a long blade and charged toward her. You're dead. With a powerful stomp, the woman shattered the ground beneath her before launching herself into the air. She swung her blade with terrifying force toward Jianxin, who remained airborne without making any immediate moves. Just before impact, Jianxin swiftly blocked the strike with her sword. I didn't expect her to wield such a heavy weapon, she thought, her expression calm yet focused. The force of the collision made her frown slightly. As their spiritual energy clashed again, violent gusts of wind erupted around them. Their battle intensified, their movements so rapid that streaks of light flashed across the sky. Below them, massive rocks were lifted into the air due to the sheer force of their clashes. The speed and power of their fight reached an astonishing level. Jianxin couldn't stop thinking, what kind of monster is this? The sheer force of their clash left her hands numb from the vibration. She briefly loosened her grip on her sword, her mind racing. Meanwhile, the female disciple of the necromancer sect remained unfazed, gripping her massive halberd as she steadied her stance. With a fierce turn, she swung her weapon brutally, gathering spiritual energy into a single point before launching a powerful attack toward Jianxin. The strike was dangerous, but Jianxin swiftly evaded it without harm. She then spoke in a probing tone. Let's end this here. She raised her hand, channeling her spiritual energy into her sword. Elsewhere, inside an elegantly furnished room, Qingyun leaned against a cushion, murmuring his observations, as expected of the leading senior disciple. Despite the short clash, he had already gauged the opponent's strength. He cracked one eye open slightly. Both of them are at the 4th level of the Purple Mansion realm. But the necromancer sect disciple has lost her soul and turned into a blood puppet. She can only fight on instinct. What a huge disadvantage. Back at Jianxin's battle, she drew her sword once more, infusing it with spiritual energy. The weapon absorbed the surrounding aura, beginning to glow intensely. High above, torrents of energy surged like a raging river. The female disciple of the necromancer sect still had no intention of retreating and lunged toward Jianxin. Qingyun, observing from a distance, remained expressionless. It seems junior sister Yu hasn't realized the danger approaching from outside. The wind grew stronger. Qingyun casually extended a hand, catching a falling leaf. This should be enough. As Jianxin slowly unsheathed her sword, luminous streams of pale blue energy radiated from her. Draw blade strike. With unwavering determination, she charged at her opponent. The female disciple raised her halberd in defense, but Jianxin's attack shattered it instantly. Her body was engulfed in radiant light, leaving behind only remnants of the fierce battle, falling debris and dissipating dust. Jianxin took a moment to compose herself, stepping over the scattered stones as she approached the trembling female disciple. She's completely subdued. Now I just need to figure out how to wake them up. Unbeknownst to her, a hidden presence lurked nearby. A hand tightly gripped a fan, aiming directly at her. Without hesitation, the fan was hurled straight toward her with lethal precision. Jianxin turned her head, alarmed. Damn! The weapon pierced through the protective barrier she had just erected and was about to strike her, when suddenly, a surge of green spiritual energy from an unknown source shattered the attack. The fan veered off course, crashing violently into a distant mountain with a resounding impact. Jianxin's face froze in shock and fear. She glanced at the attack from earlier, unable to understand what had just happened. However, she quickly refocused and approached the male disciple of the necromancer sect. If that had hit me, I would have been seriously injured, she thought. But what was that green light? Without wasting time, she swiftly maneuvered behind the man. He was already panting heavily, struggling to catch his breath. It was a leaf. Jianxin didn't hesitate. She struck the back of his neck with the hilt of her sword, causing him to collapse in pain. Who exactly stepped in to help? She carried both unconscious disciples of the necromancer sect back to the inn. They now lay on chairs, placed there by Yu Jianxin, who remained deep in thought. Qingyun finally spoke, breaking the silence. Looks like you've handled it. Jianxin responded, her tone uncertain. Senior brother Hua, earlier, you. Before she could finish, Qingyun cut her off with a calm smile. I've been lying here the whole time. His expression carried a hint of danger, making Jianxin tense. She quickly shook her head. No, it's nothing. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. But in her mind, doubts lingered. Senior brother Hua is only at the 6th level of the Spirit Palace realm. How could he possibly have such power? She pointed at the two unconscious disciples. Senior brother, while their minds are still intact, we should return them to the sect immediately. The elders can set up a purification formation to expel the blood puppet curse. Jianxin spoke urgently, but then hesitated. But if we do that, the demonic sect will escape again. Then they'll just go somewhere else and harm more people. Qingyun pondered for a moment before sighing. For the sake of the world, and for my 3-day vacation. He exhaled, then stood up. Looks like I have to take matters into my own hands, he said, gathering energy in his palm. Jianxin frowned, confused. Senior brother, what are you trying to do? Qingyun replied calmly. I'll use my divine consciousness to enter their minds and extract the blood curse. Hearing this, Jianxin's face turned pale. Are you insane? The mind houses a cultivator's true soul. If anything goes wrong, their soul could collapse completely. Qingyun met her panicked gaze with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, junior sister. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on both of them at once. Jianxin's eyes widened in horror. Wait, are you trying to extract the blood curse from both of them at the same time? That's defying the heavens. But Qingyun simply smiled, as if this were a natural thing to do. Saving lives is a race against time. The faster, the better. Yu Jianxin, still in shock, raised her voice. The problem isn't speed. The real question is, will you even survive this? Just as she shouted, a faint groan was heard. A pair of eyes fluttered open. Feng Ni, watching from the side, brightened with joy. Xian, you're awake. Xian sat on the chair, rubbing her eyes with her hands. She sensed something and immediately turned her head to look, her whole body stiffening. Are you disciples of the Qingyun sword sect? She asked. Jianxin, standing to the side, smiled and greeted her. Hello, Xian. My name is Yu Jianxin, and this is our senior brother Hua. Feng Nhi turned to Xian and reassured her. Sister Yun, this is Yu Jianxin, the top disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. They were the ones who saved us. Feeling a headache, Xian raised her hands to hold her face. I remember now. She murmured. She recalled what had happened. We were captured by the elder of the demonic sect. She said. Qingyun, who was sitting nearby, finally spoke up. Can you tell me how you two got caught? Xian lowered her head, looking a little uneasy. A week ago, Feng Nhi and I were ordered by our sect to investigate the disappearance of villagers. We were traveling together on a wide road, with shops and inns lining both sides. While investigating, we hid behind some bushes and discovered that the elder of the demonic sect was using the villagers' blood to perform a dark ritual. A figure dressed in black, completely concealed, was creating a magic circle, causing everything around it to levitate. In the end, we fell into the trap they had set. Strange hands lunged at us, and we were quickly subdued. She recounted, her face full of worry. We were cursed and turned into blood puppets. Xian quickly clasped her hands and bowed. Thank you both for saving our lives. Jianxin, startled, waved his hands. No need to thank me, he said, then pointed toward the man drinking tea. The one who saved you was my senior brother Hua. Xian immediately walked over and bowed. Thank you, Taoist Hua, for your help. We will surely repay this life-saving debt. There's no need for formalities. Hua replied calmly. Feeling flustered, Xian glanced away. At that moment, the blood clots within both of them gradually floated out of their mouths. Qingyun raised his hand and extracted them. He had removed the blood curse from both of them simultaneously. Jianxin, standing beside him, was visibly shocked. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Thousands of thoughts raced through his mind. Extracting blood curses like this, even if one ignored the risk to life. Removing them was like searching for a needle in the ocean. Not even a sect elder could necessarily accomplish such a feat. Jianxin rushed forward and asked, "Senior brother, since when did you learn this technique?" He tilted his head and sighed. "Back when I was studying in the hidden scripture pavilion, I accidentally came across a fragmented manual that taught how to control divine sense. I found it quite interesting, so I decided to learn from it." "A fragmented manual? Does that mean the technique is incomplete?" Jianxin's expression darkened. "Senior brother, you're playing with fire." Qingyun rested his chin on his hand and continued, causing Xian to lower her head in surprise. "But to save you too, I had to use a large amount of rare materials. It cost about 30,000 spirit stones." Jianxin puffed out his cheeks in frustration. "You acted so effortlessly. How could you have used any rare materials at all? No one here is foolish enough to believe that." Xian quickly clasped her hands and said, "Taoist friend, please rest assured, once we return to our sect, we will bring the spirit stones as an offering." His eyes gleamed, as if he had expected this. Jianxin, on the other hand, was utterly shocked. They actually agreed?" Qingyun smirked smugly. "If we're being honest, setting up a purification array to dispel the blood curse should cost at least 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. 30,000 is already a friendly price. How could I not take it?" He smiled at them, while Jianxin, standing beside him, puffed her cheeks in disapproval. "No need to rush," Qingyun said. "The Sword Sect and the Undead Sect have always had friendly relations. Saving you both was my duty. But speaking of which, can you recall any specific details from when you tried to capture the demonic sect's elder?" Xian's expression turned serious. "His name is Mo Xian. His cultivation isn't impressive, I could have handled him alone. But his specialty lies in formations and poisons. We were poisoned by him." Qingyun raised a hand, interrupting her. "I see. Well, that makes things simple." He smiled and asked, "I have a type of pill that grants immunity to poison mist for 3 incense sticks worth of time. If you take it, do you think the 3 of you can subdue the demonic sect's elder?" Xian's face lit up. "If I can resist the poison mist, I'll kill him on the spot." But then she suddenly realized something strange. Scratching her head, she asked, "Wait, why 3 of us? Isn't Taoist Hua coming with us?" Qingyun froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Qingyun raised his hand and pretended to cough a few times. Helping the 2 of them dispel the blood clot earlier had drained a significant amount of his spiritual energy. He rubbed his forehead and sighed, making the girl beside him unable to hold back her concern. "I'm afraid I need some rest to recover," he said. The 2 people looked at him with worried expressions. "It's our fault for not remembering how much effort you put in." "Fellow Taoist Hua," one of them admitted, "please rest assured and take your time to recover. Leave the rest to us. In that case, I'll have to trouble you all," Hua replied. That evening, all 3 of them swiftly moved through the forest. The girl held up a green pill in her hand, her face showing a hint of doubt. "Is this pill really as effective as fellow Taoist Hua claimed?" she wondered. Jianxin stared intently at the hand clutching the pill. "I trust senior brother Hua," she said firmly. All 3 of them simultaneously placed the pill into their mouths. After chewing, Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "It dissolves the moment it touches the tongue." Feng Ni quickly followed up. "It doesn't feel any different from an ordinary pill." Looking at Hua, she added skeptically, "He doesn't seem to be someone with profound cultivation. I don't fully trust him." A gentle breeze passed by, making the clouds drift along with it. Soon, they obscured the glowing moon, casting darkness over the surroundings. Jianxin sensed something unusual. Her gaze sharpened as she turned her head and unsheathed her sword. "Wait, something isn't right," she warned. Feng Ni's expression turned uneasy. "For the past half a stick of incense, I haven't sensed the presence of any living creatures nearby." Xian swiftly grabbed her weapon and raised it defensively. "Could it be?" she started. But before she could finish, pairs of red eyes surrounded them. At that moment, a voice echoed through the air. "This means, you've stepped into my formation." Jianxin quickly shifted her gaze and unleashed a flurry of strikes toward the red eyes. The attacks surged forward, cutting through the darkness. Withered branches fell to the ground, followed by a sudden emergence of black mist. Jianxin instinctively closed one eye to shield herself. When she opened it again, the scenery before her had completely changed. "A swamp? Where did this come from?" she muttered in alarm. She turned to the others. "It seems this black mud is formed from the corpses of creatures who perished here." bound by this formation. The resentment in this place is overwhelming. As she cautiously approached, she asked, "Did either of you see the person who spoke earlier?" Before they could answer, a cloaked figure appeared behind her. "Looking for me?" the voice sneered. The hood of the cloak slipped off, revealing a sinister smirk. His smile was cunning and filled with malice as he advanced toward them. Xian shouted in alarm, causing the other two to spin around in shock. "Mo Zan, that wretched old fiend," she cried. Mo Zan narrowed his eyes. "You removed my blood clot so quickly." "Xie Yun?" His gaze swept over them, then settled on Qingyun. "So, the top disciple of Qingyun's sword sect has a hidden treasure," he mused. Jianxin tightened her grip on her sword, her eyes flashing with resolve. Mo Zan spread his arms wide, laughing arrogantly. "Why is one of you missing? Could it be that they fled after hearing my name?" Xian clenched her teeth tightly and spoke as she lunged forward, gripping her weapon firmly. "To deal with trash like you, I alone am enough." With a powerful strike, she slammed her weapon down, causing the ground to shatter. Rocks flew into the air, and a thick cloud of dust billowed around the area. As the dust gradually settled, Xian emerged, standing in the same spot with her weapon in hand. However, there was no one before her. She pressed her lips together and looked up, a trace of concern on her face. Not far away, the Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch chuckled. "You've already been injured once, and yet you still fall into my trap again?" Xian swiftly moved behind him, her voice sharp. "Shut up, you're as good as dead." She leapt high into the air, launching another fierce attack. The Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch remained composed, glancing upward with an indifferent expression. Just as Xian's strike was about to land, it was abruptly stopped. "You so-called righteous disciples are all equally foolish," he sneered, exuding confidence. "My bone-melting incense. Do you find its scent pleasing?" Xian and Fengni exchanged glances, their faces filled with alarm. From another direction, a swift blade strike shot toward the Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch. He casually turned and blocked it, but the moment his defense engaged, he realized something was amiss. The attack shattered his protective barrier and continued toward him. His eyes widened in shock as he swiftly dodged, but he was still sent flying before slowly descending. The three figures hovered midair, while the ground below was left in utter chaos. Jianxin stood atop a high point, staring down at the massive crater left behind. Clenching her teeth in frustration, she muttered, "I missed." Suddenly, the surrounding leaves began to dissolve. Jianxin's eyes widened in alarm. Poisonous mist. The lingering smoke gathered and concentrated in one spot. Gradually, the figure of the Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch became visible once more. He smirked, his eyes filled with amusement. "You Jianxin, you do have some skill." His body regenerated as he stood at an even higher vantage point. Gazing down upon them, he laughed heartily. "It's useless. You've already inhaled my bone-melting incense." His expression turned sinister as he pointed downward. "It has already been 10 seconds. Fall before me." The dust swirled around as he awaited their collapse. However, Jianxin and Fengni remained unaffected, standing below him with mocking smiles. His eyes flickered with doubt. Something wasn't right. Just then, Xian appeared silently behind him. "Missing someone?" Xian struck the Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch's neck with full force and shouted, "Take this punch." Blood spurted from his mouth as he was sent crashing from the sky straight into the ground. Fengni immediately took his stance, swiftly launching a barrage of attacks from multiple directions. Still reeling from the previous blow, the Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch was unable to defend himself in time. Rocks shattered into countless fragments, and as the dust settled, he coughed up a large pool of blood. His face twisted in rage as he pushed himself up with both hands. Panting heavily, his furious eyes locked onto them as they stood high above, forcing him to crane his neck just to look at them. Why aren't you poisoned?" Xian squinted one eye and playfully stuck out her tongue. "Unbelievable?" She clenched her fist, deep in thought. Hua Daoist's elixir is truly incredible. Without having to worry about such despicable tricks, dealing with the demonic sect is as easy as flipping my hand. The Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch suddenly collapsed, his face twisted in pain. "The poison of my bone-melting incense is far stronger than the severing spirit incense. Even if you seal your spiritual energy, it will still seep into your body. Aside from my own antidote, there is no other pill capable of neutralizing it." He gritted his teeth in fury. Unless they have some hidden treasure," Jianxin's golden eyes flickered as she raised her sword high. This ends here. Qingyun sword art. The demon cloud sect patriarch wiped the blood from his face, holding his injured shoulder and chuckling darkly. So, this is where it ends? Xie Yun suddenly stomped on the ground, propelling himself upward. The spot where he had stepped instantly cracked open, leaving behind a massive crater. Indeed, the game ends here. A surge of immense power erupted from him, engulfing the entire area. Great sky ceiling blood refinement formation. A violent tremor spread through the space surrounding them, causing all three to stagger in alarm. What's happening? Jianxin bit her lip, forcing herself to look up. This is. Standing high above, Xie Yun let out a chilling laugh. I told you already. You've all fallen into my formation. He raised his hand and commanded. Number 1. Deal with them. Xian's gaze darted toward the ground, her face filled with disbelief. The soil beneath them began to reshape, forming a humanoid figure. A strange symbol emerged on its chest, and as its mouth stretched wide, rows of razor-sharp fangs gleamed menacingly. Fengni and Xian tensed in shock, but Jianxin remained motionless, her composure unshaken. The creature's lifeless eyes stared ahead, and its enormous mouth exhaled a thick, ominous mist. Jianxin furrowed her brows, watching it closely. Seeing this, Xie Yun smirked confidently. None of you will escape. His gaze darkened. Not even that coward hiding in Yun General Village. Xie Yun stretched out his hand, conjuring a small flame, and let out a sinister laugh. I've already sent number 2 and 5 of the venomous parasite enclosure. Heh heh heh. Jianxin's face paled upon hearing his words. This is bad. Senior brother Hua is in danger. Meanwhile, on Qingyun's side, he remained completely unaware, sleeping soundly. A gentle hand quietly pushed the door open, allowing dim light to seep into the room. A large monster crawled in through the small window, its 3 crimson eyes fixated on a certain spot. Slowly, it crept toward the empty bed in the adjacent room. Qingyun, sensing its presence, lazily opened one eye. Huh? You want me to work overtime? The creature suddenly smashed the door open, sending wooden fragments flying in all directions. Yet, Qingyun remained calmly lying on the bed. As the dust settled, a massive shadow loomed at the doorway. The beast let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire room, but then laughter rang out, halting the creature in its tracks. Ha, ha, ha. Qingyun rose from the bed, his expression turning serious. Can't return unless you find me. Huh? He asked coldly. Why do you people always insist on dragging me into your mess? Elsewhere, a massive formation encased a section of the forest. Jianxin swiftly turned, her sharp eyes locking onto the eerie glow in the distance. She swung her arm fiercely, unleashing a flurry of sword slashes toward the forming monster. However, the beast extended its hand, summoning its own power. With a powerful swing, it effortlessly blocked the incoming attacks. Xian, gripping her weapon tightly, silently approached from behind. She lunged forward, but the monster detected her presence and quickly turned to block the strike. Its massive hand seized her weapon, catching Xian off guard. Before she could react, it forcefully hurled her across the battlefield. The other two, standing at a distance, watched in horror as the creature charged toward Xian. From behind, Fengni swiftly activated his technique. Chains shot forward, rapidly wrapping around the beast's entire body. Its crimson eyes burned with fury as it let out an earth-shaking roar, instantly shattering the chains into pieces. A sudden sword strike slashed through the air, cutting across the creature. It was caught off guard. The attack cleaved through its body before it could react. For a moment, its torso split apart, but in mere seconds, the two halves reconnected seamlessly. Jianxin clenched her sword tightly, lifting her gaze with grim determination. Even after being sliced in two, the monster remained unscathed. It pressed its hand against its lower torso, merging its body back together. A twisted grin spread across its face. Jianxin's heart pounded. What? With a thunderous stomp, the monster launched itself forward at incredible speed. Number 1 fiercely launched a counterattack. Standing nearby, Jianxin shouted loudly. However, due to the suddenness of the attack, Fong Nhi couldn't dodge in time. He was struck directly and sent flying far from where he had been standing moments ago. Xian, worried, turned to call out to Fong Nhi. Looking down at the ground where he lay, she saw a large pool of blood spreading everywhere. Xian's eyes immediately filled with extreme rage. How dare you attack Fawn Nhi, she exclaimed. She pushed off the ground with great force and lunged forward. Seeing this, the creature turned its gaze toward her. In an instant, Xian appeared behind it and launched a powerful attack, sending it hurtling backward. She then performed an acrobatic leap, soaring high and far from the spot. Her legs gradually descended from above. Jianqin hurriedly called out to her. This guy has boundless strength and is incredibly powerful. Sooner or later, we'll be killed. Looking exhausted, Xian responded to Jianqin. I have a technique that can completely obliterate him. Hearing this, Jianqin's expression changed drastically. Really? She asked. Xian immediately interrupted. But I need time to gather my strength. She then turned to Jianqin and requested. Fellow Taoist Neok, please help me buy some time. Although sweat dripped down her face, Jianqin agreed. Leave it to me, she said. Standing above and observing the battle, Ta Van burst into laughter. Haha, if you have a technique, go ahead and use it. Number 1 was created through my blood-clot art. Soon, you will all become my sacrificial offerings. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something and glanced to the side. Xie Yun smirked cunningly. Number 2 is already finished so soon? It seems this so-called true disciple is nothing but a weakling. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, things remained perilous. Qingyun had currently bound his opponent with a magical restraint. I was just a second away from killing him, he muttered while staring at the restrained figure. We can't let the elder of the demonic sect sense anything, he added before turning away. All Qingyun wanted was a peaceful rest. Even that is too much to ask, he sighed. Reaching out, he grasped the captive's hair. Since that's the case, I'll give you a little gift. With a firm grip, Qingyun yanked number 2 by the head and dragged him along. As he reached the doorway, he spotted something strange in the distance, a massive red sphere deep within the forest. Closing his eyes, he pointed directly at it. Over there, huh? He murmured. Bound and helpless, number 2 could do nothing but remain still, powerless against Qingyun. Suddenly, Qingyun opened his eyes wide and shouted. Die! He hurled number 2 at the red sphere with immense force. As he was thrown at terrifying speed, number 2 screamed in fear and sobbed uncontrollably. A bright flash of light streaked across the night sky. Number 2 foamed at the mouth before collapsing unconscious. Qingyun turned away and stepped back into the room. Still some time before the hour of the snake, he muttered while rubbing his forehead with a sigh. Let's see if there's a better room. I could use another nap. Meanwhile, on Jianqin's side, multiple enormous hands rushed toward her. She quickly raised her sword to block, shutting one eye as she braced herself. The impact was too powerful for her to fully deflect, and she was forced backward. Planting her hand on the ground, she managed to stop herself from sliding too far. She wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and let out a weary breath. Looking at the monstrous creature before her, she thought, why is this blood clot becoming stronger under the influence of the formation? High above, number 1 grinned wickedly. Xie Yun spread his arms wide and declared, as expected from Qingyun's senior disciple, Jianqin, you've managed to hold on this long, but this is where it ends. He burst into laughter before issuing a command. Number 1, finish it. Receiving the order, number 1 wasted no time. Charging straight at Jianqin, she looked up at the approaching monster, her lips tightening with tension. Taoist Xian, I'm sorry, but Suddenly, a blinding light flashed in the sky, drawing Ta Van's attention. His eyes darted toward the source just as an arrow shot through the air, streaking toward them like a comet. What is that? He exclaimed. A deafening explosion erupted, filling the area with a dazzling crimson glow. Jianqin, standing near the blast, instinctively raised her arms to shield her face. Large chunks of stone flew into the air, and thick clouds of dust billowed everywhere. Elsewhere, a similar scene unfolded. The atmosphere mirrored that of Jianqin's battlefield. On one side, she stood in stunned silence, her expression dazed. On the other, Xie Yun's face darkened as he took in the sight before him. 2 blood clots lay sprawled on the ground, one with its head buried in the dirt, the other convulsing violently. Xie Yun clutched his head, his voice rising in disbelief. Number 2, how could this happen? Meanwhile, a disciple of the sword sect looked up at the gaping hole in the formation. This is great. Senior brother is safe. She smiled in relief before wondering, which elder has arrived? Hearing her words, Xie Yun's urgency escalated. An elder from Qingyun sword sect? This is bad. He quickly extended his hands, casting a spell. I need to move fast. As he chanted, the monstrous creature on the ground suddenly stirred. Its body began regenerating, blood-clotted flesh stitching itself back together. With enhanced strength, it advanced toward Jianqin. Scarlet tendrils slithered up from the ground, wrapping tightly around her legs. She grimaced, looking down. Damn it, what is this? Ziyun approached from a distance, and the long-waiting companion turned to her with a cheerful smile. Taoist Ziyun, you arrived quickly, she said, her eyes filled with fury and her teeth clenched tightly. Xie Yun exclaimed in shock. What, just a mere fourth layer of the Purple Mansion realm? How could they possess the spiritual power of the eighth layer? Ziyun clashed with the bloodmass, and a terrifying purple aura erupted. A massive explosion occurred, sending countless lightning-like streaks shooting into the sky. From a damaged doorway, a faint purple light shone inside. Qingyun lay on his bed. Wearing a sleep mask, he reached up, lifted it slightly, and let out a yawn. Then, pulling it off completely, he sat up groggily, slipped on his slippers, and got out of bed. Walking toward the window, he welcomed the morning sunlight and the gentle breeze. With a pleased expression, he opened his eyes fully and looked outside. Seeing the blazing fire before him, Qingyun thought to himself, what a peaceful day. His gaze remained vacant as he looked toward the forest. He hadn't expected that junior sister Yu and the others had been fighting all night. That elder from the demon sect was truly no ordinary opponent. Reaching into his robes, Qingyun searched for something. He pulled out a small box and slowly opened it. Meanwhile, the formation on the other side was gradually fading. Dust and smoke rose from the earlier destruction, filling the chaotic space. Ziyun, gripping her weapon tightly, looked down at the blood mass beneath her feet. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground. From behind, Jianxin approached. That burst of energy was truly astonishing. Feng Ni clutched his arm as he walked over. This is the secret technique of the undead sect. We can accumulate spiritual power and then release it all at once. He reached out to help Ziyun up. But the downside is obvious, the accumulation takes too long. Both of them turned to Jianxin with a smile. This time, we were lucky to have Taoist Nhac's help. She waved her hand with a bright smile and sighed. Oh, it was nothing. I just did what needed to be done. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed, making all three of them look up hastily. You three little brats. Ziyun's body trembled as she struggled to stand. There's still one last commander to deal with. Standing above them, Ta Wen exuded a murderous aura. You dare destroy the work I spent over 10 years cultivating? Clutching her weapon tightly, Ziyun prepared herself. Seeing this, Feng Ni quickly advised, Sister Yun, don't push yourself too hard. That last attack already drained most of your spiritual power. Jianxin stepped forward and said firmly, leave this one to me. She raised her sword, and a brilliant green light enveloped her body. He spread both arms wide, unleashing a barrage of powerful spells. Today, the three of you will meet your end here. Countless spectral hands surged toward Jianxin. She gripped her sword tightly and executed multiple strikes using the Qingyun sword technique. Her attacks cut through Xie assault, piercing straight toward him. As the spectral hands neared her, she remained calm, standing still with her eyes closed. In an instant, the hands shattered into countless fragments. Jianxin pressed her lips together and cast a sharp glance at Xie Yun. He clenched his teeth, realizing that his strength was waning. Stretching out his hand, Xie Yun shouted, let's see how many more sword strikes you can unleash. Jianxin paid him no attention and simply uttered a single word. Suddenly, the formation beneath Xie Yun's feet cracked open, followed by the surrounding area breaking apart. He was caught off guard, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. She had precisely targeted the previous weak point that had been struck before. Xie Yun bit his lip until it bled. I never thought you could push me to this extent, he growled. Raising his hand, he channeled his power, pointing his fingers toward the sky. A surge of magic energy flowed into his head. But something was off. His hands appeared more withered than before, and numerous wrinkles lined his face. From below, Jianxin watched him closely, thinking to herself, this is. Xie Yun brought his palms together, forming a sphere of dark energy. Jianxin's expression shifted. She realized something was terribly wrong. He's about to use a forbidden technique. Suddenly, attacks rained down upon her from behind. She darted her eyes backward and realized the dire situation. Damn it, blood-sealed technique. Her spiritual power was sealed. Clenching her teeth, she demanded, "Why, you too?" Both of her companions now stood under enemy control, their eyes devoid of life. Ha ha ha, Ta Wen laughed sinisterly. My blood mass technique, it cannot be undone so easily. He then gave an order. Number 3, Number 4, bring her here. Without hesitation, the two obeyed. He smirked, taunting her. You may be talented, but before me, you're nothing more than a mere child. Jianxin clenched one eye shut, gritting her teeth. Then let me make you the first sacrificial offering. Xie Yun's hands swelled monstrously. His expression twisted with malice. You shall be the key to completing my grand celestial blood refinement formation. She was completely restrained, unable to move, awaiting certain death. Forgive me, sect master, as the eldest disciple of the sect. I have failed, and fall into the hands of the demon sect. A flood of memories surged through Jianxin's mind as tears streamed down her cheeks. Senior brother Hua, she thought. Was I too careless? Just as the sinister force was about to reach her, a voice rang out. Ha ha ha, stop right there. Qingyun emerged from behind, his voice clear and commanding. Release my junior sister. Xie Yun immediately turned to face him, eyes narrowing. Jianxin, her face streaked with tears, cried out, Senior brother Hua. Xie Yun's expression darkened as he scanned the surroundings. A Ligong realm cultivator? Where did you come from? He then asked sharply. Qing Yun, what happened to blood mass number 2? Did the elder kill it? Qingyun let out a sigh and replied calmly. No need to look around, it's just me here. Jianxin, her voice filled with worry, shouted, Senior brother Hua, run, you're no match for him. Xie Yun laughed gleefully. Since you've shown yourself, let's start with you. He lunged toward Qing Yun, intending to strike first, but Qing Yun, unfazed, simply raised a hand. Fragments of energy shot toward Xie Yun, whose crimson eyes locked onto him. HMPH. Xie Yun's hand was suddenly drenched in fresh blood. Number 3, he called out in shock. At that moment, Ziyun stepped forward, shielding Jianxin. Impossible. Xie Yun trembled with fury. This is blood mass, something I cultivated using my own lifeblood. Its power is several times stronger than an ordinary blood mass. No matter how strong your divine treasures or techniques are, you can't dispel it in an instant. Feng Ni swiftly charged forward, brandishing her chains. Enough talk. Face my attack. Number 4, go. Xie Yun commanded. Feng Ni thrust her weapon forward. The chains wrapped around Xie Yun, binding him tightly before dragging him away. Ziyun twirled her weapon and struck fiercely. A massive explosion erupted, devastating the surrounding space. Die. As the dust settled, only a deep crater remained. Jianxin, bewildered, turned to Qing Yun. Senior brother Hua, she called out hesitantly. She glanced at him in confusion. What just happened? Ziyun also approached and asked. Taoist Hua, what did you do? Qingyun extended a hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. I merely used a little trick, he said nonchalantly. It was time to expel the blood mass from their subconscious. But I realized, the seed's roots had already entwined with their true souls. He conjured a small, strange-looking red mass. I feared harming their soul essence, so I only removed the outermost layer of the seed. With a single sword strike, he severed the external roots. But that means, they could still be controlled again at any time. So, I left a few streaks of sword energy within their subconscious. If the demon sect elder tries to activate the blood mass seed again. He smiled slightly. My sword energy will cut it down instantly. Ziyun and Feng Ni listened silently, knowing that this critical moment could potentially turn the tide. Ziyun hurriedly lowered her head while Feng Ni also spoke up. Realizing the truth, Hua Taoist, your cautious thinking is truly admirable. I sincerely respect you, someone remarked. Jianxin, with a sorrowful expression, lowered her head and asked. Senior brother Hua, why didn't you discuss this with me? What if we failed? She looked at Qingyun with resentment, making him feel awkward. It's already a success. Why are you still so anxious? Tan Van propped his chin up and chuckled. Junior sister, don't feel like you don't exist just because you didn't get to hold someone's head. This time, defeating the elder of the demon sect was only possible because of you. You're the most important figure here. Jianxin was taken aback. Huh? Really? He began explaining. If I hadn't kept it from you, how could we have used the most genuine performance to deceive the demon sect elder? Ziyun quickly added. That's right. Without that, we wouldn't have been able to approach that old scoundrel so easily. Jianxin pondered for a moment before speaking. Qingyun, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. It does seem to make sense. She gazed at him with admiration. Senior brother Hua may have low cultivation, but who would have thought he'd be such a brilliant strategist? A man of great intelligence who sees through everything. Qingyun smirked as he stood to the side, quietly amused by something. Settling things before heading out to work, doesn't that mean I can take an early leave? Suddenly, a noise startled Qingyun. Below them, Xie Yun stood up again and reactivated the formation. What? The heaven-sealing blood refinement array is being activated again? The four of them were in shock. Could it be that he's still alive? Looking down, his body trembled. Damn it, I knew it. When would it ever be my turn for an early break? Xie Yun pressed his hands against the ground, slowly rising to his feet. Nearby, a mass of blood also started stirring. It was blood mass number 1 and corpse blood number 2. Xie Yun stretched his body, and a light glowed from his abdomen. Qingyun peered down. What is he refining inside himself? From within Xie Yun's body, a weapon began emerging. Jianxin immediately launched an attack. Don't get cocky. Qingyun, sword technique. Xie Yun's face darkened as he pulled a weapon from his abdomen. She descended toward him, aiming to shatter his sword technique. Panting, he let out a chilling laugh. Too late. Raising the spear in his hand, he blocked Jianxin's strike with a sinister grin. The heaven-sealing blood refinement array is now complete. She squinted, her sword trembling in her grip. This is bad. That was my final strike. Jianxin spun around. Everyone, our spiritual power is depleted. Retreat first. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly dashed away, but Qingyun remained standing still. He spoke softly. You all go ahead. My time is almost up. The group turned back in surprise. Senior brother Hua, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a loud voice roared. Trying to run? Something shot toward them at an incredible speed, grabbing 3 people in its grasp. From a distance, Ta Van shouted, You lowly insects, the real hell is just beginning. Ziyun struggled to break free. Damn it, if I still had spiritual power, I wouldn't have been caught like this. I would have killed this bastard. Jianxin stared at Xie Yun in disbelief. Just now, he was clearly only at the 5th layer of the sealed abode realm. How could he be at the 8th layer now? She gritted her teeth, unable to believe her eyes. Ziyun and Feng Ni asked anxiously. This is infuriating. The 4 of us were meant to be sacrifices. And we're all here. How did he complete the heaven-sealing blood refinement array? Could he have absorbed the power of those 2 blood masses? Xie Yun smirked. That's right. Number 1 and number 2 were my treasured collections. But I didn't expect you all to defeat them. Ziyun struggled to speak. Even so, that doesn't make sense. Even if blood mass number 1 could take on 2 opponents, blood mass number 2 was just as powerful. Even if you add them together, we only count 3 sacrifices, not 4. A realization struck her mind. Xie Yun raised his spear high and burst into laughter. That's right, including myself. I, too, can be a sacrifice. He pointed his spear forward and declared, The demon embryo of the Crimson Refined Demon Army is the first step for the Demon Lord to conquer the world. Ziyun and Feng Ni were both shocked. The Crimson Refined Demon Army? Qingyun, standing off to the side, started counting down. 5, 4? Feng Ni looked at him anxiously. Senior brother, what are you staring at? In ancient records, it was written that tens of thousands of years ago, when the demon army first appeared, countless righteous cultivators were slaughtered. Most territories fell into the hands of the demon sect. Only when the supreme experts of the 5 regions of Central Continent joined forces were they able to destroy the Crimson Refined Demon Army and end the catastrophe. Qingyun continued his countdown. 3. Xie Yun laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, foolish brat, you really don't understand. Once flesh and soul merge through the sacrificial ritual, the demon embryo will transform into a complete Crimson Refined Demon Army. Qingyun continued counting to 2 as he raised his weapon high. Today, the 4 of you will be fortunate enough to become the sacrificial offerings to awaken the demon fetus. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Tum An stared intently at the object in his hand, while Xie Yun was utterly confused. What was that sound? Xie Yun asked. Qingyun closed his eyes and sighed. The hour of the snake has arrived. It's time to act. Xie Yun furrowed his brows in confusion. Act? What exactly do you mean? Before he could react, a swift slash was unleashed. Xie Yun was caught off guard, coughing up blood as he was sent flying. His blood core shattered into 2 pieces. Qingyun frowned. That means your death has come. In the misty fog shrouding the mountains and forests, Hua Qingyun stood tall behind Yu Jianxin, his eyes filled with confusion and surprise. He did not answer her question. The sword energy just now, was that you? She asked. Everyone, leave now. I'll handle this, Hua Qingyun said calmly. He placed a reassuring hand on Yu Jianxin's shoulder. She stood there, eyes wide, looking at him in disbelief. But, senior brother Hua, sisters, leave at once. Set up the spirit sealing heavenly formation to protect the village. Jianyun's voice trembled with panic. Senior brother Hua, earlier, the one who killed the second blood core, which elder was it? Call him here. There's no way we can handle this on our own. Hua Qingyun turned his attention to the figures advancing behind Jianyun. 2 young women stepped forward in agreement. Now, he has even sacrificed himself. His power has at least reached the 8th level of the Spirit Palace realm. Even if we all join forces. That's right, another voice echoed. Taoist Hua, don't push yourself too hard. Seeing the concern in the young woman's eyes, Hua Qingyun remained firm. Don't worry. He glanced at Yu Jianxin, his handsome face calm yet filled with deep emotion. Amidst the mist, his expression was enough to make hearts waver. This will end soon. Beneath the eerie, swirling smoke, strange crimson objects floated in the air. The demon cloud sect patriarch gasped for breath. Kneeling on the ground, his hand gripped the hilt of his sword, which was embedded deep into the earth. White and purple electric currents crackled around it. What was that sword energy just now? He was stunned. He's just at the Spirit Palace realm. How could he? The demon cloud sect patriarch struggled to his feet, his legs trembling on the cracked ground. You little brat, what kind of secret treasure did you use? Hua Qingyun stood above him, his gaze icy cold. To deal with the likes of you, do I even need a secret treasure? In another direction, Yu Jianxin quietly led 2 others away. Behind her, Xian couldn't help but feel uneasy about leaving Hua Qingyun to face the challenge alone. Taoist companion, are we really abandoning him? She asked. Can your senior brother Hua truly handle Mozan? The man they worried about. Hua Qingyun was now standing in the face of a powerful incoming attack. Yet, he showed no sign of resistance. Die! A crimson strike, blazing like fire, tore through the air, heading straight for Hua Qingyun. The pressure from the attack spread in all directions. With only the strength of the 6th stage of the Spirit Palace realm, if he takes that blow head on, he'll die instantly. Meanwhile, Yu Jianxin soared through the air, her body flowing like the wind. The space around her seemed to fall silent, leaving only the sound of the rushing wind and her rapid breathing. I don't know, but I trust senior brother Hua. Fragments of memories flashed through her mind, visions of Hua Qingyun. A dignified and imposing figure. I have a special pill that can grant you immunity to poison mist for 3 hours. His voice echoed in her mind. I've also left several sword marks in your subconscious. If the sect's elder activates the blood core seed again, these sword energies will sever it once more. These moments replayed vividly in Yu Jianxin's mind. Since descending from the mountain, every decision senior brother Hua had made had never been wrong. Junior sister, your worldly experience is still too limited. You must always stay vigilant. Saving people is like putting out a fire, the faster, the better. Back on the battlefield, Hua Qingyun smirked faintly amidst the swirling mist. He reappeared unharmed after enduring the devastating attack from the demon cloud sect patriarch. His eyes burned red, like flames raging uncontrollably. The demon cloud sect patriarch stood below, gritting his teeth in disbelief. He couldn't accept what he was seeing. Hua Qingyun remained completely unshaken. What the hell is this brat? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Jianqin and Xian streaked through the air like dazzling purple and blue lightning, leaving behind faint glowing trails. As they landed in the town, the ground trembled beneath their feet, sending echoes throughout the area. Yu Jianqin's slender hands moved swiftly, delicate streams of energy coiling around her fingertips. In an instant, she unleashed her technique. The sword in her hand surged like a bolt of lightning, piercing the sky. A brilliant, blinding light erupted from it, illuminating the battlefield with overwhelming radiance. In just a fleeting moment, the treasured artifact shot into the air, propelled by an invisible force. It glided through space, slipping from her grasp before soaring skyward and halting in the vast expanse above. A shimmering layer of light unfolded over the town, forming an impenetrable protective formation. The artifact ascended slowly, its faint glow spreading gradually, enveloping the town in an ethereal radiance. From a distance, Hua Qingyun's eyes flickered. It was a subtle signal, yet of immense significance. His gaze sharpened as he crossed his arms, his expression utterly relaxed. Now, I can fight without restraint. Meanwhile, the demon cloud sect patriarch clenched his weapon tightly. His wild white hair flowed as he charged toward Hua Qingyun with a crazed expression. Ha, you don't actually think what you saw just now was the full extent of my power, do you? Yet Hua Qingyun remained still, unfazed, showing no urgency to strike. His calm demeanor was unwavering, his stance firm yet lacking any sign of aggression. The atmosphere around him fell into an eerie silence. If you have any tricks left, use them all now. Hua Qingyun spoke casually. You won't get another chance later. Being provoked like this sent the demon cloud sect patriarch into a seething rage. His face darkened, and waves of crimson-black energy coiled around his body, forming colossal vortexes. A violent surge of power erupted in front of Hua Qingyun, its intensity shattering the very air. The immense energy distorted space, causing the ground to crack apart and everything nearby to crumble under its destructive force. The demon cloud sect patriarch sneered, his brows furrowed, his grin turning savage and merciless. Yet, as the mist dispersed, the sight before him left him in utter shock. Hua Qingyun stood there, unmoved amidst the chaos and devastation, as if no force could shake him. This, impossible. Hua Qingyun raised an eyebrow. Is that all? The remark sent the demon cloud sect patriarch into an uncontrollable frenzy. Overcome with fury, his attacks grew wilder, his strikes relentless. Die! His face twisted with rage, his eyes glowing a fiery red, brimming with wrath and hatred. The surrounding battlefield became a terrifying spectacle, pulsing with a monstrous aura. Yet, through it all, Hua Qingyun stood firm, unshaken, like an immovable mountain in the midst of a raging storm. The demon cloud sect patriarch's fury escalated. He let out a frenzied laugh, unleashing another deadly attack, demonic radiance annihilation. From afar, within the protective barrier, the three onlookers couldn't help but inhale sharply. My God, is this the true power of a demon warlord? Yu Jianqin's delicate face could not hide her growing anxiety. She clasped her hands together. Senior brother Hua. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, the demon cloud sect patriarch was gasping for breath. His expression contorted in frustration. His anger surged, and the crimson energy around him continued to radiate violently. However, its intensity was no longer the same. The flames in his eyes had begun to dim. Tisk, you, he muttered, standing amidst the blazing red vortexes. He was further provoked by Hua Qingyun's mocking tone. Cultivation skills aren't about looking flashy, Hua Qingyun remarked. No matter how impressive your techniques appear, if they don't land, they're useless. At that moment, Hua Qingyun finally moved. A swift, precise motion sent streaks of emerald energy surging through the air. They were light yet powerful, sharp as blades cutting through space. The glowing streaks shot toward the energy that the demon cloud sect patriarch had conjured. Caught off guard, the patriarch's eyes widened in shock. He had no time to react as the blue force clashed with his crimson power, overwhelming it completely. Huh? Am I dreaming? His knees wobbled, and a cold sweat broke out across his face. He let out a hollow laugh. Impossible, this must be an illusion. From above, Hua Qingyun looked down at him and spoke calmly. Are you wondering how a mere cultivator at the 6th stage of the Spirit Palace realm can manipulate you so effortlessly? His piercing gaze locked onto the patriarch. It's simple. I've been suppressing my own cultivation level. The atmosphere grew heavy. The world seemed to pause for a brief, suffocating moment. Without further hesitation, Hua Qingyun raised his hands, and waves of immense energy erupted from his body. The tenfold demon slash, he murmured. Until now, I never dared to cultivate it openly. One misstep, and it could bring calamity. His fists clenched. The multi-layered demon-breaking cannon. As a disciple of the sect, displaying too much arrogance isn't wise. He continued. The stronger one's power, the more trouble it invites. The intense blue energy surrounding him coiled and expanded, fusing into a singular force. He struck once more, forcing the demon cloud sect patriarch to turn and flee in a desperate attempt to survive. To live in peace, I've had to conceal my true strength, Hua Qingyun said as he advanced. Damn it, the demon cloud sect patriarch hurled attack after attack to shield himself as he ran. You lunatic, you absolute madman. But Hua Qingyun did not allow him an escape. Did I say you could leave? With a forceful yank, the patriarch was pulled back violently. His eyes were filled with sheer terror. Ugh! Hua Qingyun tightened his grip. You disturbed my rest again and again? The blue energy around him flared. Harmed my comrades? His sword gleamed, raised level with his chest, and forced me to act sooner than I wanted. Behind him, Hua Qingyun remained in place, his posture relaxed and unhurried. Meanwhile, the demon cloud sect patriarch fled, a crimson streak tearing through space. You stay away from me. Hua Qingyun's brows twitched slightly. Unforgivable. Without hesitation, he unleashed a strike aimed straight at the fleeing patriarch. Qingyun Mystic Sword. The demon cloud sect patriarch's eyes widened in terror. No, he screamed. His cry was cut short. In the next instant, his figure collapsed, unable to resist. As the sun emerged from behind the clouds, its golden light marked the end of the battle. Hua Qingyun stood high above, gazing down at the battlefield with an indifferent expression. His long lashes fluttered slightly, his deep blue eyes locking onto the fallen weapon of the demon cloud sect patriarch. Now embedded in the ground, beyond the mountains and across the vast ocean, furious waves crashed against jagged cliffs, their relentless roar echoing through the air. Hua Qingyun hovered amidst the stormy winds, his presence unshaken. Below him, anxious voices called out, Taoist Yu, is your senior brother Hua truly just at the Spirit Palace realm? Yu Jianxin, along with Feng Ni and Xian, stood frozen, their minds struggling to comprehend the overwhelming scene before them. Xian, in particular, was drenched in cold sweat, her face tense with shock. The power of that sword strike, it could rival that of an Ascension Realm cultivator. There's no way he's not an elder of the Qingyun sword sect. They could hardly believe it. Tears welled in Yu Jianxin's eyes, part fear, part disbelief. A faint trace of blood trickled from the corner of her lips. So, senior brother Hua's cultivation had long surpassed every disciple of the Qingyun sword sect? The more she thought about it, the more a deep, unshakable sense of inferiority crept into her heart. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Compared to him, what was my title as the sect's senior disciple worth? Suddenly, a violent force surged toward them, snapping Yu Jianxin out of her thoughts. The three immediately leapt away, dodging the fierce spiritual energy that threatened to engulf them. This is bad, Xian gasped. The spiritual energy from the battle is too intense. The spirit-sealing heavenly formation is about to collapse. Facing Xian and Feng Ni, Yu Jianxin, though trembling all over, stood firm. She pressed a hand against her chest and spoke with unwavering determination. Taoist Yun, Taoist Feng, hurry and evacuate the villagers. I'll stay behind to hold the barrier. Before she could finish speaking, waves of energy wrapped around her, binding her tightly. Pain tore through her body as blood trickled from her lips. She gritted her teeth, enduring the agony as she worked to mend the cracks in the protective formation. At the very least, I must ensure the villagers' safety. A gentle hand suddenly reached out, helping Yu Jianxin gradually mend the boundary. She was stunned and instinctively nodded. The moment she turned her head, she realized that Hua Qingyun was already beside her, reinforcing her strength. With his support, the shattered boundary was successfully restored. The onlookers below were equally anxious. their eyes fixed on the entire process as the four people worked together. Hua Qingyun curled his lips into a slight smile and said, "All right, you can withdraw the formation now." Yu Jianxin, like a child eagerly waiting for their mother to return home, exclaimed excitedly. Senior brother Hua, the surroundings, once turbulent, returned to their original tranquility. The four of them descended silently to the ground, met with the gratitude of fellow cultivators. Hands clasped in solemn prayer, they bowed deeply. "Thank you, immortal master." While Xian and Feng Ni humbly responded, "There's no need to be so formal." Yu Jianxin suddenly whispered to Hua Qingyun from behind. Her bright eyes shimmered with grievance as if she had endured much injustice. "Senior brother, you're so powerful. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" One would have expected Hua Qingyun to patiently explain. But instead, he simply scratched his head awkwardly, his round eyes feigning ignorance. Yu Jianxin was in disbelief. "Junior sister, what are you talking about?" he asked calmly. "I was only able to defeat that demon elder because of the sword talisman our master gave me." His words shocked the three of them. They exclaimed in unison, "Huh?" Yu Jianxin hesitated. "So, that last sword strike wasn't yours?" Hua Qingyun sighed in regret, clenching his fists tightly. "Of course not. I've only reached the 6th stage of the spiritual palace realm. How could I possibly have that kind of power?" Lowering his voice, he continued, "If it weren't for you three risking your lives to hold out, I wouldn't have had enough time to activate the sword talisman our master gave me." The three of them stood frozen in confusion, staring at him as he grinned and recounted the events. Meanwhile, Mo Zan had already been weakened by the battle, making it easy for the sword talisman to strike him down. Hua Qingyun spoke with gleaming eyes. "I was just lucky enough to benefit from the situation." Yu Jianxin stroked her chin, carefully recalling every detail of the battle. "Something felt off, but you managed to dodge all of the demon sect elder's attacks." The sword sect elder folded his arms and eyed Hua Qingyun suspiciously. Under their scrutinizing gazes, he could only give a sheepish smile and scratch his head awkwardly. "Well, actually, my main cultivation focus has always been on evasion techniques and movement skills," he finally admitted. "That's why I could dodge so easily." Hua Qingyun extended his hand toward Yu Jianxin with a gentle smile. "Junior sister, you already know that my master, the sect leader, is the #1 expert in evasion techniques within our sect." However, Yu Jianxin refused to let him off easily. She pressed further, her voice filled with urgency. "Then what about the celestial array seal just now? Fixing an entire formation like that isn't something a cultivator at the spiritual palace realm can do." Seeing no other way out, Hua Qingyun sighed and reached into his robe, pulling out a gleaming jade artifact. "Of course, I used this." The three of them widened their eyes in shock. "The spirit-storing jade?" The spirit-storing jade was a rare artifact capable of storing spiritual energy and mobilizing spirit stones at any time. Due to its high cost and single-use nature, it was rarely used. Yu Jianxin cautiously examined the jade in Hua Qingyun's hand. Deep in thought, senior brother Hua's explanation is flawless, she admitted to herself. But my instincts tell me something isn't right. A strange unease crept over her. Absent-mindedly, she touched the corner of her lips, still stained with blood. Yet, every subtle movement of hers had already been noticed by Hua Qingyun from the very beginning. With a soft sigh, he reached out and gently patted her head, his voice soothing. "Junior sister, stop overthinking. If I were truly that powerful, do you think our master and the sect leader wouldn't have noticed? You, not me, are the top disciple of Qingyun sword sect. That's an undeniable fact." The warmth of his touch sent a rush of emotions surging through Yu Jianxin. Her face flushed a deep red, her mind spinning in a daze. "Senior brother Hua," she mumbled before suddenly covering her face in embarrassment. "You're doing it again." Before Hua Qingyun could respond, Xian abruptly cut in, his voice filled with concern. "Right, fellow Taoist Hua, the crimson demon spear, look." Before them, the sinister image of a spear shrouded in dark energy glowed ominously. It was surrounded by an aura of spiritual energy, holding it firmly in place. Hua Qingyun spoke calmly. "The demonic energy within that weapon is still raging. It's untouchable for now, but I've already set up a formation to suppress it." Not wasting any more time, the four of them quickly moved toward the site where the weapon was sealed. Standing high in the sky, Hua Qingyun gazed down with an air of confidence, his hands clasped behind his back. The demon sect has grown too arrogant, he murmured. I never expected them to start reforging the Crimson Demon Urn. Yu Jianqin quickly voiced her concern. We need to report the demon sect's plan to the other sects as soon as possible so they can prepare in advance. Hua Qingyun nodded without hesitation. Agreed. I'll bring this demon embryo back to the sect first. However, just as the two of them moved closer, a massive explosion suddenly erupted, shaking the entire forest. What? Leaves fluttered down in the aftermath of the blast, drifting toward the ominous demonic spear. The moment they touched its sharp surface, an intense flame erupted, burning them into ashes instantly. Yu Jianqin's face turned pale. She turned to Hua Qingyun and shouted, "This is bad. Someone is trying to take the demon embryo." The flames intensified, growing stronger with each passing second. They swirled into a crimson vortex, forming a raging inferno. Without wasting a moment, Hua Qingyun activated a suppression technique to contain the fire. But as soon as his spiritual energy passed through the flames, it was violently repelled. The scorching embers left behind only a barren patch of land and charred remnants of wood. The demonic spear was gone. Xian's voice trembled with urgency. This is bad. It looks like a top expert from the demon sect has taken the demon embryo. Feng Ni added, that makes sense. A demon embryo that took an elder half a lifetime to refine. There's no way they wouldn't have prepared a backup plan. Yu Jianqin turned her back to Hua Qingyun, her hands on her hips, frustration evident in her voice. What a shame. The three of us are completely drained of spiritual energy. We can't pursue them right now. Hua Qingyun clenched his fists, frustration boiling inside him. I held back my power earlier to avoid letting my junior sister notice. And because of that, I failed to stop the demon embryo from being taken. Crossing his arms, he fell into deep thought. But still, with that last strike and my ceiling formation in place, the demon embryo shouldn't have been so easily taken, right? Meanwhile, in the demon sect's hidden lair, deep inside a cavern lit by flickering candles, Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch knelt before an altar. Thick waves of demonic energy, a mix of crimson and black, flowed toward him like iron shavings drawn to a magnet. One by one, the tendrils of energy plunged into his body. He exhaled deeply, satisfaction evident in his expression. His eyes, half-lidded, gazed at the ceiling, recalling his encounter with Hua Qingyun. The next time I face that disciple from Qingyun Sword Sect. His face contorted in rage, his voice rising into a furious roar. I will tear him into 100 pieces. Suddenly, a shadow emerged behind him. Huh? Before he could react, an imposing figure loomed over him, radiating an overwhelming aura of crimson demonic energy. Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch stiffened. Without hesitation, he threw himself to the ground, bowing deeply. I pay my respects to you, my lord. Facing the Demon King himself, he dared not make a sound. The towering figure regarded him coldly. So, you've finally finished refining your physical body. The Demon King's voice echoed through the dimly lit cavern. If it weren't for my help in reconstructing your physical body, you wouldn't have been able to refine yourself again from the start. Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch, still kneeling, nodded respectfully. You are right, my lord. The Demon King's next words, however, struck him like a bolt of lightning. Mo Zan is dead. His eyes widened in disbelief. What? The Demon King continued. Before his death, he managed to complete the grand blood condensation array, creating the demon embryo. However, when I summoned it, an external force interfered, causing the demon embryo to fall. Despite the shock, Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch kept his head bowed. To him, the Demon King was the most supreme existence in this world. But now, his mind raced. Who could possibly have the power to seize the demon embryo from my lord? With a flick of his hand, the Demon King summoned 3 artifacts, which floated into the hands of Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch. The demon embryo has fallen into Qingyun Sect's hands. Retrieve it immediately. These 3 treasures will assist you. Before leaving, the Demon King cast him a chilling warning. You failed to secure the Blood Soul Pearl last time. If you fail again, his voice darkened. You already know the consequences. Xie Yun trembled slightly but quickly steadied himself. Yes, my lord, I will complete this mission and retrieve the demon embryo. Elsewhere, with their task completed, Xian and Feng Ni wasted no time leaving. Feng Ni waved goodbye to Hua Qingyun and Yu Jianqin. Fellow Taoist Hua, Taoist Yu, fate will surely bring us together again. Yu Jianxin nodded with a gentle smile. Take care on your journey. The two figures disappeared into the vast mountain ranges, the towering peaks shrouding their path. Breaking the silence, Feng Ni lowered his voice. Xian, have you noticed something? His words made Xian instinctively turn his head, his attention fully captured. I never expected the Demon Cloud sect to be scheming to forge another demonic weapon. Feng Ni muttered, his gaze darkened with concern. Compared to things beyond our realm of power, this is. His eyes reflected deep unease. You're thinking about fellow Taoist Hua, aren't you? Xian frowned. What about him? Feng Ni responded slowly, as if piecing together a puzzle. Xian, don't you find it odd? This entire situation has unfolded exactly as Hua Qingyun anticipated. He recalled every moment carefully, the strange sense of foresight, the green pill they had taken, the meticulous instructions Hua Qingyun had given them before leaving the inn. Remember when he insisted we take an anti-toxin pill before entering the forest? A new image surfaced in Feng Ni's mind, one of war, devastation, and choking smoke. Amidst the chaos, a giant stone statue crumbled, shattering into countless fragments on the cold ground. And then, during the battle, he murmured, his voice trailing off, that bloodied head suddenly appeared. Returning to reality, he recalled the moments earlier when it was none other than Hua Qingyun who had stepped in to help, saving everyone from imminent danger. In the end, when the demon embryo was finally refined, it was also the moment when they nearly fell into despair. Just then, Hua Qingyun had intervened in time to rescue them. If even a single step had been missing, they all might have been sacrificed to the blood-refining grand formation. Xian, piecing together the fragments of the story, was completely convinced. She absent-mindedly placed her hand on her chin and murmured, hearing you say that, it does seem true. Feng Ni did not stop there and continued speaking. That's not all. Do you remember when we drank that invisible poison-repelling pill? An image of half of Feng Ni stood frozen, while deep within his heart, a powerful spiritual energy surged violently, forming an endless vortex. He seemed to be reliving that very sensation, beads of sweat dripping down as he tensed up. After drinking it, I used my internal sight technique to examine my body and discovered something unusual. It seemed as if an invisible sword aura was raging inside me. Feng Ni suddenly became agitated and exclaimed, I fear what we drank wasn't an ordinary elixir but rather a sword pill infused with sword energy. The reason we weren't poisoned boils down to one thing. The sword energy within that pill expelled all the toxins from our bodies. Xian was stunned, unable to believe her own ears. How is that even possible? Feng Ni, delighted by his own conclusion, explained, only someone who has reached an extraordinary level in the way of the sword could achieve this. Xian scratched her head, clearly struggling to understand. Hua Qingyun is undoubtedly powerful. Why, then, does he go to such lengths to conceal his strength? Feng Ni playfully teased. A towering tree attracts the strongest winds. I suspect he might actually be the secret weapon nurtured by Qingyun's sword sect. Xian hesitated before asking, then, should we report this to the sect? A brief silence filled the air as the two exchanged glances. Then, Feng Ni suddenly spoke up. Since Hua Qingyun doesn't want to reveal his strength, we shouldn't make a big deal out of it either. After all, he's our savior, and we should respect his decision. Feeling rather excited, he added, that said, having a peerless genius like him in Qingyun's sword sect makes the upcoming Heavenly Pride gathering next month all the more exciting. Just then, out of nowhere, a pigeon flew in, scattering feathers in its wake. Nearby, Yu Jianxin held an oval-shaped jade communication device, engraved with a Chinese character. She respectfully responded to the voice from within. Understood. Senior brother and I will return to the sect immediately. The disciple of the sword sect turned and called out to Hua Qingyun. Senior brother, the sect master has ordered us to return to the sect immediately. Hua Qingyun nodded slightly. I heard. A faint, enigmatic smile tugged at his lips, his words carrying a subtle hint of praise. Those two siblings were quite intelligent. Yu Jianxin, confused, asked, what do you mean by intelligent? Hua Qingyun feigned innocence, brushing off the question with a casual wave. Nothing, let's go. The two of them soared through the sky, swiftly passing over jagged rock formations. Behind them, Hua Qingyun discreetly withdrew the lingering spiritual energy, condensing it into tiny shards of crystal. He thought to himself, if things have come to this, then the sword energy should disappear as well. If the sect master of the opposing side were to detect it, that would be a major problem. Suddenly, Yu Jianxin spoke up. Senior brother Hua Qingyun turned his head calmly. Locking eyes with him, Yu Jianxin asked seriously, "Tell me the truth. Are you really not hiding your true strength?" Hua Qingyun smirked teasingly. "Why would I lie to you? I'm just a nobody at the 6th layer of the Spirit Palace realm. There's no way I could compare to a genius like you." Yu Jianxin remained silent, staring at him. Then, without warning, she launched a direct attack at Hua Qingyun. A sharp sword strike cut through the air between them, her grip tightening around the hilt as she glared at him with unwavering determination. Hua Qingyun was taken aback. "Junior sister." The resolve in Yu Jianxin's eyes deepened. Without hesitation, she executed a precise sword technique, slicing through Hua Qingyun's outer robe. The movement was so fast that he had no time to react. As the tattered fabric fell away, something unexpected was revealed, a mysterious pink notebook. Hua Qingyun's face instantly turned pale. As the notebook tumbled downward, he instinctively reached for it. But Yu Jianxin was quicker. She intercepted his movement and swiftly snatched it into her grasp. Triumphantly holding the notebook, she assumed it contained the secret to his immense strength. However, as she opened it, she was met with an entirely different sight, an illustration of a seductive woman winking flirtatiously. Dressed in an overly revealing outfit, dyed entirely in shades of green. Surrounding her were vivid red roses and sweet little heart symbols. To make matters worse, written on the page in elegant script were the words, "The unspoken path of cultivation between me and my junior sister." Yu Jianxin froze. Her face turned bright red, heat rushing through her entire body as embarrassment overwhelmed her. Her eyes spun in a frenzy, completely at a loss for what to do next. Hua Qingyun hastily snatched back the notebook, flustered as he tried to explain. "Let me explain first, junior sister. This is just a widely sought-after mortal book. It's called a novel." In that moment, the image of Hua Qingyun in Yu Jianxin's mind shattered into pieces. Her eyes welled up slightly with disappointment and fear. "Senior brother, I never thought you would." Hua Qingyun quickly flipped through a few pages, desperately trying to prove his point. Embarrassed, he said, "The cover illustration is just to attract readers. The actual content is about heroic and righteous adventures." However, as fate would have it, he stopped at a page featuring yet another stunning beauty. This time, she was even more revealing, lounging seductively on a chair with alluring eyes gazing straight at the viewer. Hua Qingyun's expression twisted in shock. "It's not what you think." Yu Jianxin, overwhelmed, panicked and tried to flee. Her face flushed a deep red. She stammered, "Senior brother, you." Seeing no other choice, Hua Qingyun hurried after her, determined to clarify. "It's a misunderstanding, junior sister. This is called an illustration. It's just to attract readers. Nothing more." He continued nervously. "This book is about a protagonist from a sect who goes on many adventures with his junior sister. It's a proper and thrilling story, widely popular among both mortals and cultivators. A new volume is released every 3 months." Hua Qingyun's confidence returned as he flashed a dazzling smile. "Especially the limited edition versions with illustrations like this. They're so rare that people line up overnight just to buy them." Yu Jianxin finally realized her misunderstanding. Flustered, she quickly apologized. "So that's how it is. I'm sorry, senior brother. I'll compensate you for your torn robes." A thought crossed her mind. Senior brother Hua hadn't even tried to dodge her attack earlier. His clothes were slashed to shreds. Could it be that he truly wasn't hiding his strength? Softly, she reminded him, "Senior brother Hua, I think you should cut back on reading these kinds of books. Novels like this are actually banned in Qingyun sword sect." She worriedly added, "According to the sect master, this is considered indulgent behavior. Your talent is remarkable, so you should focus more on cultivation." Unexpectedly, Hua Qingyun obediently nodded without a single word of protest. Yes, junior sister's guidance is absolutely right." Yu Jianxin turned away. "All right, senior brother, let's continue our journey." Hua Qingyun forced an awkward smile. "Of course, I'll be right there." He let out a deep breath, thinking to himself, "After that little test, she probably won't suspect me anymore." But just as he was about to move, a powerful surge of spiritual energy shot toward him from afar, aimed directly at the notebook in his hands. Hua Qingyun didn't have time to think. He immediately struck out to block the incoming spiritual energy. With a swift motion, he deflected it far away. A massive explosion erupted in the sky, witnessed by both of them. His hands trembled slightly as he stared at the large rock formation before him, split cleanly in half in an instant by his own force. At that moment, he knew for sure, he had fallen into Yu Jianxin's trap. He gulped nervously and asked, "Junior sister, can you pretend you didn't see that?" Yu Jianxin calmly assessed the situation. "Senior brother, my sword strike just now. Even someone at the 7th layer of the Imperial Palace realm wouldn't dare block it with their bare hands, let alone knock it away with a single palm." Meanwhile, Hua Qingyun stealthily tucked the notebook back into his robe. Feeling utterly defeated, "I got played by my junior sister." Scratching his head, he sighed and finally admitted, all right, I might have hidden my cultivation just a tiny bit." Yu Jianxin's eyes lit up as she rushed over excitedly. "Senior brother, tell me the truth. Are you actually stronger than me in swordsmanship?" Hua Qingyun hesitated, then awkwardly replied, Probably just a little bit stronger?" Yu Jianxin beamed mischievously. "That's great. Then if I keep your secret, can you promise me something in return?" Hua Qingyun felt a bit uneasy but still indulged her. "What is it, junior sister?" Seeing that he was willing to listen, Yu Jianxin clasped her hands together and earnestly pleaded, "Teach me swordsmanship." Hua Qingyun's face twisted into a complicated expression. Stroking his chin, he fell deep into thought. "I originally planned to finish this mission and then take it easy for 3 days under junior sister's protection." But Yu Jianxin, looking like an eager little puppy, gazed at him with eyes full of expectation. "Senior brother, have you decided yet?" Hua Qingyun sighed inwardly. "Why do I feel like I've suffered a huge loss here?" With no other choice, he let out a small cough and reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I'll teach you." But before he could say more, Yu Jianxin interrupted enthusiastically, declaring, "Don't worry, senior brother, I promise to keep my mouth shut." Having secured her wish, she happily leapt into the air, soaring toward the sky. With a playful wink, she called out, "Senior brother, let's head back now." Meanwhile, Hua Qingyun remained standing there, too troubled to speak. "Sect master, just look at what you've done to me. I'm doomed." Upon returning to Qingyun's sword sect, the two of them walked in sync through the main hall. The tranquil atmosphere of the sect surrounded them, simple, serene, and untouched by the outside world. A gentle breeze passed by, rustling through the green leaves, sending them drifting lazily through the air. Hua Qingyun crossed his arms over his chest, his expression dark and unreadable. He remained silent, not uttering a single word. Meanwhile, Yu Jianxin stepped forward with a respectful bow. "Greetings, sect master, hall master, and esteemed elders." Everyone in the sect turned their heads in surprise. One of the senior elders spoke up. "Jianxin, have you achieved another great merit?" He slowly approached Yu Jianxin, his voice filled with concern. "You've worked hard. Are you injured anywhere?" In contrast, Hua Qingyun seemed somewhat uneasy, as if he wanted to distance himself from the crowd. He averted his gaze and greeted indifferently. "Greetings, sect master, esteemed elders, and hall master." As expected, the moment he finished speaking, he was met with scornful looks from the surrounding disciples. The same elder who had praised Yu Jianxin now reprimanded him harshly. "Hua Qingyun, this time, you didn't cause trouble for junior sister Yu, did you? If Jianxin was injured while protecting you, do you even realize the consequences? As a core disciple, you were assigned a mission alongside the top disciple of our sect. Did you at least learn from Jianxin's diligence?" Hua Qingyun suppressed the frustration brewing inside him. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. These people are too biased. He thought, if it weren't for me, their so-called top disciple would have been captured and refined into someone else's cultivation resource. Suddenly, the figure seated above them, Elder Wen Jian, stood up abruptly. His voice rang out, firm and authoritative. "Enough. Stop with the accusations. If not for Qingyun activating the sword talisman in time, killing the demonic sect's elder would have been far more difficult." Hua Qingyun casually stood back, watching the people who had just scolded him now falling silent under the hall master's authority. Smugly, he thought, it seems giving the sect master all that fine tea wasn't a waste after all. However, someone in the crowd was still dissatisfied. That sword talisman was bestowed by Hall Master Gu. He merely activated it, nothing more. Another disciple nodded in agreement. Exactly. This time, the greatest merit belongs to Hall Master Gu. Hall Master Gu, a man with long silver-gray hair and piercing emerald eyes, spoke with a cold, imposing tone. Since he is my disciple, gifting him a sword talisman for protection is only natural. Hearing this, the two dissenters dared not argue further. Instead, they forced out awkward compliments. We didn't expect Hall Master Gu's swordsmanship to have improved even further. Indeed, just the power of the sword talisman alone was enough to eliminate a demonic sect elder. Someone who wielded a devil embryo in their grasp. Hall Master Gu, however, seemed perplexed. He furrowed his brows in thought. I clearly remember giving Qingyun a protective sword talisman with only the strength of the first layer of the purple talisman realm. But it's rumored that Mo Zan, the demonic sect's elder, was at the 5th layer, and he even controlled a devil embryo. Could I have accidentally given him the wrong talisman? Seeing Hall Master Gu lost in thought, Hua Qingyun instinctively shrank back, trying to hide himself within the crowd. He discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead, doing his best to conceal his nervous expression. Elder Wen Jian forcefully declared before everyone, "The reason I have gathered you all here today is that both the blood essence pearl and the devil embryo have now surfaced. I fear that the Thuong realm is on the brink of disaster." He then turned to Yu Jianxin and spoke calmly. "Jianxin, explain in detail what happened after you encountered the demonic sect elder so that the other elders here may understand. This intelligence is crucial for both our sect and the alliance." Yu Jianxin responded firmly, "Yes, elder. From the golden hues of sunset to the deep darkness of night." The meeting among the sect elders finally came to an end. Hua Qingyun stretched his arms as he walked out. Exhausted. Finally, it's over, he thought to himself, feeling as if a burden had been lifted. Once I wake up tomorrow, I'll be free. I need to plan my 3-day break properly. Just as he was lost in the joy of his thoughts, a sweet voice shattered his moment of peace. "Senior brother," Yu Jianxin called out excitedly. "You promised to teach me sword techniques." Hua Qingyun pretended not to hear. He froze for a moment before quickly waving his hand. "I've got things to do for the next 2 days. Let's do it some other time." But Yu Jianxin was relentless. "Having such a skilled senior brother to guide me, I can't wait even a moment longer." Hua Qingyun sighed, feigning exhaustion. "Junior sister, we just returned from a mission. We're both exhausted. You should at least let me rest before I can teach you." Hearing this, Yu Jianxin's eyes welled up with tears, her voice turning pitiful and soft. "Senior brother, you rested at the inn all night while I was the one fighting. I didn't even complain about being tired. So why are you?" Hua Qingyun snapped back irritably. "What are you saying? I was the one who worked the hardest." Yu Jianxin's face darkened. She wiped away her tears and suddenly grabbed Hua Qingyun by the collar, shaking him furiously. "If you don't teach me, I'll tell everyone about our relationship." Panic-stricken, Hua Qingyun frantically looked around to see if anyone was nearby. Lowering his voice, he hissed, "Are you crazy? This is right outside the main hall. Don't say such nonsense. What relationship do we even have?" Yet, Yu Jianxin refused to let go. She continued clinging to his robes, crying out dramatically, "I don't care. You broke your promise. You're a liar." Not wanting to deal with her tantrum any longer, Hua Qingyun sighed in defeat. "Fine, come to my residence tonight, and I'll teach you." He placed a finger on her forehead, gently pushing her back to maintain some distance. With a helpless expression, he added, "But once you've learned it, you're not allowed to bother me anymore." Beaming with joy, Yu Jianxin nodded enthusiastically. Okay. Hua Qingyun sighed and reminded Yu Jianxin, "Make sure to avoid prying eyes. If anyone sees you coming to my place, by tomorrow, I'll be torn apart by our fellow disciples and elders and strung up on the ceiling." Yu Jianxin cheered excitedly. "No problem, we won't part until we meet." That night, a lone figure sat at a tea table in the vast courtyard of a traditional 4-sided residence. The surrounding mountains and forests were enveloped in a dense mist, shrouding the scene in an ethereal silence. Right on time, Yu Jianxin landed before Hua Qingyun. "Senior brother," she called out. But his face was unusually grim. He didn't seem particularly pleased. "You're here," he said coldly. Puzzled, Yu Jianxin tilted her head. "Why do you look so serious? Could it be that teaching me sword techniques matters that much to you?" Hua Qingyun's voice carried a hint of mystery. "I just found out something very important." Curious, Yu Jianxin leaned in. "What is it?" With an expression of deep grievance. Hua Qingyun declared. The new limited edition release is coming out the day after tomorrow. He started pacing back and forth, restless and distressed, even muttering to himself, "It's all because of that demonic sect elder destroying Tanhu City. Now the release location has been moved all the way to Vantam City. If I want to get the special edition with the illustrated insert, I'll have to line up overnight." Yu Jianxin's face darkened instantly. "You've been acting all tense for half the night. And it turns out this is what you're worried about." Hua Qingyun cleared his throat and admitted honestly. "That's why I have to leave for Vantam City tomorrow. So, for tonight's lesson, I'll only demonstrate once, okay?" Immediately, Yu Jianxin straightened her posture. "Understood, senior brother." Hua Qingyun extended his hand with an air of confidence. "Good, now, attack me with everything you've got." Yu Jianxin hesitated and took a small step back. "If I go all out, I'm afraid your house might." Before she could finish, Hua Qingyun activated his sword stance and provoked her. "Just do it, you're still not strong enough to destroy my house." Feeling challenge, Yu Jianxin smirked mischievously. Her hand tightened around her sword, spiritual energy swirling violently around it. Her gaze turned sharp as she locked onto her target, Hua Qingyun. "Alright then, senior brother, be careful," she warned, the moment she lifted her sword. Its spiritual energy erupted like razor-sharp claws, lunging toward her opponent. 9 heavens strike. As she closed in, Hua Qingyun raised a single hand and countered effortlessly. With a swift motion, he neutralized the entire force of her attack. "Impressive sword," he murmured, as a mere flick of his finger sent the unleashed spiritual energy scattering into the air. Yu Jianxin was stunned, unable to utter a word. She stood motionless, watching him remain unharmed. On the contrary, he even controlled her 9 stars technique, directing it toward the sky. The spiritual energy soared under the full moon's radiant glow, forming a wild vortex, leaving her in shock. Hua Qingyun turned his head gently, calmly watching the energy gradually dissipate into mist before vanishing into the air. Jianxin gasped, unable to believe that her entire attack had now turned into nothing but lingering smoke around her. Overwhelmed, she fell to her knees, trembling as she admitted defeat before Hua Qingyun. "I lost," she murmured. He comforted her in a gentle voice. "Junior sister, nothing in this world is perfect, not even swordsmanship." With patience, he explained her failure. "I merely found a flaw in your technique and used my spiritual energy to break through it." His serious gaze met hers, warm yet encouraging. "As long as you continue refining your swordsmanship and cultivate to the highest level." Under the night sky, adorned with countless stars and a radiant moon, Hua Qingyun smiled. "When that time comes, even with just a single blade of grass, you will be able to touch the moon and stars." Yu Jianxin was taken aback. She clenched her teeth slightly, unwilling to fully accept defeat. "I have been part of the Qingyun sword sect for over 20 years, dedicating myself to rigorous training and comprehending the way of the sword." Though she had risen to the position of the senior disciple, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. But to reach the realm where a mere blade of grass could cut through the moon and stars, I can't even imagine it. Suddenly, Hua Qingyun stomped lightly on the ground and called to her in a soft voice. "Watch closely, junior sister." He tossed a small stone into the air and, in an instant, unleashed a series of powerful sword strikes upon it. What was once an ordinary stone now emanated spiritual energy and mystical power. Holding it up for Yu Jianxin to see, he said, "Study the sword marks on this stone carefully. They will help elevate your swordsmanship." With that, he flicked the stone toward her. Still sitting on the ground, Yu Jianxin's hands trembled as she caught it, discovering a single, clearly inscribed Chinese character on its surface. Hua Qingyun gave her a secretive wink. "Remember, do not let anyone else see this stone." Hugging the stone tightly, Yu Jianxin beamed with joy. "Understood." Before he could say another word, she leapt into the sky, her laughter filled with excitement. "Thank you, senior brother. I will return to train immediately." In an instant, she vanished, shimmering like a distant star. Hua Qingyun scratched his head helplessly. Lost in thought, training through the night again? He sighed, worried. "Junior sister, if you push yourself too hard, be careful not to exhaust yourself." In the early morning, Hua Qingyun's Seheyuan courtyard appeared tranquil, shrouded in a thin mist. Nestled within a lush forest, towering ancient trees cast their shade over the open ground, leading to a range of towering mountains that stood tall, blocking the vast blue sky and drifting white clouds. Hua Qingyun gently brushed his fingers over the black ink characters on the paper before him. Excitement flashing in his eyes. Time to set off for Yunxin City, he announced eagerly. Just then, an unusual sound caught his attention. He turned around, his expression puzzled. A streak of light, resembling a shooting star, pierced across the sky. Hua Qingyun was slightly astonished when he recognized the figure. It was none other than his master. He thought to himself, is master heading out as well today? Elder Guo darted through the sky like an arrow, his face suddenly darkening as if he sensed a lurking danger chasing him. He abruptly came to a halt, standing calmly as he confronted the shadowy pursuer. You've been following me for quite a while, he said indifferently. Aren't you tired, demon? The figure before him was cloaked in a crimson aura, his entire being exuding an ominous, malevolent presence. The demon let out a mocking laugh, his voice laced with derision. I was merely curious. Does Elder Guo's speed truly live up to the legends? The sinister aura dissipated momentarily, revealing a face riddled with deep, twisted scars. He sneered openly, but it seems that's all there is to it. Elder Guo narrowed his eyes, recognizing him at once. Hang Ba, sect master of the Demon Cloud sect. Standing with his hands calmly clasped behind his back, Elder Guo feigned curiosity. How did you know I would be here? Half jesting, Hang Ba replied. Who knows? Perhaps someone told me. Suspicion flashed in Elder Guo's gaze. He asked bluntly, so there's a traitor within the Qingyun sword sect? What exactly are you demon cultivators plotting? Hang Ba smirked, deliberately provoking him. Our goals have never changed. Elder Guo, why stall for time? His eyes gleamed with deceitful intent. Ever since you noticed me, you've been secretly gathering sword formations. By now, I assume you've built up quite the arsenal? Without hesitation, Elder Guo unsheathed his sword and took a battle stance. It seems Sect Master Hang is quite confident. Hang Ba chuckled and ascended into the air. Floating effortlessly, he began casting sword techniques, creating spiraling formations of spiritual energy. But that confidence of yours, his voice turned cold. It will lead you straight into the abyss of death. Hang Ba stood tall and composed, awaiting the incoming spiritual energy attack. He showed no intention of backing down and raised his hand to counterstrike. If that day ever comes, he sneered, I will gladly welcome it. But today is not that day. With a fierce roar, he clenched his fist, gathering an overwhelming surge of demonic energy. Let's see if the sword formations you spent half the day accumulating can withstand a single punch from me. Meanwhile, in the dreamy, picturesque Yunxin City at the foot of the mountain, Hua Qingyun had finally arrived after a long journey. Breathing a sigh of relief, he smiled. At last, I've made it to Yunxin City. Now, where is the novel release event being held? Just as he was about to proceed, a sudden chill ran down his spine. A sense of unease washed over him, and he instinctively knew something was wrong. His suspicion was soon confirmed. It was related to his master. The jade pendant in Elder Guo's hand had shattered. The meaning was clear. He was in grave danger. Hua Qingyun's expression darkened. Has Master's sword energy been activated? His breathing grew heavy with worry. Master is at the one-step ascension realm and a master of earth evasion techniques. How could he possibly be in danger? His heart pounded. No, this is bad. That means the enemy must be at least at the four-step ascension realm. Back at the battlefield, the fight between Hang Ba and Elder Guo had reached its devastating conclusion. The aftermath was nothing but scorched earth and shattered stones. The powerful demonic aura had completely suppressed the lingering spiritual energy in the air. Hang Ba now held Elder Guo by the throat. Victory was his. The elder coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body covered in wounds. Limp and powerless in Hang Ba's grasp, he could barely move. Hang Ba tightened his grip with a triumphant smirk. So, this was your so-called protective treasure? He sneered at the shattered green jade pendant in his hand. I'm actually surprised. That sword energy barrier inside managed to take one of my punches for you. Not bad at all. Elder Guo's vision blurred. With the last shred of his consciousness, he gasped for breath, his thoughts racing. This was the jade pendant Qingyun gave me. A memory surfaced, when Hua Qingyun had handed him the pendant in the past. At that time, Elder Guo had looked at him curiously and asked, Qingyun, what is this? Hua Qingyun had merely smiled and replied casually, Master, this is just a small token of gratitude for all your guidance. Before leaving, he had turned back with a knowing smile, as if he had foreseen everything that was happening now. A token of my appreciation, he had said. Returning to the present, Hang Ba gathered his remaining demonic energy, preparing to strike the final blow on Elder Guo. Knowing victory was already in his grasp, he sneered arrogantly, "This time, I won't miss. Now, die." Meanwhile, Hua Qingyun pressed 2 fingers against his chest, where a single Chinese character was inscribed, "Release." "This should be enough power," he murmured. Taking a deep breath, he furrowed his brows, concentrating all his spiritual energy to track his master's location through the shattered jade pendant. Amidst the clear sky, Hua Qingyun stood firm, exuding a forceful aura. Like a human radar, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, scanning every corner of the land. In mere seconds, he pinpointed Hang Ba's exact location. Without hesitation, Hua Qingyun activated Qingyun sword technique, summoning a massive torrent of spiritual energy from the sky. A devastating force rained down precisely where Hang Ba stood. What? Hang Ba barely had time to react before the sheer destructive force struck. The ground trembled violently, the impact shaking the very earth. The once unscathed demon cultivator was now battered and bloodied. Barely able to stand, clutching his injured arm, he coughed and gasped for breath. This sword technique, could it be from Elder Wen, the sect master of Qingyun Sword Sect? He spread his fingers, revealing a torn talisman marked with several parallel curves. By the time he realized what had happened, Elder Guo had already vanished. Hang Ba's bloodshot eyes flared with rage. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with venomous resentment. "Next time we meet, I will kill you." Meanwhile, in Yunxin City, the sheer force of Hua Qingyun's attack had left a deep crater in the ground. He muttered to himself, "That should have hit, but it's still not over?" With caution, he withdrew his hands and contemplated. The enemy's strength, could it be beyond 4-step ascension realm? He frowned. What could the supreme masters of the demonic abyss sect possibly want with my master? With no time to waste, he took off again, relieved that Elder Guo had managed to escape. Still, unanswered questions lingered in his mind as he landed in a bustling marketplace. "I need to check on Master once I return to the sect," he thought. The lively crowd below soon caught his attention. A long queue stretched before him, filled with eager people. "Wait, what's going on?" He was puzzled. "There are this many people here?" A bookseller's voice rang out. "Next customer." Cheers erupted among those who had successfully purchased their books. "Yes, I got a copy." Hua Qingyun blinked in disbelief. "This is a book sale?" Sighing, he reluctantly joined the never-ending line. This will take forever." Despite the long line of people waiting to buy the book, the bookseller suddenly made an announcement. "This is the last copy." A wave of panic spread through the crowd. "What? It's sold out already?" Some people groaned in frustration, while others nearly broke into tears. "I waited in line all afternoon for this." Someone wailed. Another sighed and shook their head. "Let's go, there's no point staying." Hua Qingyun, however, was the lucky one who managed to purchase the final copy. As those behind him sighed in disappointment, he felt satisfied. Reaching out to take the book, he thought to himself, "Not bad, my luck is quite good today." Just as his fingers touched the book, another hand reached for it at the same time. He turned, slightly surprised. The owner of the other hand was a stunning young woman named Wei Qinvu. Both of them had their hands on the book, an intense tension sparking between them. With a sweet and endearing expression, Qinvu tried to persuade him. "Handsome Taoist friend, could you kindly let me have this last copy?" But Qingyun remained unfazed. Without hesitation, he firmly responded, "No." Seeing that persuasion didn't work, she quickly turned to the bookseller. "I'll pay double for it." The bookseller hesitated, visibly uncomfortable. Before he could answer, Qinvu smirked, changing her tone to one of defiance. "Tch, dream on. I wouldn't be so petty over a little money." Both of them raised their voices, each declaring, "I'm taking the book." The bookseller wiped his forehead, sweating nervously. He quickly intervened, not wanting the situation to escalate into a fight. "Dear cultivators, please, let's discuss this calmly. No need to resort to violence." Seeing their heated glares, he offered a suggestion. "Since there's only one book left, why don't you two figure out a fair way to decide who gets it?" Qinvu's eyes gleamed with interest at the idea. Resting her elbow on the table, she grinned. "If you're not willing to give it up," she said mischievously, "then let's settle this fairly." Qingyun raised an eyebrow. "Oh? And how exactly do you propose we do that? With a flick of her wrist, Qin Vu summoned spiritual energy constructs, shaped like rock, paper, and scissors, and said with confidence, "Rock, paper, scissors." Qingyun frowned. "That's pointless. I could just use my spiritual sense to predict your move." She smirked knowingly. These spiritual artifacts were crafted by the Divine Mechanism sect. They block all forms of spiritual sensing. The only way to play is with your eyes alone. To confirm her claim, Qingyun attempted to use his spiritual sense, but to his surprise, he couldn't perceive anything. So it really does block divine sense? He took the small constructs into his hand, examining them, realizing that there was no trick involved. He shrugged. "All right, no problem." Qin Vu proposed the rules. Best 2 out of 3 wins. "Fine," Qingyun agreed, thinking to himself, "Let's start with rock and test my luck." Qin Vu began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Both of them slammed their spiritual blocks onto the table. She beamed with excitement, while Qingyun looked slightly uneasy. "Fellow Taoists, could you help us flip the pieces over?" she asked the onlookers cheerfully. Both of them agreed, and when the pieces were flipped, Qingyun's showed rock, while Qin Vu's displayed paper. Their reactions couldn't have been more different. She cheered, jumping excitedly. "Looks like I won the first round." Qingyun, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Was this just bad luck? The spiritual block had never been tampered with, so was it really just misfortune? Without hesitation, he placed his piece back onto the table. Again, this time, he insisted on flipping the pieces himself. However, the outcome remained the same. Qin Vu won once again. Stunned, Qingyun was at a loss for words. Grinning, Qin Vu took the book and playfully teased. "Hee, looks like I win again. Seems like my luck is quite good." Qingyun stood there in disbelief, swaying slightly as if the loss had physically affected him. The booksellers, seeing his pale expression, grew concerned. "Taoist friend, are you all right? Do you need us to contact your sect to come get you?" "Wait, please don't pass out here. We need to pack up and go home soon." Meanwhile, Qin Vu waved cheerfully as she departed. "Farewell, Taoist friend." Qingyun sighed, disappointed over losing the limited edition novel he had wanted so badly. "I double-checked everything earlier. There were no gaps or flaws in the mechanism." Yet, despite all his effort, he had still lost. Nevertheless, he remained optimistic. "No use dwelling on it. Might as well take a stroll. Since I'm already here, I might as well enjoy my time. The tea reserves at the sect are almost finished. I should find some new tea leaves for the sect master." As nightfall blanketed the city, Qingyun wandered the rooftops, deep in thought. "I bought everything I need. Staying here any longer is pointless. Maybe I should just head straight home." Just as he was about to leave, a heated argument broke out nearby, grabbing his attention. A man's voice rang out, filled with frustration. She definitely cheated. Curious, Qingyun stopped and listened carefully. "What do you mean, cheated?" a woman's voice retorted sharply. "You all checked already, didn't you?" From his vantage point, Qingyun peered down to see 2 men and a woman. One of the men angrily demanded, "Then explain this. How do you win every single time?" "Return the spirit treasures and elixirs," he ordered. The woman, however, scoffed, unfazed. Can't I just be lucky?" The other man immediately interjected. "Lucky? You've won 20 times in a row. This definitely isn't just luck." Ra turned out to be none other than Wei Kuyanvu. She argued, saying that, where there is a cause, there will be divine intervention. As for the 2 of them, they must have committed many misdeeds. So the heavenly law descended to punish them. The 2 young men, Bok Nyan and Mak Van, grew furious. The heavenly law wouldn't do something so absurd. They retorted. However, she remained adamant in her denial. "Fellow Taoists, before we played rock paper scissors, we clearly agreed to follow the rules," she reminded them. As soon as she finished speaking, Kuyanvu suddenly turned and ran away. "Well then, the years ahead are long. See you again," she called out, leaving the 2 stunned. Mak Van quickly used his power to conjure fiery whirlwinds that merged into a giant hand, reaching out to seize Kuyanvu. "Stop, you can't leave," he commanded. Just as she was about to be caught, something caught her attention, and she suddenly realized something. Tam Trung Tu Fu Gun. She turned back and saw someone descending from the sky. Waving her hand frantically, she shouted, "Caca!" This startled the 2 brothers. "Huh?" Qingyun was slowly descending to the ground when Kuyanvu urgently called for his help. "Brother, get me out of here," she pleaded. Bog Nyan frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Despite Qingyun's furious and intimidating aura, she persisted in her act. "Caca, they want to do something improper to me. Don't spout nonsense." The two men protested in embarrassment. "When did we ever do anything improper to you?" But soon, they turned to Qingyun and interrogated him. "Are you her Dao companion? Or her senior brother?" Before they could finish their questions, Qingyun decisively rejected them. "Fellow Taoists, she and I are nothing more than strangers passing by. Please, continue whatever you were doing, I won't interfere." Kuyan Vu, drenched in sweat, desperately feigned innocence. "Brother, you're so heartless. Have you really forgotten our fateful encounter?" The more she spoke, the more irritated Qingyun became. "That was just a game of rock paper scissors. And I happened to lose to you." Hearing this, the two brothers finally realized the truth. "So, besides us, you've tricked many others too," Bog Nyan declared. "Today, we must teach you a lesson. Hand over everything you've swindled from us." Still seeking help, Kuyan Vu cried out, "Caca, help me." Standing behind her, Qingyun chuckled mischievously. "Fellow Taoists, please be a little rough with her. I'd also like to reclaim my novel." Sensing the situation turning against her, she quickly threatened him. "If you don't help me," she raised a book menacingly, "I'll tear this book apart right now." This threat immediately caught Qingyun's attention, but the two men were still seething with anger. "Enough nonsense," they snapped. "You refused the easy way. Now you'll face the hard way. Don't blame us for being merciless." They formed a giant clawed hand to attack Kuyan Vu. However, unexpectedly, another powerful force shattered their attack. Qingyun had stepped in to protect her. Mak Van was puzzled. "What, my divine ability was broken in an instant?" Meanwhile, Bog Nyan grew furious and questioned Qingyun. "Didn't you say you wouldn't interfere?" Qingyun sighed, clearly reluctant. "Apologies, the situation changed. Please, let this matter go, fellow Taoists." After rescuing her, he turned to her harshly. "Give me back my book." But instead of complying, she smirked and teased him. "Thank you, you naive fool." Realizing he had been tricked, he immediately tried to grab her, but she transformed into mist. "What?" He reached out, but his hands grasped nothing as the green mist drifted away. His anger flared as he let out a dry chuckle. Without hesitation, he teleported and chased after her. Though he had left, remnants of his aura still lingered in the air, unsettling the two brothers. They exchanged glances, astonished. "Which sect does this cultivator belong to? His aura is terrifying." After a brief moment of shock, they suddenly realized, "Wait, our treasures are still in that woman's hands." Without wasting another second, they rushed off to chase after her. Meanwhile, the green mist floated into a dense forest. Once there, Kuyan Vu returned to her human form. She grinned triumphantly. "Hee hee, good thing I've mastered the earth escape technique." Just as she was congratulating herself, a fierce gust of wind blew past, startling her. It was Qingyun. He had caught up with her at lightning speed and was now standing right in front of her. "You dared to trick me?" he demanded. Shocked, she screamed, "Ah!" But before she could react further, he struck a pressure point, sealing her spiritual energy. She trembled with rage. You sealed my powers?" she shouted. Ignoring her protests, he extended his hands, lifted her into his arms, and scowled. "Ha, you're quite something. Which sect do you belong to?" She panicked and struggled. "Let me go." He smirked menacingly, intending to scare her. "You're coming with me to see the city lord of Bantam City. You dare deceive others? According to the laws of the celestial sect, with your powers sealed, you'll be sentenced to cleaning pigsties for 7 days." The mere thought of it made her face turn pale. "You wouldn't dare," she shrieked, kicking her legs in protest. At that moment, Mak Van and Bok Nyan arrived. Witnessing the scene, they were at a complete loss for words. Standing there in stunned silence, the two of them refused to back down and continued arguing. Qingyun said, "If you want me to spare you, fine, but hand over the book." "You bastard," Qingwu fumed. "You have no sense of pity for women. You'll be single for life." Despite her anger, she pulled out the book from her robe and handed it to him. Then, she made a demand. "Now, undo the seal on my spiritual power." Having obtained what he wanted, he immediately broke the seal for her. Then, tossing a spirit stone into her hand, he said, "Take this spirit stone, consider it my payment for the book." She was unwilling to accept it, but before she could protest, he looked at her seriously and asked, "I'm really curious, how did you cheat in rock paper scissors?" Hearing this, Qingwu became indignant. "I did not cheat," she exclaimed. She was about to say more but suddenly fell silent, drawing everyone's attention. Then, with a casual tone, she admitted, "I just used a little magic." The two men, who had been waiting to refute her, were momentarily speechless. "That's obviously cheating." Still curious, Qingyun pressed on. "Oh, what kind of magic?" She pulled out a small wooden block shaped like a rock. However, when her fingers touched it, it instantly transformed into a pair of scissors. From a distance, Mu Yun praised, "This magic doesn't reveal any spiritual energy. It's incredibly advanced." Bai Ren finally understood. "No wonder we lost. With this magic, she could change our cards at any time." Even though Qingyun had uncovered part of the trick, he still had doubts. "During our second match, I flipped over your jade token first. How did you still manage to win? If I revealed my choice first, there's no way you could have changed my move, right?" Qingwu blinked mischievously and lightly tapped the block against her lips. "I simply altered your perception a little. As long as you believe you've lost, everything you see will change accordingly." Everyone was stunned. Altering perception? Perception manipulation is the most profound aspect of magic. Someone murmured. "This ability is even tied to the laws of cause and effect. It's the power of conceptual manipulation." Bai Ren suddenly realized something. "Qingwu, your identity, you're not an ordinary person. Are you?" She smirked arrogantly and introduced herself. "Illusionary Celestial Palace, Yu Qingwu." Seeing Qingyun's unsettled expression, Qian asked, "Senior brother, what kind of force is the Illusionary Celestial Palace?" Qian explained, "It's an ancient sect renowned for its mastery of magic. They've always lived in seclusion, separate from the world, although they never joined the great alliances. Their power should never be underestimated." After that, both Qingyun and Bai Ren clasped their hands in greeting. "I am Qian, a direct disciple of the Yunkin sect. This is my junior brother, Bai Ren. Miss Yu, I never expected you to be a disciple of the Illusionary Celestial Palace." What surprised her even more was that they returned everything she had taken from them, making her suddenly question whether all the treasures she had stolen before were truly hers to keep. The two brothers simply said, "We won't ask for them back." Taking advantage of the opportunity, Mu Yun extended an invitation to recruit Qingwu. "Miss, would you be willing to join us on a journey to the Vanqin mountain range in search of a hidden treasure? If we encounter danger, your magic would be of great use." Qingyun seemed to take note of his words, while Qingwu appeared excited about the treasure. Without hesitation, she quickly agreed. A few days ago, a red glow fell deep within the Vanqin mountain range, radiating immense spiritual energy. It's very likely that an extremely rare treasure has appeared. Hearing this, Qingyun glanced at them momentarily, but they were still engrossed in their discussion. The Vanqin mountain range is quite vast and winding. Mu Yun continued, "But we have a rough idea of the location. Why don't we join forces to search for it? If there are multiple treasures, we will split them equally. But if there's only one, whoever reaches it first will claim it. How about that?" Qingyun recalled something from before and suddenly had doubts about the red glow he had seen earlier. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. It couldn't be those two demon embryos. Could it? He raised a hand to his forehead. "I must be overthinking. What are the odds?" Meanwhile, their discussion concluded, and Qingwu agreed to accompany them. Qian was thrilled. "That's great." He then turned to Qingyun. "And what about you, fellow cultivator?" Qingyun responded coolly. "Hua Qingyun." Mu Yun probed further. "So, Taoist Hua, what do you think? That treasure possesses extraordinary power. It's a rare find." However, Qingyun simply waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it, I have no interest." Internally, he thought, "I finally have some time to rest. Why would I want to trudge through the wilderness again? I'd rather spend the night in town, relax, and catch up on the latest volume of my favorite novel." Without another word, he decisively bid farewell and disappeared in a flash. "Farewell, everyone." Bai Ren barely had time to finish his sentence before Qingyun vanished. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Qingwu's face darkened with displeasure. Mu Yun, however, remained unfazed. "Relax, he'll definitely come back to find us." Meanwhile, in a scorched, barren land where the trees had been burned to ash, a man stood gazing at a blazing spear embedded in the ground. A sinister grin spread across his face. "I found it," he muttered, his eerie smile widening. Not far from him, a monstrous creature brimming with resentment roared furiously and charged at Qingwu with terrifying speed. Yet, she neither ran nor defended herself, she simply stood still. The moment the beast lunged at her, Qingwu used her magic to transform into a wisp of air, vanishing instantly. The creature missed its target and came to a sudden halt. At that moment, Qingwu reappeared, signaling to the others. Now, receiving the signal, Qian immediately unleashed his attack. The beast had no time to react. By the time it turned around, it was already too late. Bai Ren followed up with Vortex 9 Shadows, launching a series of relentless attacks. Overwhelmed and unable to resist, the beast was swiftly defeated. Bai Ren praised her. Miss Yu, your illusory moon reflection technique is truly formidable. Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed, that beast was at the Triple Seal core stage. If we had fought it head-on, it would have taken us at least half a day to bring it down. Qingwu smugly twirled a strand of her hair. Naturally, with the battle over, they resumed their journey. Let's move on, she urged. After some time, Qingwu, who was trailing behind them, began to sense something was off. We've been walking through Yunqin Mountain for over an hour and a half now, she remarked. Are you sure the treasure is really here? Mu Yun reassured her. Don't worry, according to my memory, we're just a few miles away from the spot where the crimson light fell. Meanwhile, at the sight of the crimson glow, ominous black mist swirled around it as if absorbing something. A sinister laugh echoed through the air. Heh, absorb it, keep absorbing. The voice belonged to Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch. His cunning mind was already calculating. At this rate, in just a few more hours, the demon embryo will finally complete its evolution. Sitting before the crimson glow, he assisted its absorption process, muttering, "The Great Lord will be very pleased." Suddenly, he sensed fluctuations in spiritual energy. Alarmed, he turned his head, scanning the surroundings. Someone's coming? Using his clairvoyant eyes, the Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch peered into the distance and spotted Qingwu along with 2 disciples of the Yunqin sect and a female cultivator. He immediately stood up, contemplating how to conceal the crimson glow. If they discover the demon embryo and alert Phantom City, it'll be a disaster. He analyzed their cultivation levels. Among the 3, the strongest only reached the Triple Seal core stage. As he schemed, he reached inside his robe, considering his options. These sect disciples always carry protective treasures. If I summon the blood mass, it could get messy. Instead, he retrieved a silver bell attached to iron chains, its aura exuding a heavy, sinister energy. A sly grin spread across his face. Good thing this old master came well prepared. Raising both hands toward the sky, he began summoning something, causing the ground to tremble violently. Come forth, you brat. The surrounding area was engulfed in swirling darkness, moving at such a high speed that it was impossible to see clearly. The man ordered the ancestor to stay and guard the demon womb. As he spoke, the Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch shook the bell in his hand, commanding, "Capture those sect cultivators for me." The entity had 2 glowing eyes, while its entire body was pitch black. Upon receiving the order, it swiftly flew away. The man's sinister laughter echoed. 3 living sacrifices have delivered themselves to my doorstep. How could I waste such a gift? That evening, in Phantom City, the lanterns inside the houses were lit. Inside, Qingyun sat sipping tea, elegantly flipping through the pages of a novel by the window. He sighed, holding up the book. He had almost finished reading it without realizing it. As he reached the final page, a feeling of satisfaction washed over him. At last, the identity of the mastermind behind the mystery was about to be revealed. His eyes gleamed with excitement, but what met his gaze was a drawing accompanied by the words, "Want to know who the culprit is?" "Not telling you." He was utterly stunned, frozen in shock, unable to contain his frustration. Qingyun cursed, "Damn that rotten brat." His furious shout shook all of Phantom City, causing people to wonder if there had been an earthquake. In the blink of an eye, he dashed away at lightning speed. Someone caught a glimpse and, full of curiosity, exclaimed, "Oh my, what was that?" In an instant, he arrived at Yunqin Mountain. His expression darkened. "Could it be Wei Wen Vu?" he muttered in irritation. "Even if I have to level this entire mountain, I will find her." Meanwhile, in the desolate and eerie depths of Yunqin Mountain, Qingwu and her group were advancing cautiously. She asked, "What's wrong with this forest? The deeper we go, the more decayed it looks." Her mood worsened, and fear crept into her heart. Moreover, she couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching them. Suddenly, Bai Ren turned around and shouted, "Something's not right." Something is approaching us. Both Qingwu and Qian were startled. Before they could react, Bai Ren was attacked by a shadowy figure moving too fast for anyone to see. Stunned, Qingwu and Qian cried out, "Junior brother!" Qian rushed forward to catch Bai Ren, calling his name in panic. While he was checking Bai Ren's condition, Qingwu shouted, "Fellow Taoist, be careful," but his guard was down, and in the next instant, he too was struck. Now, both men had fallen, leaving only Qian Vu. Trembling, she stammered, Who's there?" Her entire body shook with fear. "Show yourself." But the shadow had already appeared behind her. She had no time to resist. Her eyes widened in terror, before they slowly began to close. Hua Qingyun lowered his head in silence, deep in thought. Strange, just moments ago, I could still sense their spiritual energy surging. He stood on high alert, staring into the desolate forest before him. His robe billowed in the wind as an eerie silence filled the air. Why did it vanish so suddenly? He hesitated, stopping in his tracks. Carefully, he sensed the atmosphere around him. There were no signs of battle. No traces left behind. How could they just disappear? Who did this? Suddenly, the space around him trembled as if disturbed by something. The tree leaves rustled, then slowly fell to the ground. Qingyun half closed his eyes, using his divine sense to scan his surroundings. At that moment, a massive sonic wave appeared above him. There was something hidden in the wind. With a sharp whoosh, a burst of purple energy surged forward. A colossal blade came slashing toward him. The surrounding ancient trees collapsed one after another, piling on top of each other. Qingyun remained motionless, his eyes shut as if unbothered by the impending attack. But the moment the dark projectile drew near, his eyes snapped open, his pale blue pupils widened as he glared at the oncoming force. A surge of deep purple energy shot forward, aiming straight for his vital points. His expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on his attacker, his presence so menacing it sent chills down one's spine. "Who are you? What do you want?" His opponent's chubby little hands trembled as they gripped their weapon tightly. It was a petite girl with soft brown hair, her delicate face filled with hesitation. She lifted her gaze, but her entire body was shaking. Unable to act, Qingyun silently observed her. A moment ago, she had radiated a murderous aura. Yet now she curled up like a frightened little fluff ball. He lowered his head slightly. "You can't speak?" In response, the girl vigorously nodded. Qingyun's expression darkened once more. "Were you the one who took down those 3 cultivators earlier?" She nodded again. "Are they still alive?" His lips curled downward into a cold, intimidating frown. The girl flinched, breaking into a cold sweat. "Take me to them now." His low voice carried a chilling authority, making the small girl tremble violently. Just then, a ferocious roar suddenly echoed from deep within the forest, sending a shudder through both of them. The frightened little girl hunched over, her eyes shut tightly in terror. Then, without hesitation, she spun around and bolted away, leaving Qingyun standing there, baffled. Sensing something amiss, he quickly turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. A thought flashed in his mind: soul control bell. An image appeared in his head, a large metal bell with intricate carvings. The strange thing was, the patterns on its surface seemed eerily unique. A sinister energy radiated from the tail of the bell, evoking an inescapable thought: death. Master once said that this was a method to seal the souls of living beings within a bell, using sinister dark arts. Recalling the frightened little girl from earlier, Qingyun understood the situation more clearly. His eyes immediately flashed with anger. So, it's the work of the demon sect again? Elsewhere, the atmosphere was steeped in sorrow. Countless sharp weapons were embedded in the ground, their blades stained with fresh blood, which slowly dripped onto the cracked earth below. A man stood amidst the carnage, holding the soul control bell in his hand. With an indifferent gaze, he looked at the numerous bodies strewn up above. With a mocking tone, he sneered, "You've been out for so long, and you still haven't captured a single cultivator?" He shook his wrist, causing the silver bell to emit a piercing chime. Then, without hesitation, he stomped down on the small figure beneath him, showing no mercy despite the child's frail body. "Is that one really so hard to deal with? You're Zan Yin, a divine beast, after all." His voice turned cold and menacing. "Don't tell me, you're trying to use this as an opportunity to escape?" His oppressive glare bore down, carrying a clear threat. "HMPH, if you have any thoughts of running away, my master has 100 ways to make you wish for death over life." Just then, a low voice rang out from behind him. No need for your master to act. After all, I'm already here, aren't I? The man jolted in surprise and turned toward the source of the voice. That voice, floating in the air. Qingyun smirked. So, it's you, Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch. He chuckled lightly. It's only been a few days. And you've already managed to reconstruct your physical body? You must have had some help from a rather capable figure. Huh? His opponent's expression darkened instantly. Memories of past humiliation replayed in his mind like a tormenting nightmare. You. Fiery red energy erupted from Xie Yun's body, surging like a massive crimson serpent that lunged toward Qingyun. Boom! With a mere flick of his spiritual energy, Qingyun effortlessly dispersed the incoming attack. The crimson illusion shattered instantly. Carrying no real threat, with a contemptuous smile, he remarked, honestly, old master, why are you still as weak as before? Xie Yun's fury exploded. His eyes turned eerily white as Qingyun's taunting words echoed relentlessly in his mind. His gaze shifted toward the helpless figure on the ground, and he bellowed, Zan Yin, kill him for me. Realizing that Zan Yin had no strength left to resist, Xie Yun once again shook the silver bell in his hand. But before it could take effect, Qingyun swiftly released a powerful surge of energy, striking him down. Xie Yun's body trembled as he collapsed onto the ground. Qingyun chuckled softly and turned his gaze toward the small figure beside him. So, your name is Zan Yin, huh? The silver bell shattered into two right before Zan Yin's eyes. She froze, tears unconsciously streaming down her face. In her ears, Qingyun's warm voice echoed, from now on, you no longer have to be their blood slave. Qingyun lowered his head slightly, his gaze filled with sympathy. You are free now. The little girl sobbed uncontrollably, her delicate face drenched in tears. Ta Van, witnessing the scene, became utterly enraged. He roared, Zan Yin, you dare? But then, as if realizing something, he sneered, that's right, even without the soul control bell. You cannot defy my orders. Zan Yin trembled where she stood, her small body shaking violently. Behind her, his voice grew sharper. If you do, that great lord will certainly. His words were abruptly cut off. At some point, Zan Yin had leapt forward, forcefully slamming her small body into his throat. Ta Van groaned in pain as he was knocked back. Tumbling toward his opponent, Zan Yin wasted no time, swiftly diving into Qingyun's embrace. Gently, he patted her head, his voice calm and reassuring. You can go home now. Her amber eyes quivered, reflecting the warmth in his gaze. Don't worry, leave everything here to me. At that moment, memories of his own past flashed through Qingyun's mind, the suffering, the oppression, the relentless exploitation. Hey, I've been through more than enough of this. Xie Yun, blinded by rage, launched himself forward. Annoying, annoying, he howled. Blood Abyss prison formation. A horde of vengeful spirits erupted from his body. Their glowing eyes flickered ominously as enormous clawed hands emerged from within, a sickly green hue staining their decayed skin. Then, a voice echoed through the battlefield, ancient and bone-chilling. Who dares summon this king? Ta Van immediately fell to his knees, kowtowing before the newly appeared entity. Great Demon King, please, I beg you, kill this cultivator. The dark figure wordlessly extended its hand and, without hesitation, threw a devastating punch downward. To think such insignificant insects would require this king's personal intervention. The monstrous fist descended, the force of it distorting the air and warping the surrounding trees. But in that instant, something flickered before Qingyun, illuminating the area with an eerie glow. The strange radiance briefly caught the Demon King's attention. However, before he could react, his fist collided head-on with Qingyun's icy energy. The massive shadow recoiled slightly, twisting its form in discomfort. Its piercing gaze locked onto Qingyun, who remained standing tall, completely unaffected by the attack. The entity let out a low growl. Human, you are strong, but it's a pity, it sneered, that we four demon kings are still bound by the heavenly Tao's seal. I can only unleash a mere 1/5 of my full strength. The pale blue energy of Qingyun clung to his body like a giant water serpent, slicing his primordial soul into hundreds of pieces. One day, I will personally step into this world and have a final battle with you. Remember my name? Before he could utter his last words, his manifested form gradually faded. My name is Qingyun. Standing with his arms crossed, He sighed as he watched the purple energy scatter in all directions. Behind him, Zan Yin stood wide-eyed in fear, unable to believe what had just transpired. This time, Xie Yun was completely taken aback, frozen in place with his mouth agape, unable to move. Above them, Hua Qingyun hovered in the air, surrounded by crackling lightning. He directed a bolt toward Xie Yun and declared, "This time, I won't spare you." His hand moved, manipulating the lightning. Below, Xie Yun, drenched in sweat, shouted, "Wait, I haven't finished." But before he could finish his sentence, an image flashed in his mind, an ignited weapon. He recalled losing the blood core pearl last time. But before he could react, a streak of blue lightning shot toward him. As it traveled, it left behind trails of smoke, large and small. Once he was dealt with, the figure turned and left, leaving only chaos in his wake. What the hell was that? Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward one side, where Qingwu and several others lay struggling on the ground, their hands and feet bound by strange black and red vines. A voice echoed, "Your luck is truly terrible." Qingyun fired a bolt of blue lightning at the vines, severing them. As Qingwu was released, she gradually opened her eyes. Qianyu slowly sat up, her expression filled with fear. "Is it you?" she asked hesitantly. He nodded. "It's fine now. I just lost too much spiritual energy. I need a little rest. And then I'll take you all back to the city." Suddenly, a white mist rose behind Qingyun. Sensing something unusual, he frowned. A red aura surged into the mist, and from within, the faint silhouette of an object resembling a cross began to take shape. Xie Yun's figure emerged, shrouded in shadows, gripping a spear in his hand. "Hua Qingyun, just a little more, and you would have killed me," he sneered. A brilliant crimson gem appeared before him as he continued. "If you forced me to use my ultimate weapon." His face contorted into an unsettling grin, his expression dark and menacing. "From this moment on, you must die." Qingyun turned to him, his expression full of disdain. "And what exactly is that?" Raising one hand, he began weaving a spell. "I don't know what you've become now. But if one strike isn't enough to kill you, I'll simply strike again." Qingyun directed his lightning toward Xie Yun. On the other side, Xie Yun had already taken his battle stance, his lips curling into a wide, triumphant grin. "Ha ha ha, I am far stronger than you now," he boasted. Suddenly, a red mist twisted into the shape of a sinister, grinning face and surged toward Qingyun. The eerie sight startled him, but he didn't hesitate. Raising his other hand, he formed a protective barrier, shielding those behind him in midair. Then, gripping his sword tightly, he swung it toward the ominous entity. The impact of the two forces sent Qingyun sliding back slightly. As the smoke gradually dissipated, his thoughts swirled over what had just transpired. This defies logic. Just moments ago, the old ancestor was only at the 7th layer of the Four Realms. How has he suddenly reached the 2nd layer of the ascended immortal realm? His expression faltered for a moment before realization struck him. "I remember now. The object on your forehead. That's the ancient celestial jade, isn't it?" The demonic script beneath Xie Yun's eyes gleamed as he smirked. Impressive. A disciple of a righteous sect recognizing such a treasure. Ghostly hands seemed to reach out toward the jade, while below, a contrasting image emerged, countless skulls rising, thick smoke curling around the deep crimson gemstone. Qingyun reached into his sleeve, retrieving an item while speaking calmly. "I don't know how it ended up in your hands, but all things in this world must abide by the laws of the Tao." With that, he tossed a mirror toward Xie Yun. "Do you really think obtaining supreme cultivation and extraordinary regeneration comes without a cost?" His voice carried unwavering authority. "Look at yourself. Don't let illusions cloud your mind." Xie Yun hesitantly looked into the mirror. A hideous, aged face stared back at him. "No, impossible. My lifespan should have at least 800 years left." Fury overtook him, and he shattered the mirror with a violent strike, roaring, "Why have I become like this?" Seeing his pitiful state, Qingyun couldn't help but feel a tinge of pity. "That so-called ancient celestial jade. It's nothing more than a demon, draining your lifespan." "Silence!" Xie Yun bellowed, his entire body drenched in sweat. Trembling, he pressed his hand against his head, trying to reassure himself. "As long as I return the demon fetus to that great lord, I will be rewarded with an elixir to restore my lifespan." His eyes burned with a desperate resolve. "If I use the celestial jade properly, I can still dominate this world." Qingyun, feeling frustrated, readied himself for battle and spoke coldly. It seems you've completely lost your mind. The celestial jade truly is a terrifying artifact. Xie Yun, however, raised a finger to his lips and bit down until blood trickled out. I told you to shut up, he growled, smearing the blood onto the crimson gem on his forehead. He suddenly shot upward into the air. The ground beneath him shattered into countless fragments. Rising along with him, his entire form transformed into a blazing red vortex. Qingyun immediately lunged forward, swinging his sword into the swirling storm. Yet, just as he struck, he caught sight of something unexpected. His expression froze in shock. Huh? Before he could react, Xie Yun launched a sudden attack, drawing blood from him. The sight of Xie Yun wielding his weapon, the blood-red gemstone gleaming ominously in his shadowed face, sent a chilling realization through Qingyun. So this is the power of the fifth ascended immortal realm, he murmured. As the smoke from their clash gradually dispersed, Qingyun collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. He pulled at his robes, revealing a strange paper talisman against his chest. Meanwhile, Xie Yun spun in the air, preparing for another assault, his face twisted in fury, his bloodshot eyes darting toward Zan Yin. You wretched brat, he snarled. Zan Yin, trembling violently, hovered midair, his body frozen in terror. Xie Yun roared as he unleashed a searing red energy blast toward him. How dare you betray me? Qingyun swiftly rushed forward, shielding the boy with his sword. Deflecting the attack, he turned to Zan Yin and scolded. Did I not tell you to leave? But Xie Yun pressed his assault, his weapon driving forward, forcing Qingyun to recoil. His robe slipped further open, revealing the talisman on his chest. At that moment, the paper charm darkened, slowly dissolving into the wind. Damn it, too late, Qingyun muttered. Just as Xie Yun's spear was about to strike him, something materialized before Qingyun, blocking the attack. Stay back, you wretched creature, a voice commanded. Xie Yun's eyes widened in utter disbelief. No, impossible, where did he go? In the very spot Qingyun had stood, Qingwu now appeared. Who are you? Xie Yun roared before swinging his weapon toward her. Die! Qingwu let out a terrified scream. But suddenly, an explosion of radiant light erupted from the ground beneath her. Her mouth hung open in shock as she stammered. What? From within the dazzling light, a pair of feet slowly stepped forward. Emerging from the glow, Qingyun appeared, but his form had completely changed. His eyes burned with an ethereal brilliance, and his hair floated as if carried by an unseen force. Qingyun slowly opened his eyes. Strange currents of spiritual energy radiated from his chest, his gaze shining with an otherworldly glow. He stood tall, exuding an aura of undeniable power and majesty. The patriarch of the demon cloud sect charged forward recklessly, showing no intention of retreating. Instead, he seemed to be offering his life. The battle between the two began fiercely. But suddenly, the demon cloud sect patriarch froze, hesitating for a moment. He then roared in fury. How is this possible? What did you do? How could you block my attack? Below, Qingwu observed the scene and pondered. Is this man truly that powerful? Qingyun spoke up. Dealing with you, just a little spiritual power is enough. The elder furiously shouted. How dare you? The moment he finished speaking, he swung his sword, unleashing a powerful wave of energy filled with rage. You arrogant fool, Qingyun, prepare to die, the elder roared. However, Qingyun merely smirked and said, from the moment I lifted my seal, you had already lost. With that, he launched his attack, summoning the Qingyun sword technique. A terrifying surge of power erupted from his position, striking toward Xie Yun. Xie Yun's expression turned to sheer panic as fear drained the color from his face. Unable to resist the overwhelming force, his body collapsed, his form disintegrated, vanishing into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Qingyun remained unwavering, standing tall and resolute, as he returned to his original appearance. The battlefield was left in utter chaos. Witnessing everything, Qingwu fell into deep thought. He has returned to the sixfold spirit palace realm again, she murmured to herself. Her gaze then fell upon a gemstone, its brilliance captivating her completely. Mesmerized, she whispered, so beautiful. She reached out to touch it. But before she could, Qingyun suddenly appeared beside her, leaning close to her ear. He cautioned, I advise you not to touch it. That would be for the best. With a swift motion, he collected the gemstone and placed it into his pouch. Qingwu bit her lip, shaken. Was I just bewitched? she asked hesitantly. Hua Qingyun nodded. Yes, that object is extremely sinister. Be careful, or you'll end up like Xie Yun, whose life force was completely drained. Amid the misty haze, a small girl suddenly appeared. Qingwu was startled, staring blankly at her. Who are you? She asked before her expression darkened in anger. Were you the one who ambushed us? Startled, she quickly hid behind Hua Qingyun. He calmly explained, this girl is Zan Yin. She means no harm. She was merely being controlled by the soul spirit of the demon sect. Qingwu stammered, is that so? Then, where is that soul spirit now? Hua Qingyun replied, I have already destroyed it. He then walked up to Zan Yin, gently patting her head. You're safe now, you can relax, but be careful from now on. And don't let yourself get captured by bad people again. Understand? Qingwu continued to look at Zan Yin with suspicion. Turning away, she muttered, is this girl really that powerful? In the end, you could just keep her by your side. Hua Qingyun replied, if I did that, how would I be any different from those people of the demon sect? Hearing his response, Qingwu widened her eyes but said nothing. She seemed dissatisfied and added, if it were someone else, they might use a soul control spirit to manipulate Zan Yin and keep her as a weapon. After a brief pause, she admitted, it seems I misunderstood you before. Hua Qingyun smirked slightly. If you misunderstood me, then, he suddenly grinned, can you return the last page of my book that you tore out? Qingwu sighed in frustration. This guy only cares about his novels. Even so, she handed him the torn page. Taking it, Hua Qingyun smiled. Thanks, this really is the missing page. He carefully stored it away and turned to her again. By the way, thanks for helping out earlier. Things would have been troublesome without you. Then, as if remembering something, he added, oh, and about what happened today. I'd appreciate it if you didn't spread the word. Before she could respond, he continued, after all, eliminating the demon sect's elder is a huge achievement. No need to ask too many questions, just consider it a favor. Fine, I get it, Qingwu muttered. Her gaze shifted to the spear still lying nearby. What about this weapon? What are you going to do with it? Qingyun answered, I'll take it back to my sect and let them handle it. He then turned to another person and said, Miss Yu, I'll leave the 2 disciples from the Yunkin sect in your care. I need to return with this item first. Before he could walk away, Qingwu shouted, hey, are you seriously leaving just like that? I'm not their babysitter, you know. Ignoring her complaint, Qingyun stepped forward to retrieve the spear. Just as he was about to touch it, a powerful force blocked him. A cold voice echoed, I won't let you take the demon embryo spear. Qingyun narrowed his eyes. Another one from the Ascendant Realm? The mysterious figure grasped the spear tightly. His voice filled with menace. Qingyun of the Sword Sect, I will remember your face. Before Qingyun could react, the man vanished without a trace. Qingwu trembled and spoke. That power, it was terrifying. Who was that? Qingyun replied calmly. Probably a high-ranking elder of the demon sect. Qingwu, standing behind him, urged, aren't you going to chase after him? That weapon must be important, right? Qingyun shook his head. First, his strength is formidable, not someone I can easily deal with. Second, retrieving the demon embryo spear isn't my mission. And third, he smirked, right now is my time to rest. With a final glance, he turned to leave. Miss Yu, if fate allows, we'll meet again. In his mind, he had only one thought. He needed to hurry home and continue reading his novel. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Qingyun swiftly soared into the sky. Disappearing from sight, Qingwu stuck out her tongue in frustration. Who would want to meet him again anyway? Ever since I met him, nothing good has happened. Zan Yin also took off, following after Hua Qingyun. Watching her leave, Qingwu fell into deep thought. So, that girl really chose to go with him. She mulled over her thoughts. His strength is unfathomable, his character isn't bad, and his appearance is. Suddenly, she bit her lip and shook her head. What am I thinking? That guy dared to leave me to clean up this mess. Next time we meet, I'll definitely. She abruptly stopped herself, waving her hands in dismissal. No, 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 I don't want to see him again. Just then, a thunderous voice roared across the battlefield, shaking the very ground. The defeated subordinates, who had been knocked unconscious, began to stir, groaning in pain as they held their faces. Qian spoke up hesitantly. What happened? Where is the demon cloud sect patriarch? Zan Wu, wincing from his injuries, recounted the events. After listening, Qian was bewildered. That weapon was from the demon sect? And then Hua Qingyun, so he and Miss Yu saved us? Zan Wu nodded. You could say that. We were lucky. The Demon Cloud Sect Patriarch died after exhausting his life force. Mu Yun got to his feet and sighed. Hua Qingyun already left? I didn't even get a chance to thank him. Bai Ren called out. Senior brother, isn't the Heaven's Pride Grand Assembly starting soon? With his strength, he'll surely represent his sect in the tournament. Mu Yun nodded. That's true. If that's the case, I can thank him in person then. Zan Wu furrowed his brows. The Heaven's Pride Grand Assembly? What's that? Qian scratched his head. Miss Yu's illusionary celestial palace has been isolated for a long time. So it's not surprising that you don't know. He then began explaining. Most major forces in Dongwang are part of the sect alliance. Every 10 years, the top sects each send 5 representatives to compete in various trials to determine their rankings. That event is called the Heaven's Pride Grand Assembly. Mu Yun added. And the rankings from the tournament influence the status of the sects and the distribution of resources afterward. Zan Wu nodded in understanding. I see. So, can I participate in the Heaven's Pride Grand Assembly? Mu Yun responded. With the strength and reputation of the illusionary celestial palace, you should be eligible. Hearing this, a mischievous smile crept onto Qingwu's face. That means I'll get to meet that annoying guy again. Her grin turned increasingly devious. It looks like I need to return to my sect for now. Meanwhile, Hua Qingyun was soaring through the sky, lost in thought. Who exactly was that person earlier? His expression turned serious. To wield such powerful techniques, one must possess an immense amount of spiritual energy and refined skill. As he flew onward, his mind raced with possibilities. Hua Qingyun pondered deeply. With his strength, unless I unlock at least 1/3 of my seal, I won't be his match. His expression darkened. But now, the demon sect is running rampant. Even my master was ambushed by them. He continued his train of thought. The demon embryo spear is a crucial weapon for the demon sect. Even if I were to seize it, it would only bring more danger to my sect. Looking up at the sky, he sighed. I just want to grow old peacefully at Qingyun Sword Sect. How could I afford to invite such disasters upon myself? Suddenly, a strange gust of wind appeared behind him. Sensing something unusual, he turned sharply. His voice was cold. Why are you following me? Before he could finish his sentence, Zan Yin had already leapt into his chest. Clinging onto him tightly, his eyes widened in surprise. You followed me all the way here? Do you have nowhere else to go? Zan Yin clung to him even tighter without answering. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. I can take you in, but if you ever wish to leave, you don't need to tell me. You can go whenever you want. Hearing this, Zan Yin buried her face in his chest and sobbed uncontrollably. Hua Qingyun gently patted her head and smiled. Never thought I'd end up picking up a divine beast on my way back. With that, he carried her and soared through the sky. Luckily, in the eyes of others, you're just a passing breeze. That'll save me a lot of trouble. One day, if I get the chance, I'll help you find your voice again. As they approached the sect, he spoke softly to her. All right, this is Qingyun Sword Sect. From now on, just think of this place as your home. Meanwhile, at the Moon Pavilion, Wen Jian rushed in and addressed Yu Xin. Fairy Yu, how is Elder Ji Yu Lu? Yu Xin waved her hand dismissively. His body suffered multiple fractures, and his dantian and internal organs are severely damaged. If we had arrived even half an hour later, not even an immortal could have saved him. Wen Jian gritted his teeth. Then what now? Yu Xin replied. I've already given him the revitalizing heaven creation pill. For now, his life is no longer in danger. Clenching his fists, Wen Jian's eyes burned with fury. Elder Ji Yu, I will definitely go to the Sect Alliance and demand justice for you. At the hidden realm of the Sect Alliance's celestial sect, in the secluded moon domain, Taoist Zi Xian spoke. Brother Wen, you summoned us all using the moon spirit talisman. What is it you wish to discuss? Wen Jian took a deep breath before speaking in a grave tone. Everyone, the demon sect cultivators have been wreaking havoc across various regions. The city of Qingyun was recently attacked, and the demonic cultivators refined a blood core pearl there. His voice grew heavier as he continued. Moreover, the demon sect elder, Mo Zan, has successfully cultivated a demon embryo. With a resolute expression, he slammed his palm down. I trust you all understand what this means. Qiam continued. Although our sect disciples have not yet retrieved the demon fetus, we have obtained the blood core pearl. I received a special directive to assign Guwu Hall Master to personally deliver the Blood Core Pearl to the Alliance. However, he was ambushed by demon sect cultivators, and the Blood Core Pearl was stolen. He suffered severe injuries, with his Dao core heavily damaged. Tu Hien Dao was taken aback. What? Guwu Hall Master was gravely injured? But he is at the first layer of the Ascension Realm and is proficient in escape techniques. How could he be wounded so severely? Van Du spoke up. From what Sect Master On just said, this situation is extremely serious. On Kiem emphasized, there must be a spy within the Alliance. He added, starting today, I ask all Sect Masters to thoroughly investigate and verify the status of disciples stationed in the Alliance. We must prevent anyone from secretly colluding with the demon sect. At the same time, we need to track down the whereabouts of the attackers who ambushed Guwu Hall Master. Another sect leader followed up. Furthermore, all major sects must swiftly eliminate demon sect strongholds within their territories. If any demon sect cultivators are discovered, the Alliance must be notified immediately to eradicate them. He then turned to An Kiem and asked, does this arrangement meet your approval? An Kiem stood up and replied, as long as all sects take this matter seriously, I naturally agree. Van Du then said, I will make the necessary arrangements shortly. Van Nok Hien added, speaking of demon sect cultivators, my sect's core disciple just sent a report a few hours ago. They encountered a demon sect elder, Demon Cloud Sect Padre, at Yunshin Mountain in Bantam Chao. They were ambushed by Xie Yun, who drained their spiritual energy and nearly killed them. In the end, Demon Cloud Sect Padre resorted to using the Heavenly Jade Kingdom, a powerful but self-sacrificing relic, exhausting his lifespan and perishing. Finally, a disciple from the illusionary Celestial Palace and a cultivator named Hua Qingyun joined forces to eliminate him. An Kiem was shocked. What? Hua Qingyun? His face turned blank as he pondered. Hua Qingyun? Isn't he supposed to be on leave? Why is he here? Van Nok Hien asked. Oh? Sect Master On, do you know this cultivator? An Kiem replied. Qingyun Sword Sect does have a disciple named Hua Qingyun, but his cultivation level does not surpass the 6th level of the Spirit Palace realm. He added, he was probably just assisting the Mystic Heart Celestial Palace disciple. I'll question him when I return. Tu Tin then spoke. Everyone, recently, the demon sect has been increasingly active. To prevent this growing threat, we must take precautions. He emphasized, I believe the rules for the upcoming Heaven's Pride Gathering will need some adjustments. This change will encourage the disciples to put in more effort and grow stronger. What do you all think? Tu Hien Dao crossed his arms and remarked, this matter, since the establishment of the Self-Ascension Sect Alliance, the rules for the Heaven's Pride Gathering have already changed more than 3 times. Now, with the event so close, would another rule change be appropriate? Tu Tin waved his hand and laughed. Rest assured, everyone, to motivate the disciples, as the event's host, I certainly won't be stingy. Everyone turned their attention to his hand and was astonished. An Kiem was stunned, while Van Hien exclaimed, what? Tu Hien added, that is, Tu Tin had used his power to create a key. He declared, this will serve as the grand prize for the champion of this year's Heaven's Pride Gathering. What do you all think? The scene then shifted to Hua Qingyun, who was knocking loudly on a door, grinning as he called out, Master, how's your recovery? I came to visit you. Inside, Guwu Hall Master was awakened by the noise. He sat up and replied, fortunately, Moonheart Fairy has been taking care of me these past few days. So I'm feeling much better. He let out a faint smile. I just need a few more days to rest and recover completely. Hua Qingyun set down a medicine box and said, then this disciple can rest assured. He opened the box, revealing 2 spirit-infused tea pills and explained, these are spirit tea pills that I have personally nurtured. He poured a cup of pure spring water, then handed it to his master, saying, when combined with purified spring water, it can restore spiritual energy and enhance meridian circulation. He gently pushed the cup forward. Master, please have a taste. Guwu Hall Master took a sip and muttered, good tea. Then, seeing Qingyun grinning with satisfaction, he sighed, Qingyun, if you have so much time to cultivate tea plants, you should be using it to train instead. If you had focused on cultivation, you wouldn't still be stuck at the 6th level of the Spirit Palace realm. He then gave a stern reminder. You must understand, among the core disciples, your cultivation level is the lowest. Hearing this, Qingyun clenched his jaw and thought to himself, Here we go again. Then, as if making a decision, he slowly extended his arms and released a surge of spiritual energy, saying, Master, look, I've already reached the 8th level of the Spirit Palace realm. Guwu Hall Master was taken aback and let out a soft, "Oh," before suddenly freezing. He gestured with his hands and remarked, but it's been over 5 years since you broke through to the 6th level of the Spirit Palace realm. Look at your junior sister over there, she hasn't been cultivating for long. Yet she has already reached the Purple Blessing realm. Qingyun quickly responded, I will remember Master's teachings and take my cultivation more seriously from now on. The Hall Master sighed helplessly. Stop mimicking my tone. He then exhaled and continued. Fine, fine. This is just the usual conversation between master and disciple. I know that nagging won't make you listen any more than you already do. The fact that you came to visit me shows that you care. Qingyun grinned before preparing to leave. I hope master gets plenty of rest. This disciple will take his leave. However, before he could walk away, the hall master stopped him. Wait, his voice turned serious. Last time, when I went out, I was severely injured by Hang Ba, the demon sect's leader. I was on the verge of death. He then furrowed his brows and continued. At that moment, the jade pendant you gifted me on my birthday blocked a fatal strike. Qingyun's expression shifted slightly as the hall master continued. Then, out of nowhere, a sword strike wounded Hang Ba, allowing me to escape. Qingyun, tell me honestly, are you hiding something from me? For example, are you concealing your true cultivation? Or perhaps you have sealed away a portion of your spiritual energy? Hearing this, Qingyun's face stiffened. He forced a chuckle and said, Master, are you serious? If I were hiding my cultivation, do you think I could fool both you and the sect master? The hall master let out a long sigh, resting his chin on his hand. That's true. I took you in as a disciple from the very start. Pulling off something like that would be nearly impossible. Exactly. Qingyun quickly nodded in agreement. At that moment, the hall master seemed puzzled. But what about the jade pendant? Qingyun explained. I found it inside a chest in a hidden realm. I had a feeling it wasn't an ordinary item. Probably a rare treasure. Since it was master's birthday, I decided to gift it to you. The hall master chuckled. I never expected you to stumble upon such a powerful artifact by chance. That jade pendant might contain sword energy left behind by an ancient sword immortal. If not for you, I wouldn't be standing here today. Qingyun scratched his head awkwardly, trying to brush off the praise. Master, you're exaggerating? Suddenly, the hall master spoke again. Oh, right, disciple. Qingyun turned back. What is it, master? Without warning, the hall master struck out with his palm, unleashing a massive gust of wind. Qingyun's face turned pale as he stammered. Master, what are you doing? He muttered under his breath. Why does everyone enjoy playing this kind of game? The hall master laughed heartily. Even though you've broken through to the 8th level of the Spirit Palace realm, your reflexes are still lacking. Qingyun forced a smile. Master's teaching is correct. At that moment, the notebook tucked under Qingyun's arms slowly slid out and fell onto the bed with a soft thud. The hall master was surprised. What is this? Qingyun's expression stiffened as if he were trying to hide something. He quickly reached out, grabbed the book, and hastily stuffed it into his robe. His face turned red as he muttered, Master, this is just some light reading for daily entertainment. The hall master waved his hand dismissively. All right, you may leave now, he added, but remember, your cultivation must always come first. It's better if you don't spend too much time on such books. Qingyun was puzzled. Strange, master didn't scold me? The hall master then barked. Still not leaving? Qingyun quickly turned and exited the room. After he left, the hall master lifted the blanket, revealing another book, the very same one Qingyun had just been holding. He picked it up and glanced at the cover. So, Qingyun has good taste. As he flipped through the pages, his face gradually flushed red. This is a limited edition. Signed copy? Could it be that when Qingyun took a leave of absence, he had actually gone to Vantam City just to purchase this? The hall master coughed awkwardly and muttered. Still, it's better if he doesn't find out that I know about this. Meanwhile, inside an ancient and solemn grand hall, an important discussion was taking place. Anicaps stood in the center and addressed the gathered sect leaders. As you all may have heard, the rules of the Heavens Pride Gathering will be changed this time. Feng Tianli, the hall master of Wind Spirit Hall, looked hesitant and voiced his concerns. Sect Master On, up until now, The Heavens Pride Gathering has always been valued as a friendly competition to test martial prowess. Are you saying that this time, we are truly going to? Aniclimax curled his lips into a faint smile. That's right, this time, in order to assess the disciples' ability to handle real danger, a vote will be held among the 10 sect masters. If the result is 7-3, this rule change will be implemented. The proposed changes were immensely significant. Firstly, the rule that prohibited harming another participant's life would be abolished. To reinforce this change, a new rule would be introduced. All cultivators must sign a life and death waiver before stepping onto the battlefield. Additionally, to ensure fairness and boost trust between the sects, a new measure was introduced. Each sect's elders would personally oversee and protect their disciples during battles. However, if casualties occurred, no sect would be allowed to seek revenge. Upon hearing this, the assembled sect leaders displayed mixed reactions, many of them looking hesitant and apprehensive about the drastic changes. The master of the Lam Wei Hall, Lam Dong, still harbored concerns and presented them to the authorities. However, the disciples participating in the Thien Kiu Grand Assembly were not all prodigies. If anything unexpected happened, their cultivation ranks could suffer losses. Aniclimax explained this to him, acknowledging that Lam Dong's worries were justified. At present, demonic cultivators were becoming increasingly active. The master gave a reassuring smile to calm him down. To prepare for the dangers ahead, young disciples had no choice but to endure arduous training to grow stronger. At that moment, Dong Gun, the master of Lam Tam Hall, also joined the conversation. That's right, whether they are yin sect cultivators or monsters from secret realms, they pose a great threat to the disciples' lives. Cultivators in this world face these dangers every day, he said, expressing full agreement with the viewpoint. Exactly. Facing danger requires a calm mindset, sharp judgment, and decisive action, Kovu added, vividly imagining the brutal battle between righteous cultivators and demonic sects. This thought made Lu Van, the master of the Lu Van Hall, even more serious. Elements that transcend the current realm can negatively impact a cultivator's survival, he stated. Aniclimax's smile widened, feeling reassured by their support. You are absolutely right. Moreover, this time, the Dong Dao master has prepared something crucial for the leader. He continued. His words startled the hall masters. The final key to Emperor Mai Nok Tran's legacy? Not only those who had doubts, but even those who agreed with him were astonished. Kovu trembled slightly in shock. Mai Nok Tran, the ruler of Thuong Nguyen from 5 million years ago, left behind countless supreme techniques after his passing. The radiance he emitted was so immense that it caused mountains to crumble and waters to rage. Later, people discovered his tomb beneath the Kiwio Sea, where many terrifying forbidden techniques were sealed away. To unlock it, all 5 key fragments were required. What shocked them even more was the undeniable fact that, up until now, 4 key fragments had already been found. No one had expected the final piece to be in the hands of the Tin Thien sect. Aniclimax shrugged and confirmed. That's right, if we obtain the final key fragment, we will have a chance to enter the Emperor's tomb and share its treasures. The ambition of Qingyun sect's leader was immense, and his voice grew more resolute. Therefore, in this Thien Kiu Grand Assembly, Qingyun Sword sect must claim the top position. I declare this now. His voice echoed throughout the sect. Next week, the inter-sect competition would begin. The crowd murmured excitedly. Have you heard? This time, the battles between sects will be completely different from before. Rumors of new rules being introduced left everyone in disbelief. Not only could talismans, celestial artifacts, and protective charms be used, but even forbidden techniques and divine abilities were allowed. Really? Wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? Someone exclaimed in shock. A disciple eagerly explained, no need to worry. During the battles, the elders of each sect will protect their disciples. Besides, the sect master also announced that the top 5 contestants will receive generous rewards and will have the chance to represent our sect in the annual Thien Kiu Grand Assembly. Excited, they hurried off. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to Ba Dao Market and buy supplies. If we're late, everything might be sold out. Hey, wait for me, someone called out as they rushed to join the group. Meanwhile, under a tree, Qingyun calmly removed his blindfold. They're getting a little too excited, he murmured, idly spinning the blindfold in his hand. Good thing I stocked up on supplies in advance. Suddenly, Wei Ran jumped out from behind him, startling him. Senior brother Hua Qingyun, Wei Ran greeted him with an excited grin. Qingyun turned to see his junior brother's beaming face. Wei Ran, why are you still here? Shouldn't you be out buying some elixirs or talismans? Wei Ran puffed up his chest proudly. With the sword technique you taught me, senior brother Hua, why would I need anything else? Qingyun sighed and reminded him. There's always someone stronger out there. In battle, you can't afford to be overconfident, or you'll face defeat. Still unfazed, Wei Ran confidently declared, I believe I will take first place in this tournament. Qingyun raised an eyebrow in surprise. According to the rules, the top 3 contestants will get the chance to challenge a core disciple. If they win, they'll officially become a core disciple themselves. This is very similar to the last tournament. Wait, are you serious, Wei Ran? Wei Ran nodded firmly. Absolutely. I've even heard that many disciples are lining up, eager to challenge you, senior brother Hua. Qingyun smirked mischievously and muttered under his breath. If I pretend to lose the match and let one of them defeat me, wouldn't that mean I could smoothly relinquish my status as a core disciple and return to being an inner disciple? Then my life would become so much easier. He chuckled darkly at the thought, while Wei Ran, eyes wide, stared at him in awe. As expected of senior brother Hua, even when facing so many challengers, you're completely unfazed. Those who underestimate you will surely regret it. Just then, the communication stone in Qingyun's pocket glowed. A voice came through. Qingyun, come to Lu Van Hall and meet me. Recognizing the voice immediately, Qingyun straightened up. My master is calling me, he muttered before turning to Wei Ran. Train hard, junior brother. I have to go meet my master. Wei Ran grinned and waved. Good luck, senior brother Hua. In the blink of an eye, Qingyun returned to the sect master's residence, accompanied by a few drifting leaves. Master, you called for me? He asked. Kovu sat leisurely at the wooden table and gestured for him to sit. Qingyun, take a seat. Regarding the upcoming inter-sect competition, I have a strict requirement for you, he said. Qingyun's lips parted in surprise. A requirement? What is it? Kovu calmly expressed his request. It's nothing too difficult for you. I simply hope that among the 20 participants in this competition, you can achieve. Before he could finish, Qingyun shouted in protest. No way, absolutely not. He had already made up his mind. This competition was his chance to return to being an inner disciple. His master's expression darkened slightly. Qingyun's sword sect has a total of 55 core disciples. If you just put in a little more effort, securing a place in the top 10 should be easy for you, Kovu stated firmly. Qingyun's eyes shimmered as he tried to reason with him. Master, if I truly had that ability, then why am I still only at a low level now? Kovu sighed, his voice turning melancholic. Qingyun, do you remember why I accepted you as my disciple? That day, on the tournament stage, you unleashed a sword technique so powerful that I still remember it vividly. Qingyun hesitated as memories of that moment resurfaced, when he had effortlessly defeated another disciple in an awe-inspiring display of swordsmanship. His skills in the way of the sword were on par with any core disciple. Regret washed over him. He hadn't meant to go all out back then. In fact, he had only used 10% of his strength. Yet the force had been overwhelming. However, he was still determined to avoid his master's expectations. Master, that sword strike was just a fluke, he insisted. Even if you ask me to perform it again now, I wouldn't be able to. Kovu's face darkened. Are you saying you wish to refuse me? Qingyun remained firm in his decision. Master, I truly cannot do it. No one was going to stop him from returning to the life of an inner disciple. But before he could finish his sentence, Kovu slammed a book down onto the table in frustration. HMPH, a disciple with such limited ability. He scoffed. So, you really can't do it? Qingyun glanced at the book and immediately froze. The pink-colored cover, adorned with a few delicate floral patterns, looked eerily familiar. His cheeks flushed red as he recognized it. Master, this is... With a snap of his fingers, Kovu flicked the book toward him. Read it. Qingyun caught the book, unable to hide his shock. Master, you actually read this? Flipping through the pages quickly, he mumbled under his breath. Ugu, Ugu. After finishing the book, Qingyun exclaimed in excitement. Kovu, his master, turned away in embarrassment. Master, did you write this? Qingyun asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Reaching into his robe, he pulled out a stack of handwritten pages filled with text. These are 12 unpublished manuscript pages. His entire body trembled in shock. The author of his favorite novel had been right beside him all along. Not only that, but it was his own master. Then, as realization dawned upon him, cold sweat dripped down his face. With overwhelming anxiety, Qingyun cautiously asked, "Master, you're not telling me this because you want?" Before he could finish, Kovu swiftly retrieved the book from his hands with a sly smile. His next words would be forever etched into Qingyun's mind. "If you don't make it into the top 20, the price you will pay is..." Kovu's smirk widened. "I will make the junior sister, the main character of this novel, die." The words struck Qingyun like a bolt of lightning. "What? The junior sister? She's my favorite character." Panicked, he lunged toward County Vu. "Master, you can't just decide a character's fate so recklessly. Do you have any idea how devastated the fans of this book will be?" But County Vu wasn't finished yet. He continued with an eerily calm expression. "Oh, and while I'm at it, I'll also marry off the senior sister, the other main heroine, to someone else." Qingyun staggered back in sheer horror. That was his second favorite character. "Master, you're truly heartless," he shouted, his emotions in turmoil. Yet, just as he was about to regain his composure, Qingyun squinted suspiciously at his master. Master, aren't you afraid that I'll expose you to the sect leader and tell them you've been secretly writing novels?" he threatened. Kovu, completely unfazed, calmly lifted the lid of his teacup and took a sip. "In that case, I'll make the childhood friend of the protagonist die right in front of her," he replied nonchalantly. Qingyun staggered, coughing up blood. His master had no mercy. Then, in a coaxing tone, Kovu added, "However, if you do make it into the top 20, not only will I ensure the safety of the characters you love, but I'll also let you read the unpublished manuscript. On top of that, I'll give you exclusive side stories that were never publicly released. Oh, and a few limited edition illustrated prints as well." Qingyun trembled uncontrollably. This temptation was too much. After a long internal struggle, he finally gave in, clutching his head in frustration. He groaned, "Fine, but you better keep your word." With that, he stormed outside, still fuming. Just then, he ran into Kook Thien. Senior brother Hua wore a face of utter distress. Placing a hand on Kook Thien's shoulder, he muttered, "The hallmaster is looking for you." Then, without another word, he trudged off, still seething. Kook Thien watched him go, completely bewildered. What just happened? Kovu successfully persuaded him, so he was in a cheerful mood. Compared to what I expected, he was still a bit lazy. At that moment, Kook Thien went to report to him. "Greetings, Hallmaster. Why do you seem so happy today?" Kovu smiled while assigning him a task. "Kook Thien, go to Gun and Peak and inform Yu Jianxin. Senior sister is currently in seclusion for an important matter." His next concern was once again Jianxin. That child was so engrossed in training that she forgot to check the announcements from Nakfu. Kook Thien immediately obeyed the order and flew towards Gun and Peak on his sword. When he landed, he did so with a bit too much force. Standing before a tightly closed wooden door, he shouted, "Senior Sister Yu, Kook Thien from Lu Van Hall requests an audience." He waited for a while, but no response came. He looked up and muttered, "No one's answering?" Sure enough, Senior Sister Yu was deep in seclusion. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of spiritual energy gathered in the air. The force it generated was immense, creating gusts of wind so strong that those nearby felt as if they were being pushed back. Kook Thien braced himself and stepped inside, calling out loudly, "Senior Sister Yu." The moment he did, his eyes widened in shock. Something strange was floating in midair, swirling amidst the wind and fallen leaves. "What is that?" he thought, trembling slightly in fear. Before he could recover, Jianxin landed on the ground, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Her sword energy was overwhelming. She glared at him with eyes that seemed ready to strike him down. "You saw it?" she asked coldly. Kook Thien was so scared he almost lost control of himself. But he still forced himself to report. "I saw nothing, Senior Sister Yu. I am an inner disciple of Lu Van Hall. Hall Master Kook ordered me to inform you about the upcoming Thien Tin Assembly and invite you to participate in the sect competition." Jianxin's expression suddenly softened into a more playful one. "Oh, so you're the junior of Senior Brother Hua?" "Even so." She gave him a cold smile and asked again, "You didn't see anything, did you?" Terrified, Kook Thien yelled, "I saw nothing at all." Seeing that he was truly frightened, she finally let him go. "All right, I understand, you may leave." After Kukthine left, Jianxin sighed to herself. She had been so focused on her sword training that she hadn't even noticed someone entering. A smile gradually formed on her lips as she thought of Qingyun. Senior brother Hua really is incredible. These past few days, I feel like my swordsmanship has improved even more. Then, a hint of hatred flickered in her eyes as she recalled the disgusting, slimy monsters she once struggled to fight. If I were to battle Max Zon's puppets now. She channeled her spiritual energy, letting it swirl around her fingers. In just 3 sword strikes, I could tear them to pieces. The small engraved stone was still wrapped in her spiritual energy. I must continue training hard in these final days, Jianxin thought. She grinned triumphantly. Senior brother Hua, wait for me. In the sect competition, I will definitely amaze you. Meanwhile, Qingyun was still fuming, shouting, damn it, I can't believe Master dared to threaten me. He pressed his lips together, feeling conflicted over this grudge. On the table before him lay countless treasures he had collected. Using sword techniques will easily expose my true strength. Luckily, this time, the rules are more flexible. I'll just use these magic tools and artifacts to secure victory. That way, I can still win without drawing too much attention. He gathered everything into a pouch. With these items, I just need to adjust my strength a little. Winning a few rounds should be easy. However, as he was packing, his eyes landed on something, a red gemstone, glowing faintly. This is the lost gem of ancestor Xian. The surface shimmered with a deep crimson glow, making it even more captivating. As Qingyun reached out to take it, the stone suddenly spoke. Pick me up, I will help you obtain everything you desire. The gem reflected his image, its voice laced with temptation. If you merge your soul into my body, I can grant you supreme power, unparalleled cultivation, and anything you wish for. It kept making exaggerated promises, which started to irritate him. Come, accept me, the voice urged. Although Qingyun was already annoyed, the demonic energy from the red gemstone grew even stronger. Just a small amount of your spiritual power in exchange for infinite strength. Take me, claim me, he scoffed and immediately threw it to the ground. Claim your damn self, keep talking nonsense, and I'll find a stick to smash you into pieces. The red gem hit the ground and went silent for a moment. Then, it suddenly floated up, shocked. You refuse the great power I offer you? In all my existence, I have never encountered such a situation. Qingyun smirked, making the mysterious entity hesitate. These so-called benefits of yours? I thought you were some cheap advertisement or something. The gemstone flared up, releasing even greater power. Qingyun raised an eyebrow and asked, so what exactly are you? Hearing his question, the entity finally had the chance to display its might. I am the heavenly demon of the demon realm, an almighty being. Qingyun looked at the entity before him with an expression of utter boredom. What, almighty heavenly lord? Never heard of you before. The red gemstone immediately flared up in anger. Insolent. I was one of the great beings who arrived in this world alongside the demon sect. After they departed, I remained here. In terms of status, the cultivators of Thuongmuin realm should revere me and address me as Lord. Qingyun smirked even more disdainfully. Oh, so you were abandoned? That remark finally pushed the so-called heavenly lord over the edge. Since it was merely a gemstone, it could only hover around him while shouting furiously. How dare you insult me? If you have the guts, pour your spiritual power into the Thongthine gem. I will teach you a lesson in respect. Qingyun, however, only seemed intrigued as he watched the waves of spiritual energy radiating from it. Oh, so there's a hidden space inside this Thongthine gem? The red gemstone gleamed, reflecting Qingyun's face like a mirror. The heavenly lord within was brimming with arrogance. What's wrong, brat? Are you scared to enter? Qingyun said nothing. He simply injected a small amount of his power into the gem. The energy within the stone grew stronger and stronger. But his expression remained calm. Why would I be afraid? Then, his figure was transported into the hidden space of the Thongthine gem. Suspended in midair, he looked around. Black and purple flames gradually gathered in front of him. A massive face appeared, its thick brows furrowed in displeasure. You foolish mortal, I can't believe you actually dared to come in here. Qingyun's lips curled into a smirk as he taunted. Why do you look so pathetic? You don't even have a physical body? The so-called heavenly lord fumed and retorted. Insolent wretch, I am the Thongthine demon sovereign. A lowly being like you dares to speak to me in such a manner? Qingyun crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Oh, So now you've changed your title to Demon Sovereign. The entity before him sighed and explained impatiently. The Heavenly Demon is my race. Demon Sovereign is my title. And Heavenly Lord is my honorific name. Qingyun yawned exaggeratedly. So unnecessarily complicated. His gaze shifted to the streams of spiritual energy blazing around the entity. And he suddenly decided to give it a new name. Your whole body is purple. And you're a demon. Guess I'll call you Purple Ghost, then. The so-called Heavenly Lord was utterly displeased. Watch your words. Address me properly. Call me Heavenly Lord. But Qingyun simply grinned slyly and repeated, sure thing, Purple Ghost. Having no means to retaliate, the entity could only rage helplessly. You damn brat. The entity then opened its massive mouth, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it tried to intimidate Qingyun. HMPH. You won't be acting arrogant for much longer. I am the ruler of this space. Do you really think you can leave just because you entered? Qingyun smirked and responded in an exaggeratedly sarcastic tone. Oh? Then how exactly do I get out? The so-called Heavenly Lord's face suddenly turned pale. Avoiding eye contact, he muttered, one way is to gain my permission. But with that attitude of yours, there's absolutely no chance I'll let you leave. The entity's sharp, gleaming eyes locked onto Qingyun as it continued. The second option, strike a deal with me. Wealth, beauties, status, cultivation, take your pick. Qingyun chuckled mysteriously before looking at him with sparkling eyes. Can you grant me eternal youth? A life where I never have to work? The Heavenly Lord hesitated, looking uncomfortable. Extending your lifespan? That's beyond my capabilities. Hearing that, Qingyun immediately looked disappointed. Useless. The entity was on the verge of exploding with rage but managed to hold back. Instead, it pressed on with the deal. Do you have any other wishes? Qingyun stroked his chin in deep thought before replying. How about making my favorite novel release a few more volumes so I can read them? The Heavenly Lord stared blankly, a giant question mark practically appearing above his head. What? Qingyun fumbled through his sleeves, pulled out a book, and explained, it's a really famous novel out there. Oh, by the way, my master is the author. The entity's eyes widened before it snapped angrily. What kind of ridiculous wish is that? There's no way I can grant that. Qingyun crossed his arms, smirking. Wow, so you're really that useless? I gave you two simple requests. And you failed both. The Heavenly Lord's patience finally snapped. You refuse to call me Heavenly Lord and reject my deal? Fine, then you shall be imprisoned here for eternity. His booming voice echoed throughout the space. But it only irritated Qingyun. I will make you perish in terror and starvation. Your body will be crushed. Your blood will flood the land. Suddenly, a massive hand materialized and clamped tightly over the entity's mouth. Recognizing the spiritual energy as Qingyun's, the entity's eyes filled with horror. How are you able to touch my spiritual form? Qingyun casually raised two fingers, chanting an incantation as he smirked. You said I can only leave with your permission, right? The so-called Heavenly Lord broke out in a cold sweat but still tried to act tough. You think you can defeat me? Unless you surpass the laws of the Great Tao, you cannot harm me. But he would soon regret those words, just a few seconds later. A bolt of lightning crackled in front of him. Qingyun raised his hand, generating an electric current. His expression darkened, his presence becoming overwhelmingly terrifying. Oh, what a coincidence, he muttered. Even though Thong Thien's spiritual form was already purple, he somehow looked even more pale and lifeless now. Something about the laws of the Great Tao. Was it? Sword energy radiated from Qingyun, enveloping him in a blinding light. The wind howled around him, carrying traces of lightning that crackled ominously. Good thing I have some understanding of it as well. And just like that, he returned to the outside world. A gentle breeze swirled around where he stood before fading away. Qingyun held the Thong Thien gem in his hand and smiled. Didn't expect to pick up such an unexpected prize. Thinking back, he recalled how he had given Thong Thien a thorough beating, leaving the so-called Heavenly Lord on the verge of tears. Here, take these treasures, Lord Qingyun. Qingyun glanced at the magical artifacts he'd obtained and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. He tucked the gemstone into his robes and felt a sense of relief. With these treasures from Purple Ghost, I don't have to worry about the competition anymore. Letting out a long yawn, he stretched lazily. After successfully robbing someone blind, I guess I should take a break. There's still 2 days until the tournament. Meanwhile, deep within a secluded forest, Cold winds whistled through the empty cave. A figure sat before a mysterious mirror. His actions secretive. From within the mirror, a voice echoed, "How confident are you about winning the sect tournament?" The man before it whispered in reply, "With the artifact that you granted me, securing a spot in the top 5 won't be a problem." The mysterious figure in the mirror chuckled. "Very good. Fortunately, thanks to your intel, I was able to recover the Blood Soul Pearl." The cultivator, unwavering in his loyalty, swore solemnly, "If not for your intervention back then, I wouldn't have survived. I will do anything for you." A deep, amused laugh rumbled from the mirror. "You are truly devoted." Then, the mysterious voice reminded him of their agreement. "When you become the champion of the Heaven's Bridge tournament, I will take you away from Qingyun Sword Sect." The cultivator's brows furrowed tightly before he responded, "Rest assured, my lord." Then, he fell to his knees, bowing deeply before the mirror. "No matter what the cost, I will complete your mission." The voice from the mirror laughed once more. 2 days later, at Qingyun Sword Sect, countless cultivators gathered at the Grand Arena. The sect was bustling with excitement as disciples from all around assembled for the long-awaited tournament. Today was truly a significant day. On the high platform, Elder Anicap stepped forward. Addressing the crowd, "The disciples that Qingyun Sword Sect has recruited over the past few years have all gathered here today. This tournament is not just a test of your cultivation progress but, more importantly, a chance to determine the strongest disciple among you." He then proceeded to explain the rules. Unlike previous years, this competition will allow the use of talismans, elixirs, magical artifacts, and formations. Down below, Wei Ren listened intently, his excitement barely contained. "All you need to do is become a formidable opponent and secure the highest rank." On one side of the arena sat those with higher status, sect leaders, elders, and prominent figures. However, regardless of one's strength, there was one strict rule. No one is allowed to intentionally harm their fellow disciples. The hall masters and great elders will oversee the battles to ensure no one suffers severe injuries. With a wave of his hand, Anicap released a surge of spiritual energy. "And now, the inter-sect disciple tournament shall begin." His technique stirred the wind, sending dazzling streaks of light into the sky. These beams gradually transformed into floating nameplates, each engraved with a contestant's name. One by one, the plates descended and attached themselves to their rightful owners. "The jade plate in your hands represents your designated match." Qingyun glanced at the name written on his, Jop Lin Nyat. Meanwhile, other disciples murmured in confusion as they read their match orders. "At Tamluk? Been to that?" As the arena gates opened, Anicap issued the command. "The matches shall begin. If your jade plate glows, step onto the battlefield immediately." In an instant, 2 figures leapt onto the stage, drawing their swords. First match, Trong Din of Qin and Hall vs Bok Trian of Lamwei Hall. Cheers erupted from the spectators. "Go, go, you can do it." Up in the stands, Lam Dong turned to Dong Gun with excitement. "Hall Master Dong, what do you think of these 2 inner disciples?" The elder smiled. "They show some promise." From the side, Kovu observed calmly, his face unreadable. "With the strength of inter-sect disciples, this fight will last no longer than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea." As he spoke, the battle raged on, dust and debris flying everywhere. Lam Dong was surprised. "Oh, so, Hall Master Ko, you mean the winner will be decided soon?" Elders and sect leaders continued discussing amongst themselves as spiritual birds soared through the sky, returning to spectate the matches. Would the strongest disciple truly be determined today? Next, as Qingyun made his way back to the sect, the sky was already tinged with the warm hues of the setting sun. Yet, the tournament was far from over. Next match. Next match. When the number of participants had significantly decreased, the real battle finally began. 2 outstanding figures took center stage. Yang Kai from the Moon Spirit Hall and Tan Wei Ran from the Wind Spirit Hall. Wei Ran stood tall, holding his sword in one hand with a composed and serious demeanor. The final match among the inter-sect disciples was about to begin. From above, Qingyun looked down, seemingly surprised. "Oh, it's almost over?" He gazed at his sworn brother standing in the arena and smiled warmly. "Well done, Wei Ran. I never expected you to make it to the final round." A fierce slash from his opponent came rushing toward him. Wei Ran used both hands to block Yang Kai's sword strike. The clash sent both of them recoiling, creating an invisible pressure that left the spectators in awe. Zhang Ding from the Moon Spirit Hall, a cultivator at the 5th level of the Spirit Core realm, silently praised his junior. He's actually a level above Wei Ran. However, Wei Ran quickly regained the upper hand, launching relentless attacks to overwhelm his opponent. Even though facing a higher cultivation realm could be suffocating, Wei Ran's swordsmanship was refined and precise. Battling against a direct disciple had clearly helped him comprehend an even deeper level of sword intent. His stance remained unwavering, without exposing a single flaw. I only taught him the fundamentals of swordplay, yet he has managed to apply them so well, even developing his own combat style on the battlefield. He truly has great talent. If he performs well, he might even catch the attention of the Hall Master and be accepted as a direct disciple. Yang Kai suddenly swung his hand, deflecting his opponent's attack, with one hand placed behind his back and his sword pointed forward. He challenged his junior. Enough probing. Tan, let's end this with one final move. Wiping the sweat from his cheek, Wei Ran replied, I was thinking the same thing. Yang Kai held a talisman between his fingers, igniting it with a spark of lightning. The cultivators watching the battle gasped in astonishment. A soul-converging talisman? But in such a short time, it can burn both his spiritual energy and consciousness, unleashing an immense power. Is senior brother Yang really willing to use a blood-burning talisman? Not to be outdone, Wei Ran swiftly grabbed a pill and swallowed it. The fatigue in his body instantly faded, replaced by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. A chi explosion pill? I never expected junior brother Tan to have such a move. Though it's only a 3rd-grade pill, its effect is enough to rival the soul-converging talisman. Yang Kai began executing his sword technique with razor-sharp precision. Moon Spirit Sword. Be careful, junior brother Tan. Wei Ran said nothing but gathered his strength into his sword. The Wind Spirit Sword, Silver Dragon, clashed fiercely with its opposing force, as if tearing the very space apart. Qingyun's eyes darkened as he observed the battle. The outcome was already decided. The sheer impact of those last 2 strikes spread across the surroundings, forcing the nearby cultivators to close their eyes and dodge. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring the battlefield. As it gradually settled, the figure of the defeated warrior emerged. Wei Ran's face was injured. He stabbed his sword into the ground and murmured, I've lost. Yang Kai remained standing. With humility, he spoke to his junior disciple. I only had a slight advantage in spiritual power. His body bore minor injuries, and he was breathing heavily as he added, if you and I were at the same cultivation level, I would have undoubtedly lost. Wei Ran looked up in surprise. Really? At that moment, a memory of Qingyun's face flashed through his mind. Senior brother Hua, if not for your guidance, I would never have reached this level of swordsmanship in my lifetime. At last, the final announcement rang through the air. The battle among the inner sect disciples had concluded. The winner was Yang Kai of the Wind Spirit Hall. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Congratulations, senior brother Yang. Junior brother Tan, you fought well too. Elder Wen Jian raised an eyebrow and remarked, these two are indeed talented disciples. Turning to Yuan Shen, he continued, one has an unshakable foundation, while the other possesses extraordinary talent. Both of them are worthy of becoming direct disciples. Fairy Yuan Shen, who had been silently observing, finally made a move. She gently extended a finger, sending a stream of spiritual energy toward the 2 exhausted fighters. This is my duty. A wave of energy surged through their bodies, and both of them felt instantly rejuvenated. Their wounds healed, and their depleted spiritual power was restored. The referee then turned to Yang Kai. As the champion of this competition, according to the rules, you have the right to challenge a direct disciple of your choosing. If you win, you will take their place. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before speaking. I choose the one Qingyun predicted. All eyes followed his gaze, toward Hua Qingyun of the Flowing Cloud Hall. A murmur spread through the crowd. Senior brother Hua? He may be a direct disciple, but his strength ranks at the bottom. He's only at the 6th level of the spirit condensation realm, probably the weakest direct disciple of the Qingyun sword sect. This will be interesting. A battle between the strongest inner disciple and the weakest direct disciple. At that moment, Qingyun descended onto the arena with a casual smile. Oh, so soon? I guess it's my turn to fight already. Yang Kai bowed respectfully. Senior brother Hua, please guide me. Qingyun chuckled, clearly pleased. Well said indeed. Wei Ran suddenly sighed and gave a word of advice to Yang Kai. Senior brother Yang, take care. Yang Kai was momentarily confused. Huh? Junior brother Tan, what do you mean by that? Why does this feel like an ominous warning? Meanwhile, Qingyun was still wearing a friendly smile. Above them, birds soared through the sky as the referee's voice rang out. The battle begins. However, Yang Kai did not attack immediately. Instead, he started a conversation. Senior brother Hua, I've long heard of your reputation. Qingyun smirked with a hint of pride. Oh, that's an honor for me. Then, but to his surprise, Yang Kai's expression was anything but pleasant. His face was serious, his gaze stern. To be honest, your actions have greatly disappointed me. He then recounted his journey. I may only be an inner sect disciple, but my heart is devoted to the Tao. To become a direct disciple, I have trained tirelessly, losing sleep, skipping meals, never daring to slack off. Qingyun let out a deep sigh. I think I know what you're about to say. Yang Kai's voice rose. And yet you, a direct disciple, treat cultivation like a mere job, working from 9 to 5 without a care. You never take training seriously. Images of Qingyun lazily reclining under a tree during practice surfaced in Yang Kai's mind, fueling his frustration. While others dedicate their lives to training, you waste countless hours in idleness. Qingyun chuckled. You truly understand me. Yang Kai, however, was not amused. Spiritual energy surged into his sword as he declared with unwavering determination. Your disgraceful behavior is unworthy of the Qingyun sword sect. I will defeat you and take your place as the next direct disciple. He raised his arm, and talismans swirled around him in a mystical formation. Qingyun sighed again, shaking his head. Who knew my 9 to 5 lifestyle would trouble you so much? Yang Kai had heard enough. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Senior brother Hua, take this. At that moment, a sly smirk curled on Qingyun's lips. He muttered something under his breath, forming a protective barrier around himself. Yang Kai's attack landed, but struck only the invisible shield. He was stunned. What? Undeterred, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, but each one bounced off harmlessly. Eventually, he was forced to retreat, facing the seemingly indestructible defense of Qingyun. The spectators were left in shock, their mouths agape. What just happened? Meanwhile, Elder Donggang shot to his feet, his face filled with fury. Outrageous. The disciples of Qingyun's sword sect value the way of the sword above all else. On this path, we are invincible, even if it means life or death by the blade. He pointed at Qingyun and scolded him. Look at this Hua Qingyun, hiding behind talismans. Is this how a true swordsman should act? Such behavior brings disgrace to our Qingyun sword sect. However, another voice interjected, rejecting that claim. Master Dong, are you saying that the Qingyun sword sect is only allowed to practice swordsmanship and not any defensive techniques? Ji Yu Wu, standing nearby, bluntly criticized him. If everyone were as reckless as you, our sect would have been destroyed long ago. Donggang's face turned red with anger, veins bulging across his face. What do you mean by that, Master Ji Yu? At that moment, Wen Jian stepped in to prevent further conflict. Enough. This match is meant as preparation for the upcoming Heavenly Prowess tournament. There's no need for unnecessary arguments. He then turned to defend Qingyun. If Qingyun has chosen this method, he must have his reasons. As long as he wins, what does it matter? Yang Kai, standing in front of him, spoke in a frustrated tone. Senior brother Hua, as a core disciple, you're fighting an inner disciple like me, yet you only dare to hide behind talismans? He gritted his teeth and trembled with rage before charging forward. How is this any different from a turtle hiding in its shell? Qingyun's hand moved gently through the barrier, precisely catching Yang Kai's blade, causing the protective aura around it to fade. Yang Kai was startled and instinctively tried to retreat, but it was too late. Qingyun's expression became serious as he withdrew his talisman and spoke calmly. If you insist on facing me head-on, then I'll give you the chance. The spectators grew impatient. Oh, he's finally making a move. I was about to fall asleep. Someone murmured. Only Wei Ran forced a smile, offering his sympathy to the unfortunate participant. Senior brother Yang, I wish you the best of luck. Yang Kai, still somewhat naive, mistook Qingyun's words as encouragement and grinned. Senior brother, you're finally taking action. He steadied himself, clasped his hands together, and bowed. Apologies for my earlier rude words. I hope you won't take offense. Qingyun, maintaining a friendly demeanor, responded. Forget about it, I understand, though his smile was not particularly cheerful. His words were forgiving. It's just a small matter. Of course, I won't take it to heart. Yang Kai, now composed, channeled his spiritual energy into his sword, conjuring numerous massive blades. Now then, senior brother, please guide me. Qingyun took out a fire talisman and held it in his hand. The surrounding disciples looked on in astonishment. What kind of talisman is that? I've never seen it before. The talisman released countless fireballs that hovered in the air, their numbers growing rapidly and becoming increasingly powerful. The spectators gasped in shock. Just one talisman can unleash this much spiritual energy? Yang Kai's sword strikes targeted the fireballs first, but they dissipated the moment they were touched, like fragile wisps of flame. His confidence wavered as he realized that more than half of them were still intact. This can't be happening. Qingyun pointed forward, commanding the fireballs to move. They gathered together into a mighty torrent and surged toward Yang Kai. He had no room to evade and no defensive techniques to rely on. To hell with it, he shouted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He forced his spiritual energy to turn crimson. The blood splattered onto his sword, enhancing its strength tremendously. With all his might, he slashed horizontally at the firestorm. But the power gap was too great. He was overwhelmed. Flames engulfed his body, reducing his clothes to ashes. Then, a massive explosion erupted in the center of the arena. When the smoke cleared, Yang Kai, nearly roasted alive, plummeted to the ground in front of the stunned audience. His face darkened with shock. His hair puffed up into a scorched mess, and his body emitted wisps of white smoke. The female disciples who witnessed everything screamed in embarrassment. Wei Ran sighed at the sight of Yang Kai's humiliation. I told you so, but you wouldn't listen. Meanwhile, the third-ranked inner disciple, who had initially considered challenging Qingyun, began to tremble. So this is his true power? I was planning to challenge senior brother Hua. As the smoke gradually dispersed, only Qingyun remained standing. The outcome was clear. Hua Qingyun had won. A smirk played on his lips. Oops, maybe I went a little overboard. Hope the poor guy isn't too traumatized. Qingyun stood calmly, waiting for the official announcement. The winner of this match, Hua Qingyun, Wei Ran, who had been waiting for his turn, was finally called next. He had the right to choose his opponent for the challenge. Before stepping onto the stage, he rushed over to Qingyun, shouting, "Senior brother Hua, that was an amazing match." Qingyun placed a hand on his shoulder and encouraged him. Do your best, junior brother. Bolstered by the words of support, Wei Ran exuded a newfound confidence as he ascended the stage. He closed his eyes for a moment, considering his options carefully, then declared loudly, I challenge senior brother Lin. The chosen disciple flinched in surprise. Oh? Qingyun also looked toward the chosen disciple and assessed him. You chose junior brother Lin, the third from the bottom among the direct disciples? He nodded in satisfaction. The two of them faced each other and bowed first. Junior brother Tan, senior brother Lin, I was planning to watch the match for a bit. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Qingyun's mind. Yun Cheng, come here for a moment. Surprised, he realized it was his master calling him. He quickly flew towards the spectator stands, descending slowly to the ground before greeting those present. Greetings, Hall Master, elders. However, Elder Jiyu Wu and Elder Dong Zheng both looked displeased, their expressions dark. Qingyun's master sternly asked, Qingyun, where did you get the talismans you used earlier? Qingyun reached into his sleeve, carefully took out a talisman, and presented it before the two elders. I obtained these during my time in a secret realm. A senior expert passed them down to me, allowing me to comprehend the 100 Flames Dragon talisman. He spoke with ease and confidence, clearly pleased with these talismans. The power unleashed by these talismans is closely linked to my spiritual energy. In truth, he had acquired them through a deal, exchanging all of his own spiritual energy for them with the purple ghost a few days ago. That encounter had not been pleasant. Just a few talismans? That's not enough. Hurry and give me more. The talismans were so powerful that when activated, they could rival an attack from a 4th-level Purple Mansion Realm cultivator. Tung Tian had been utterly humiliated, beaten, and extorted. Meanwhile, Qingyun was quite satisfied, holding a stack of talismans in his hands. As long as he used these during combat, he could easily win 2 matches, secure a spot in the top 20, and avoid any suspicion from the sect about his true strength. More importantly, he could fulfill his agreement with his master. Elder Ji Wu examined the talismans in Qingyun's hand. Lost in thought. An ancient inheritance. No wonder we couldn't recognize the effects of these talismans. Look at the patterns. Every single one is inscribed with ancient markings. Truly mysterious and extraordinary. However, Elder Dong Jing's expression remained hostile. He called out Qingyun's name, his voice filled with resentment, his gaze burning with animosity. Yet, Qingyun remained calm and asked, "Hall Master Dong, do you have any guidance for me?" Dong Jing clenched his teeth in fury and accused him. As a disciple of the Qingyun sword sect, how can you rely on formation talismans in battle? Winning like this is not honorable. Qingyun had anticipated this complaint and responded confidently. What is dishonorable about this? The sect tournament does not prohibit the use of external items. Every means a disciple employs falls within the established rules. He tilted his head slightly, mocking. Could it be that Hall Master Dong is questioning the rules set by the sect master? Dong Zheng immediately shouted, "Using such underhanded tricks, I'd like to see just how far you can go." At that moment, Elder Wen Jian raised his voice, cutting in. "Enough, Hall Master Dong." He approached with Yuan Shin and stepped in to resolve the situation. "If these talismans were truly passed down to you from a secret realm, then I won't press the matter further. Step back for now and focus on performing well in your next match." Qingyun sighed in relief and bowed respectfully. "Many thanks, Sect Master. I shall take my leave." As he turned to leave, he mused to himself, "The Sect Master is quite kind. Next time, I should gift him more tea pouches." At that moment, the ongoing match reached its conclusion. Tan Hunian had lost. Qingyun wasn't surprised. Although junior brother Wei Ran had been defeated, the strength he displayed was commendable. Wei Ran walked down from the stage, his face covered in dust. As fellow disciples consoled him, "He's not far from becoming a direct disciple." Elder Zhao held up a piece of paper and announced, "The intra-sect challenge round has ended. Next, we will proceed with the lot drawing for the direct disciples competition. The top contestant of Group A will face the top contestant of Group B." Qingyun quickly received his jade token and muttered to himself, "I'm number 23 in Group B." Thinking about the structure of the tournament, he estimated his match timing. Judging from this lineup, my turn won't come for a while. Group A would fight first, meaning the top experts in the sect were about to take the stage. Feeling lazy, Qingyun reclined in midair, waiting for his turn. Suddenly, a name was announced with particular emphasis, snapping him out of his relaxed state. Yu Jianxin of Kengyun Hall. Both men and women in the crowd cheered excitedly. Finally, senior sister Yu is entering the arena. The audience erupted into enthusiastic chants. Yu Jianxin, Yu Jianxin. Qingyun sat up to watch, amused. Junior sister Yu is still as popular as ever. Nearby, another name was being called out. Ku Xuanian, Ku Xuanian. Hearing that name, Qingyun suddenly recalled the strong and resolute figure of a girl from the past. Quite a few people are cheering for Ku Xuanian as well. He overheard someone whispering, "I heard junior sister Ku is a great beauty." Another added, "Many of the direct disciples are pursuing her." The male disciples were visibly excited. Qingyun smirked. Seems like they're more eager to watch a battle between two beauties than the actual fight itself. The girl's slender legs appeared, her flowing robe billowing amidst the falling peach blossoms, further exciting the disciples. "She's here, Ku Xuanian." She had two neatly tied ponytails, radiating an ethereal, enchanting aura. This was Ku Xuanian of Kengyun Hall, ranked 6th on the Tianzhou leaderboard, at the 4th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Just then, from the sky, another figure descended swiftly. It's senior sister Yu. The top disciple has arrived. A composed face emerged from the wind. She was Yu Jianxin of Kengyun Hall, the first-ranked Tianzhou, with cultivation at the 5th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Her amber eyes widened as she locked onto her opponent. Qingyun focused on her more than on Ku Xuanian. Oh, junior sister Yu's sword intent has solidified even further. Her cultivation had clearly improved. Lam Dong was astonished. Jianxin's strength has risen again. Even Dong Zheng held her in high regard. However, Ku Xuanian was no pushover. Her illusory moon sword art combined deception and swordplay. Unpredictable and formidable. Yuan Xin smiled gently and asked the sect master, Wen Jian, what do you think the outcome of this battle will be? With his experience, he had already made his judgment. These two are among the finest disciples. But Jianxin's cultivation is a full level higher. I'd say the match will be decided within half an incense stick's time. The energy from both women surged. And the battle began. Ku Xuanian spoke first. Junior sister Yu, it's been a year since our last duel. Yu Jianxin replied calmly. Senior sister Ku, I hope you've been well. Ku Xuanian read a hand along her thin, wire-like sword and smirked confidently. Last time, we exchanged 133 moves before I was defeated by a single strike. Since then, I've devoted myself to rigorous training. My strength is no longer the same as before. She immediately unleashed her hidden moon sword art, celestial splendor, splitting herself into countless illusions as she leapt high into the air. I hope to see an even stronger swordplay from you today, junior sister. Jianxin gripped her sword tightly, her eyes widening and glowing with determination. Slowly, she drew her dazzling blade from its sheath. But the moment she unsheathed it, she vanished. Yu Jianxin, the match hasn't ended yet. Where are you going? Behind her, countless sword marks filled the air. Ku Xuanian's sword clattered to the ground as fear overtook her. Before her eyes, all her illusions shattered into fragments. She could only stammer, I concede. Jianxin stood in the center of the arena as shattered fragments from the broken techniques slowly fell to the ground. Despite the bitterness in her heart, Ku Nian could not stop her hands from trembling. I've lost, she admitted. Jianxin clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. He had held back, yet the entire battle had ended in the blink of an eye. Leaving the spectators stunned. What just happened? Did junior sister Ku Nian admit defeat so quickly? High above, two inner disciples observed the match. Senior brother True, did you see that sword strike just now? With just a single flash of sword light, all afterimages were instantly cut down. Junior sister Yu's swordsmanship has advanced yet again, one of them remarked. They also noticed subtle yet precise strikes from Jianxin. More impressively, while junior sister Yu was still in motion, she had landed 10 precise attacks on Ku Nian's sword. This disrupted her spiritual energy, causing her grip to weaken and forcing her to surrender. Zhang Du, the third-ranked disciple on the heavenly talent list and the top disciple of Lu Van Hall, calmly analyzed the situation. That's why Ku Nian's spiritual sword slipped from her hands, leading to her automatic defeat. True Thien Lok, the second-ranked disciple on the list and the former chief disciple of Qingyun's sword sect, folded his arms and muttered. To be precise, she struck 12 or 13 times, though I couldn't see the exact number. Qingyun, standing nearby, tilted his head and mused to himself. Interesting, unless someone can cut down all those afterimages with a single strike. He sighed, his admiration evident, but then, with just 2 or 3 more consecutive slashes, she destroyed the spiritual energy within the sword. Ku Nian's unwavering gaze and resolute swordplay only reinforced Jianxin's exceptional talent. No wonder he is the top-ranked inner disciple. He merely left a trace of sword energy in the dust. Yet he was able to comprehend the profound essence of the great Tao of sword forms. Truly extraordinary. Qingyun turned his attention elsewhere, finding amusement in the reactions of the sect elders and hallmasters, who were visibly shaken with excitement. At that moment, Dong Gun couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "Did I see that correctly?" Lam Dong, equally shocked, burst into laughter. That was the great Tao of sword forms. Recalling the slender figure of the young girl, they found it even more astonishing. That's right, Jianxin. Just how old is she? Has she even cultivated for 20 years? Witnessing such an extraordinary display of talent, many couldn't help but anticipate her limitless future. The so-called Great Tao of Sword Forms was one of the 3,000 supreme Tao principles of the sword. In the vast Thuong Nguyen realm, there were countless cultivators at the 9th level of the Mansion realm. Yet, among them, those who could truly comprehend and integrate the Great Tao were as rare as phoenix feathers, practically non-existent. The man turned to the sect leader and spoke to the many cultivators present. For just a sliver of enlightenment, countless cultivators venture into forbidden lands, risking their lives for a mere chance at comprehending the Great Tao. Yet this kind of innate talent, such as hers, is something the entire Thuong Nguyen realm struggles to find even once. If she is nurtured properly, the Qingyun sword sect will have a worthy successor. The future is truly promising. Elder Ankiem chuckled in satisfaction. With a disciple of such talent, the Qingyun sword sect is bound to grow stronger. Once this tournament concludes, I will seek out Jianxin and ask about her cultivation methods. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qingyun glanced at the pocket watch in his hand, sighing in exhaustion. Are we finishing today's tournament or not? My shift is about to end. The previous match had concluded, with the injured returning to their seats. The announcer then called for the next contestant. Disciple number 23, step forward. Lu Van Hall's Quan Sun Neok. His voice faltered as he realized the opponent. You're up against Lu Van Hall's Hua Qingyun. Quan Sun Neok's face darkened. He clenched his teeth and let out a cold snort before descending from above with immense force, landing with power and authority. Ranked 14th on the heavenly talent list, he was a second realm cultivator of the Tu Fu stage and a formidable disciple of Lu Van Hall. He locked eyes with his opponent and raised his massive sword. Qingyun, seeing his opponent, looked slightly uneasy. He hadn't expected his first match to be against a fellow sect member, let alone someone ranked 13th on the heavenly talent list. Unlike his opponent's aggressive stance, Qingyun remained calm as he stepped into the arena. The match began immediately. Qingyun raised a protective barrier as the first move. Sun Neok scoffed. Have you finished setting up your talismans yet? Qingyun replied casually. More or less. That nonchalant attitude only fueled Sun Neok's frustration. He finally voiced his long-standing resentment. From the moment I joined Lu Van Hall, I swore to make it the strongest division in the Qingyun sword sect. I've trained our disciples ruthlessly, pushing them to grow stronger as fast as possible. I'm strict with my fellow disciples, but it's only because I hope all of us in Lu Van Hall will dedicate ourselves to cultivation and contribute to its rise. He then glared at Qingyun and continued angrily. But you're infected by that ridiculous mindset of work hours and off hours. As a core disciple of Lu Van Hall, not only do you refuse to put in effort, but your laziness is holding the entire hall back. Qingyun was caught off guard. What is this? Some kind of emotional outburst about wanting me to succeed? Why do you sound more concerned about my future than even our master? Qingyun remained calm as he defended himself. Senior brother Quan, I truly admire your dedication, but you can't impose your will on others. Working from 9 to 5 is my way of life, it's not laziness. You have to understand that life isn't just about cultivation and work. There are many meaningful things to pursue and experience beyond that. For a moment, he recalled the frustrated face of his former boss in his past life. This was a lesson he had learned through painful experience, and he sincerely hoped his senior brother could understand. But Sun Neok responded with a decisive swing of his sword. Hua Qingyun, even now, you're still making excuses. You refuse to face me with your swordsmanship and instead rely on these heretical techniques? He leapt high into the air, unleashing a roaring gust of wind. Today, I will destroy your talismans so you can truly understand at the Qingyun sword sect. We forge our bodies with the sword. We attain the Tao through the sword. With fury, he brought his sword down in a powerful strike. Swordsmanship is the ultimate path we disciples must pursue. A massive wall of ice erupted upon impact, slamming into Qingyun's barrier. The spectators shuddered. Such a strike carried enough force to rival that of a 5th realm Tu Fu stage cultivator. Qingyun's body was completely encased within the ice. It looks like he's been blown away. Someone murmured. For someone at the mere Lin Kung stage to last this long is already quite fortunate. Another added. Standing frozen in place, Qingyun's expression was unreadable, but soon, cracks began to form in the ice. Then, a broad grin appeared among the shattering fragments. The match isn't over yet, he said. He broke free from the ice, stepping forward with ease, and offered a calm remark. As expected of senior brother Quan, this sword strike was far beyond my expectations. Wei Ran and the others watching were taken aback. Even Sun Neok was momentarily stunned. Impossible, that was a sword strike into which I poured my full strength. And yet, all it did was destroy your talismans, it didn't leave a single scratch on you. He and Qingyun locked eyes once more. HMPH, so all your talismans are for defense. Sun Neok muttered. I must admit, they're quite effective, but now that they're all used up, how do you plan to fight me? Or will you simply surrender? Qingyun extended his hand, summoning more talismans into his grasp. Surrender? He infused them with spiritual energy and met his opponent's gaze with a serious expression. Senior brother, I'm sorry, but I have to win this match. Sun Neok remained unfazed and laughed loudly. Your spell has been broken by me once. And it will be broken again. However, his laughter gradually faded as countless talismans were summoned once more. This array of talismans is not easy to control. For your own good, I advise you to realize that now, Qingyun said. His eyes widened in astonishment. There were now several times more talismans surrounding Qingyun than before. The previous spell was merely an ordinary version. The talismans then combined, forming an enormous and terrifying barrier. This is the perfected version, Qingyun declared. Sun Neok's face darkened as he stared at the bizarre construct before him. While Qingyun hid behind the talismans and spoke again. Senior brother Guan, please enlighten me. His voice echoed from within the overwhelming sea of talismans. Guan Sun Neok's mouth hung open, momentarily unable to react. The spectators watching the duel erupted into chaos. What is this? Where did he get so many talismans? One person exclaimed. Is he some kind of VIP boss? Another speculated. Guan Sun Neok gritted his teeth. Unwilling to accept defeat, he leapt into the air, swinging his greatsword. Break it for me, he roared. Massive stone fragments shot forward, crashing against Qingyun's talisman sea, only to be repelled. The entire crowd watched intently, awaiting the result. Yet, the barrier of talismans remained intact. Not a single scratch visible. The spectators whispered among themselves. Before, it took all of Guan Sun Neok's strength to destroy a single formation of just 10 talismans. But now, the talismans are so densely packed, forming an impenetrable wall. How much power would it take to break through this? A green-haired elder observed from above, his gaze fixed on the surging talisman barrier, now shaped into a massive dome. To use so many talismans simultaneously, is he really capable of sustaining this with his current spiritual energy? Another elder beside him scoffed. HMPH. He must have taken spiritual replenishing pills or used some kind of treasure. The elder let out a sigh, clutching his sword. I never expected this. I adjusted the sect tournament's rules. Yet Qingyun has found a loophole through this method. Meanwhile, Sect Master Gu frowned in contemplation. From the very beginning, Qingyun had only used basic talisman formations for defense, intentionally hiding his perfected version. This lured Guan Sun Neok into attacking at full force. Gu speculated that once Guan Sun Neok had exhausted most of his spiritual energy, Qingyun unleashed his true formation, ensuring that his opponent could no longer break through. As Sect Master Gu thought about Qingyun's star-like eyes, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that everything was part of his plan? He let out a small smile. To think he would go this far for the promise he made to me. It's rare to see Qingyun take such risks. As his teacher, I am truly pleased. Looking back at the arena, he watched as ice shards continuously crashed against the talisman wall. However, both of these fighters were his disciples. No matter who lost, the thought pained him. I do not wish to see either of them fall, he murmured to himself. At this moment, Guan Sun Neok was utterly exhausted. He dropped to his knees, panting heavily, cursing under his breath. Damn it! His gaze remained fixed on the talisman barrier, which had remained unscathed all this time. Despair washed over him as he slumped to the ground, his fist smashing against the floor. I've completely drained my spiritual energy. Yet I still can't destroy that formation. Closing his eyes, he let out a frustrated shout. I concede. Hearing this, the referee immediately announced, the winner of this match is Hua Qingyun from Liuyan Hall. Only then did the talisman barrier slowly begin to dissolve. Qingyun raised his hand, retrieving every talisman he had deployed. He clasped his hands together and bowed. Senior brother Guan, thank you for going easy on me. Guan Sun Neok, however, scoffed coldly and turned away without a word. He took a few steps before suddenly stopping and looking back at Qingyun. The strength of your talisman formation, he began, against a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm. It would only take a little focus to break through it. Dismissing the matter, he continued, with tactics like these, how can they be effective against other disciples? After a moment, he let out a sigh. I've lost to you, so I have no right to lecture you. But if you rely solely on talisman formations, you won't be able to go much further. I just hope you have another ace up your sleeve, one that can help Liuyan Hall achieve a higher ranking. Qingyun was surprised by his words. senior brother Guan, but Guan's son Neok said nothing more. With a single leap, he disappeared from view. Qingyun could only clasp his hands once more. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. He replayed Guan's son Neok's words in his mind, his lips moving slightly as if wanting to say something. Though his tone had been harsh, his intentions were sincere. Qingyun remained silent, watching as his senior brother's figure faded into the distance. At his core, he's still a good person. But rankings? To me, they're just a hassle. In this world, all he wanted was a simple, peaceful life. Just as he took a step off the arena, heading toward the main hall, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Winning like that is just disgraceful. Yeah, someone chimed in. He didn't even draw his sword once. How is that even allowed? Qingyun glanced at those mocking him and smirked inwardly. I knew this would happen. Without bothering to respond, he walked away to a quiet place, leaning against a tree to rest. The battle had been exhausting. From a high vantage point, Yu Jianqin had been watching the match from the start. She couldn't help but wonder, why did senior brother Hua rely solely on talismans? Just then, a voice called out to her. Junior sister Yu. She turned to see who it was. It was Lehi, a core disciple from Canyon Hall. Lehi approached her with a smile. That match just now, you also feel it wasn't very honorable, don't you? Not honorable? Yu Jianqin repeated, her sharp gaze locking onto Lehi. Those words struck a nerve. She frowned. Senior sister Le, how can you say that? Her tone was filled with irritation as she explained. The sect leader himself set the rules for this tournament. There are no restrictions on any fighting style. As long as you win, that's all that matters. She stepped closer, staring straight into Lehi's eyes. Senior brother Hua won fair and square. What's dishonorable about that? Lehi was taken aback. I was just making small talk. No need to get so worked up. But she still found Qingyun's approach distasteful. Still, for a disciple of Qingyun's sword sect to win without even using a single sword technique, don't you think that's a bit much? Yu Jianqin scoffed. Who said that our sect can only use the sword to walk the path of cultivation? She continued with a smirk. As far as I know, 2 of our elders reached the Ascension realm not through swordsmanship, but by mastering the Tao of Wind. Then, suddenly, she giggled to herself. Lehi was confused. Wei ran. What's so funny? Yu Jianqin's eyes gleamed. Senior brother Hua didn't draw his sword, because no one in this tournament could force him to. Lehi was stunned, looking at her junior as if she were a completely different person. What's wrong with junior sister Yu today? She had always been the most disciplined of the sect's top disciples, never paying attention to those who slacked off. And yet, here she was, standing up for Hua Qingyun, the laziest disciple in the sect. Lehi couldn't help but glance at Yu Jianqin's slightly flushed face. Her rare display of emotion. Something's not right with her today. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed across the arena. Zhao Rui, how could you be so ruthless? The cry drew the attention of both Yu Jianqin and Lehi. Even Qingyun, who had been resting peacefully, opened his eyes. On the battlefield, a disciple lay motionless on the ground, his body bloodied. A longsword was pierced straight through his chest. The person who committed such a heartless act was slowly descending to the ground. A strong wind blew against his robe, yet he maintained a smug smile. He was a true disciple of Liuyan sect, Zhao Rui, ranked 33rd on the Tianzhao list. A voice announced the rules of the competition. Although this sect tournament imposed no restrictions on battle conditions, it had strict regulations. Under no circumstances was one allowed to deliberately harm fellow disciples. From above, Qingyun observed the ceremony platform. Meanwhile, the law enforcement elder shouted, Zhao Rui, what have you done? Zhao Rui immediately explained, I hope elder will judge fairly. My sword technique erupted with uncontrollable power in the heat of battle, leading to an accidental kill. Feng Tinliang pondered and spoke to sect master Ji Yu. That last strike from this disciple, in an instant, it unleashed the power of the 5th layer of the purple realm. Sect master Ji Yu frowned. I've never heard of such a powerful disciple from Liuyan sect before. He began to recall Zhao Rui's past. Years ago, Zhao Rui had left to explore a secret realm. It wasn't until half a month ago that he returned after conquering it. Surprisingly, he had advanced from the 2nd layer to the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Reflecting on this, sect master Ji Yu speculated, could he have obtained the inheritance of a powerful ancient figure within the secret realm? Wen Jian recalled Zhao Rui's sword strike. That technique was from the ancient era, a secret art called the explosive spirit technique. It gathers all spiritual energy into a single point before unleashing it in a devastating attack. However, its weakness is that the caster struggles to control its intensity. At that moment, the sect leader suddenly appeared. Elder Zhao. This disciple did not act intentionally. He declared, then ordered arrangements for Duocho's corpse. A disciple acknowledged the command and carried out the task. After taking his seat, the sect leader addressed everyone. Duocho's strength was not high. Yet he had to fight and was unintentionally killed by Zhao Rui. I urge all disciples to be cautious, swords and blades are ruthless. One disciple remarked, if he was weak, he should have surrendered earlier. On the platform, Duan Laha and Yu Jianqin exchanged solemn glances. Duan Laha sighed, recalling past sect competitions where some had pushed beyond their limits, exhausting their spiritual energy or recklessly fighting to the death. Yu Jianqin agreed, that's true. But back then, the sect masters and law enforcement elders always intervened in time. She looked sorrowful. Who would have thought that today something truly unexpected would happen? Recalling the previous match, Zhao Rui held his blood-stained sword and smirked in satisfaction. Qingyun caught that exact moment, making him feel uneasy. Something felt off, just now. He seemed to sense a trace of demonic energy from Zhao Rui. An announcement was made, due to the shocking events of the last battle. An immense psychological pressure had settled over the remaining core disciples. In the following matches, despite contestants showcasing their ultimate techniques, more than half of the 55 core disciples had been eliminated. Only 28 successfully advanced to the second round. The sect leader raised his cup and toasted the remaining disciples. Congratulations, we will now proceed with the drawing of lots for the second round. As everyone reached out their hands to receive their matchups, Qingyun took a deep breath. If I win this fight, I'll make it into the top 20. He thought of his master, this would allow him to fulfill the promise he had made. Even if he lost in the third round, he could naturally withdraw afterward. The matchups were announced. Zhao Rui of Liuyan sect would face Yun Tacheng of Nebula sect. A buzz of discussion spread through the audience. Who do you think will win this one? One disciple asked. I bet on senior brother Yun. Another replied. He's the top disciple of Nebula sect and highly skilled in swordsmanship. A different disciple disagreed. Not necessarily. I heard Zhao Rui is already at the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm and has inherited an ancient legacy. His strength is nothing to underestimate. Yun Tacheng was ranked 5th on the Tianzhao list. A 4th layer Purple Mansion realm cultivator. And the top disciple of Nebula sect. He exuded confidence, almost to the point of arrogance. Zhao Rui? I don't know him. Then he sneered. To be precise, apart from the top 10 on the Tianzhao list, I don't bother remembering anyone else. He carried himself with a sense of superiority but tried to appear magnanimous. Since you're new here, I'll let you make the first move. Below the stage, a group of Nebula sect disciples cheered. Senior brother Yun, teach him a lesson. Qingyun watched Yun Tacheng's arrogance and thought to himself, this guy hasn't repeated a single phrase since he arrived. Always full of self-confidence. That's good, but what if he ends up slapping himself in the face? On the battle stage, Zhao Rui stood firmly in his sword stance, smiling as he warned, senior brother Yun, I hope you're careful. The moment he finished speaking, a flash of purple light surged forward, charging straight at Yun Tacheng too fast. The battle began with dazzling sword light. Yun Tacheng countered with his sword, but in the blink of an eye, he coughed up blood. The Nebula sect disciples below were thrown into disarray. What? Senior brother Yun is injured? Impossible. That last attack, how could it be so powerful? Yun Tacheng struggled to defend against the assault. Only now did he realize. I underestimated you. Meanwhile, Zhao Rui was secretly surprised. And yet, he's still standing? Qingyun observed closely and recognized Yun Tacheng's strategy. This guy is smarter than I thought. He used his arrogance as a cover, provoking Zhao Rui into attacking first. But he never actually said he wouldn't defend. Everything had been meticulously prepared. Yun Tacheng unleashed Nebula sword art, spreading spiritual energy across the sky and detonating it midair. This neutralized half the power of Zhao Rui's previous strike. Yun Tacheng launched his counterattack. Not bad, but I've already seen through your every move. With that, he executed Star C/. The audience gasped. Is it over already? Qingyun pondered. The outcome is decided. Countless streaks of violet energy erupted with terrifying force. "Look at that spiritual pressure," someone shouted. It was Zhao Rui, he was the one radiating that immense power. Yun Tacheng narrowed his eyes. "He's counter-attacking while withstanding my ultimate technique?" A wave of violet light surrounded him. He immediately launched another strike. It's useless now. However, just as he moved to attack, he realized the truth. What? He was hiding his true strength all along? Panic overtook him. Zhao Rui's attack was too overwhelming. His expression turned frantic, and he had no choice but to yell in surrender. "I forfeit." Zhao Rui's magical force coiled around Yun Tacheng but then gently released him, allowing him to land safely. Even so, Yun Tacheng was left battered and coughing heavily from the impact. The entire audience was stunned into silence. Zhao Rui calmly retrieved his sword and humbly said, "Senior brother, let me win." No one spoke. The entire arena was deathly still. Everyone was in complete shock at how the match had unfolded. From the stands, two core disciples of Liuyin sect, Guo Shan and Yu Zi, watched in disbelief. His strength? How is Zhao Rui this powerful? That last strike had the power of the 8th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Elder Gu remarked, "This disciple carries too much bloodlust." The speed of that strike was terrifying. Even I fear I wouldn't have been fast enough to intervene. Had he been just a moment slower, Yun Tacheng would have been reduced to ashes. Lam Dong turned to Guan Shanyue. But he did stop in time. That means he wasn't deliberately trying to harm his opponent. Perhaps what happened before was truly just a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Feng Tinliang rushed over, convinced that Zhao Rui had truly intended to kill Yun Tacheng. He analyzed the situation but ultimately acknowledged that Zhao Rui had withdrawn his killing intent and halted his sword. Clearly, he doesn't act recklessly. It's as if he has another goal in mind. Yet suspicion lingered in Feng Tinliang's mind. Could it have something to do with the demonic aura I sensed on him? Is he colluding with the demonic sect? His concerns grew, but he kept them to himself. But in the end, he's just a cultivator at the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Before the Tao-seeking elders and sect masters, he's nothing more than an ant. Even if the sky collapses, it's not my place to worry about it. A voice suddenly announced the next match. Lam Xin sect's Dong Zan versus Liuyin sect's Hua Qingyun. Hua Qingyun immediately realized it was his turn. Before the match even started, Guan Shanyue smugly said to Elder Gu, "I'm afraid you'll have to say goodbye to your disciple here." Elder Gu didn't argue. "You're not wrong. Based on pure cultivation level alone, Hua Qingyun stands no chance against Dong Zan, who is at the 8th layer of the Spirit Palace realm." As the match was about to begin, Hua Qingyun politely bowed. "Senior brother Dong Zan, I look forward to your guidance." His opponent, Dong Zan, was the top disciple of Lam Xin sect, ranked 4th on the Heaven's Chosen list, and at the 5th layer of the Purple Mansion realm. However, he barely concealed his disdain. "A mere nobody like you, who has only relied on a few talismans to last this long, is unworthy of my guidance." The audience murmured in hushed tones. Dong Zan reached the finals in the last sect tournament but was unfortunately defeated by Yu Jianxin. Many believe his strength isn't any weaker than that of Zhao Tinlu or Zhang Du. The top 4 of the Heaven's Chosen list from the last tournament were Yu Jianxin, Zhao Tinlu, Zhang Du, Dong Zan. Suddenly, a voice echoed across the arena. "The match begins." Dong Zan scoffed at Hua Qingyun. "Trash like you isn't even worth my time. If you don't want to get hurt, I suggest you surrender now." Hua Qingyun, eyes filled with determination, replied firmly, "If I don't try, how will I ever know?" Dong Zan looked down on his opponent and mocked. "A cowardly turtle like you. I can break through with just one strike." Guan Shanian was just as smug as his disciple and confidently declared, "The outcome is already decided." But at that moment, Hua Qingyun suddenly launched an attack. Dong Zan, who had been arrogant from the start, was caught completely off guard. What? Even his master couldn't hide his shock. The audience erupted into chaos. What? How did he do that? Yu Jianxin observed closely and exclaimed, "A formation talisman. Because formation talismans are linked to the power of heaven and earth, the caster must remain on the ground to maintain a solid defense." But now, Hua Qingyun's formation talisman was moving freely. Guang Laha was stunned. Where did he get such talismans? Yu Jianxin pondered. Senior brother Hua's formation talisman moves so flexibly. I never expected him to hide so much strength. Besides swordsmanship, he has also studied formation techniques in depth. It seems I will never be able to catch up to him. At that moment, Dong Zan immediately counterattacked, shouting, "You won't escape." Without hesitation, he unleashed Blue Heart Sword Art. However, Hua Qingyun merely took out a talisman. Boom! Dong Zan panicked. What's going on? Why can't I see anything? He hurriedly expanded his spiritual awareness to sense his surroundings. The two forces clashed violently. While Dong Zan was struggling to withstand the attack, Qingyun's talisman had already taken effect, injuring Dong Zan's arm. Dong Zan cried out in pain and frustration. "You despicable coward! How dare you use hidden weapons to ambush me?" Hua Qingyun coldly countered. "What are you talking about? This is Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers. A technique from Qingyun sword art, a righteous and honorable sword technique." Master Ji Yu pondered. Strange, since when did Qingyun sword art have such a sword technique? Hua Qingyun looked at Dong Zan and smirked. On the contrary, you took advantage of the fog to secretly launch green hidden weapons. Such underhanded attacks are truly disgraceful. Qingyun thought to himself. Didn't he say earlier that he would defeat me with just one sword strike? And yet now, he doesn't even dare to use proper swordsmanship. How pathetic. Yu Jianqin looked intrigued. Senior brother Hua actually knows how to use hidden weapons too. Duang Laha turned to Yu Jianqin. Junior sister Yu, what do you think? Lan Dong coughed lightly and then turned to Guan Shinian. Didn't Master Dong once say that disciples of Qingyun sword sect should train their bodies through the sword and use the sword to comprehend the Tao? But now, even Dong Zan is relying on external weapons? Guan Shinian was immediately flustered but quickly made an excuse. Ahem, Dong Zan is merely focused on achieving victory. Those external tools are just minor aids. He crossed his arms and shouted. If you truly want to determine the winner, you must rely on swordsmanship. Lan Dong, sitting nearby, thought to himself. Double standards. During the battle, Dong Zan cursed inwardly. Damn it, this guy keeps talking to me from a distance. He's using sound to probe my position. He was still smug, believing he had the upper hand against Qingyun. But don't forget, you're exposing your own position as well. Idiot. Dong Zan executed the Blue Heart Sword art with full force. Guan Shinian excitedly yelled, "It's over." But in the next moment, his expression stiffened. Suddenly, Dong Zan was bound by chains conjured by Qingyun. He cried out in shock. You tricked me." Qingyun smiled faintly as the tide of battle shifted. He wrapped the chains tightly around Dong Zan and pointed his sword at his throat. "It's useless," Qingyun stated calmly. "This formation talisman alone would make it difficult for even a 5th-level Purple Palace cultivator to break free. It would take at least 30 breaths of time." Qingyun advised him. "You have 10 breaths left. If you don't admit defeat, I will have no choice but to make you suffer a little." With Qingyun clearly in control, he lowered his sword to Dong Zan's foot, sending him into a panic. Finally, Dong Zan had no choice but to raise both hands and yell. "I surrender." The announcer's voice rang out. The winner of this match is Hua Qingyun of Flowing Cloud Hall. The audience erupted into discussions. Dong Zan actually lost. Everyone was full of questions. Why was Hua Qingyun there? How did the formation suddenly appear? On a high platform, Zhao Tinluo and Zhang Du, the second and third ranked geniuses of the Heaven's Pride ranking, had been observing the match closely. Zhao Tinluo remarked, "Even though luck played a role, defeating a 5th-level Purple Palace cultivator as an 8th-level Spirit Palace cultivator, that's enough to shake the entire sect." But Zhang Du had a different perspective. "Luck? I don't think so. From the very beginning, Dong Zan was already caught in Hua Qingyun's trap." Zhao Tinluo was intrigued. "Oh, tell me more." Zhang Du began explaining the trap Qingyun had set. Right from the start of the match, Hua Qingyun had already begun laying the groundwork, luring Dong Zan into underestimating him. She recalled Qingyun's words, "With just your strength? You're not even worthy of making me draw my sword. If you don't want to get hurt, I suggest you surrender now." Dong Zan had stubbornly replied, "How would I know if I don't try?" Zhang Du continued. Then, within the spiritual mist that shrouded the entire arena, Qingyun's careful planning became even more apparent. Zhang Du presented Wei Ren's first strategy. First, provoke and agitate the opponent with words, lowering their guard. Meanwhile, secretly hide concealed weapons within the talisman formation. She recalled Qingyun's words to Dongzhan earlier. Didn't you say you could defeat me with just one sword strike? And yet, you didn't even use your swordplay? She also reminded them of Dongzhan's furious response. Despicable. You were the one who attacked first. She realized that during their exchange of hidden weapons, Qingyun had silently arranged a binding formation right beside Dongzhan. Zhongdu then introduced Wei Ren's second strategy. The second key was utilizing divine abilities. By speaking from within the talisman formation, Qingyun deliberately revealed his position. She explained further. This made Dongzhan believe Qingyun was still inside the formation. Even though Dongzhan's attacks were ineffective, Qingyun used sound to mislead him, while silently navigating through the mist to approach him. Hearing Zhongdu's analysis, Zhao Tinluo nodded in agreement. A strategy like this, definitely not something an ordinary person could come up with. If junior brother Hua's cultivation was slightly stronger, he would pose a serious threat to both you and me. Zhongdu smiled thoughtfully. His cultivation? Ha. I have a feeling it's not as simple as it appears on the surface. Nearby, a blue-haired young man clapped in admiration and commented. Using flexibility to overcome strength, combining talismans with formations, always anticipating the opponent's moves. He planned this battle flawlessly, brilliant. However, the black-haired elder next to him scoffed. HMPH, just a display of clever tricks. If Dongzhan hadn't been careless, how could he have lost? Meanwhile, Swordmaster Wen, seated beside Hallmaster Gu, praised the performance. Your flowing cloud hall is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. First, there was Zhao Rui, and now, Hua Qingyun. Hallmaster Gu smiled modestly. They were simply performing at their usual level. At that moment, an announcement rang out for the next match. Next battle. Yu Jianxin from Kengyun Hall. As she stepped forward gracefully, a voice called out, Junior Sister Yu. The announcer continued. Her opponent will be Lan Xin Yu from the Blue Moon Hall. Lan Xin Yu spoke up. Junior Sister Yu, in terms of strength, I am not your equal. This was Lan Xin Yu, ranked 8th on the Heaven's Pride ranking and a top disciple of Blue Moon Hall. Despite her statement, she remained resolute. But as a swordsman, I have a heart that always seeks to advance. Yu Jianxin nodded and replied. Then let's both go all out and fight until the end. Lan Xin Yu was filled with determination and ambition. No, what I mean is, to achieve victory. I will stop at nothing. Hallmaster Gu observed Lan Xin Yu's actions and was shocked. What, that brat? He swallowed the shattering void pill. This pill can enhance a cultivator's spiritual power by 50%. But even if he wins, so what? His foundation will suffer severe damage. Swordmaster Wen pondered with concern. Could it be that Xin Yu wants to use the sword to enter the Dao and break through to the 5th stage of the Purple Mansion realm? According to cultivation principles, achieving the 5th stage of the Purple Mansion realm required a crucial prerequisite. One must possess a clear understanding and form of the great Dao they're cultivating. The two continued their discussion. This pill may boost spiritual power by 50%. But what's the point of winning if it ruins the foundation? Countless cultivators are trapped at the 4th stage of the Purple Mansion realm, unable to advance further. Even more are stuck between the 9th stage of the Purple Mansion realm and the 1st stage of the Ascension realm. Swordmaster Wen reflected. To enter the Dao, he is willing to risk everything for victory? He turned his thoughts to Yu Jianxin. How will junior sister Yu respond to this situation? At that moment, Yu Jianxin drew her sword and prepared for battle against Lan Xin Yu. She unleashed a strange and mysterious technique, prompting Lan Xin Yu to exclaim, "What kind of power is this? Even after consuming the pill and unleashing my full strength in one explosive strike, it was broken so effortlessly?" Yu Jianxin rushed to the center of a multi-layered formation, as if gathering even greater momentum. She harnessed her inner strength and commanded, "Rise." Their gazes locked, neither willing to back down. The fierce battle continued, and Lan Xin Yu began to accumulate injuries. Suddenly, Yu Jianxin's form multiplied into countless sword-wielding figures, all aiming at Lan Xin Yu. He was terrified. However, just when it seemed like he would fall, a sudden surge of power erupted from within him. His latent potential had been awakened. A black-haired youth and an older man with brown hair, witnessing this, were in utter shock. Impossible? Is this Lan Xin Yu's comprehension of the Sword Dao? To have reached this level? One of them muttered in disbelief. Yu Jianxin's understanding of the sword Dao is only a single step behind mine. They couldn't believe their eyes. Lan Xin Yu had broken through during the battle. He had stepped into the 5th stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Now wielding his sword in both hands, he lunged at Yu Jianxin. Their two treasured swords clashed, but in a sudden reversal, Yu Jianxin seized control of the fight. With unwavering confidence in her eyes, she declared, "This battle is over." The announcer's voice echoed throughout the arena. The winner of this match is Yu Jianxin from Hidden Mirror Hall. Her fellow disciples erupted in admiration. Junior sister Yu is so powerful, truly worthy of her name. Her swordsmanship has left a deep impression on me. Lan Xin Yu, though defeated, was completely convinced and full of respect. He even expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, junior sister Yu, for your guidance. I will remember this favor." In his heart, he thought, she could have easily defeated me at any time. Yet she deliberately displayed each sword move, guiding me to see the essence of the sword Dao, and allowing me to break through. He then spoke with sincerity. "This kindness, I have no way to repay." Yu Jianxin responded calmly. "Senior brother, there's no need for formalities." Lan Xin Yu deeply admired her. As expected of the top direct disciple, her spiritual power and strength are on an entirely different level from mine. Everyone around was in awe of Yu Jianxin. With junior sister Yu in the Qingyun sword sect, why should we worry about not rising to greatness? That so-called celestial talent assembly is nothing compared to her power. Senior sister will surely take first place. The murmurs of discussion grew louder. She's far stronger than that annoying Hua Qingyun from earlier. Exactly. Junior sister Yu's swordsmanship is truly magnificent. Yu Jianxin's eyes widened as she heard the negative remarks about Qingyun. Laughter broke out. Haha, right? That Hua Qingyun doesn't even know real swordsmanship. All he does is rely on artifacts. Yet he's somehow made it this far. What a lucky bastard. Yu Jianxin's expression darkened instantly. "Apologize to senior brother Hua right now," she ordered. Everyone turned toward Hua Qingyun hesitantly and muttered, "Sorry." A white-robed young man, with a sword pointed at him, looked uneasy. Observing from above, Hua Qingyun was confused. "Huh? What a pointless gesture. There's no need to do this for me." The white-robed young man suddenly fell to his knees, his face full of fear. He stammered, "We were just discussing Hua Qingyun's combat style." But Yu Jianxin's sharp gaze bore into him. Her voice thundered with anger. "Discussing? That was clearly slander." She spoke with unyielding conviction. Qingyun's sword sect may focus on swordsmanship, but before cultivating the sword, one must cultivate the heart. Yu Jianxin was determined to defend Hua Qingyun's honor. Senior brother Hua, though he did not draw his sword in battle, demonstrated intelligence, strategy, and mastery of combat tactics far beyond all of you. The crowd fell silent, listening to her rebuke. She compared their attitudes. "Your own strength is lacking. You lose early. Yet instead of accepting your defeat, you become jealous and refuse to acknowledge the achievements of others." Her voice boomed with righteous anger. "With such a mindset, what right do you have to judge others?" From a distance, a young man and woman observed. The young man said, "Ha, so that's it. Senior sister Yu wants to protect senior brother Hua and reprimand those two disrespectful disciples." The girl added, as expected of the sect's top disciple, "Such generosity. Willing to stand up for a fellow disciple." The two disciples who were scolded realized their mistake. The girl scratched her head and said, "Senior sister Yu is right. Even though senior brother Hua didn't use sword techniques, his victory was real." The young man also admitted his mistake. "If I let jealousy cloud my judgment and look down on my fellow disciples, that would truly be shameful." Another disciple admired Yu Jianxin. "She's even willing to defend someone she's not close to. Such a noble heart, who could compare?" The disciple who had criticized Qingyun blushed deeply, then shouted, "Senior brother Hua Qingyun, I'm sorry. My previous words of contempt were thoughtless. I hope you won't hold it against me." Qingyun, standing above, casually replied, "It's fine, I don't mind." But in his heart, he thought, "Sister, what are you even doing?" The sect leader, who had witnessed everything, remarked, "Despite her overwhelming strength, she remains humble and composed." He recalled her actions. First, she guided Lam Tam Wei's breakthrough through swordsmanship. Then, she stepped forward to defend a slandered disciple. A heart like that, Only a true sword immortal could possess it. Yu Jianxin looked at the crowd. Her voice firm. From now on, if anyone dares to slander others, don't blame me for being merciless. She stood at the center of the formation, floating in midair, as countless eyes filled with admiration gazed at her. Disciples of Qingyun's sword sect must cultivate both their hearts and their swordsmanship, continuously refining their path of the sword. If you have time to gossip, why not spend it training instead? Then, she soared toward Hua Qingyun. With a smile, she asked, Senior brother Hua, you don't mind me standing here, do you? Qingyun smirked slightly. If junior sister Yu wants to stand here, why would I have any objections? From afar, a young man clenched his fists, his expression unwilling. I can't believe senior sister Yu would stand beside Hua Qingyun. Damn it, I'm so jealous. As Qingyun walked, he questioned Yu Jianxin's intentions. Junior sister Yu, what exactly are you trying to do? She looked at him and asked, what do you think, senior brother Hua? Did I do well? She continued, from now on, no one will dare speak ill of you behind your back. Qingyun was at a loss for words. He thought to himself, who asked you to do such unnecessary things? The thing I hate most is drawing attention to myself. Just as he clenched his fist, Yu Jianxin spoke again. Senior brother Hua, your swordsmanship is unparalleled. The strength and cultivation I have now, it's all thanks to that stone tablet you gave me. Even though you don't care about fame or reputation. She stepped closer to him, making Qingyun visibly flustered, and continued, you've done me a great favor. I won't let others slander or defame you as they please. His face turned red with embarrassment. Then why are you standing next to me? Go back to where you were. Qingyun thought to himself, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given her any guidance in the first place. He stammered, actually. But Yu Jianxin interrupted. I have a question that's been bothering me for a while, and I wanted to take this opportunity to ask you. Senior brother. Qingyun immediately responded, I'm not your master. Why ask me? Yu Jianxin narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Or, do you not want to teach me? I can't guarantee what I might do then. Whatever the other disciples think, that won't be my concern. Qingyun had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Fine. If you have any questions, just ask and then leave quickly. Meanwhile, a female disciple who had been watching their interaction began to suspect something. I can't believe junior sister Yu scolded other disciples just to protect Hua Qingyun. Could it be that the two of them? She started imagining their relationship and frowned. Are they Dao companions? A bold thought crossed her mind. Junior sister Yu, the sect's top disciple, is actually in love with that nobody, Hua Qingyun? Because she's afraid of others gossiping, she had to resort to such measures to cover it up? Just as she was lost in thought, Kook Nyan approached with curiosity. Oh, so they have that kind of relationship? The female disciple jolted in surprise and quickly called her name. Kook senior sister. Kook Nyan leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, if you look closely, their relationship does seem unusual. The two of them secretly transmitted their thoughts to each other, imagining what kind of background and secret romance Yu Jianxin and Hua Qingyun might have. This is truly a shocking secret. The female disciple suddenly became nervous and warned Kook Nyan. Senior sister, you must not speak carelessly. If you senior sister and senior brother Hua find out, I'll be punished by the sect for gossiping. Kook Nyan smiled confidently. Of course, trust me, senior sister's lips are sealed. With that, she disappeared. Alright, I have some matters to handle. You stay here and keep watching. The female disciple was still uneasy as she bid farewell. Senior sister Kook, she wouldn't spread rumors, would she? But the moment Kook Nyan returned to the sect, she couldn't hold back her gossiping nature. She shouted loudly. Something big just happened. Everyone immediately became curious. What is it? Kook Nyan responded excitedly. It's about junior sister Yu. The entire group erupted into murmurs. Junior sister Yu? Junior sister Yu? Kook Nyan raised her hand to cover her mouth, pretending to be secretive. I heard this from another junior sister. You absolutely must not tell anyone else. The scene shifts to Hua Qingyun and Yu Jianxin, who were training. After receiving guidance, Yu Jianxin immediately began practicing. Qingyun crossed his arms and sighed. I knew it. The moment she gets an answer, she dives straight into practice. She's the type who can enter a training state anywhere, anytime. Seeing how focused she was, Qingyun couldn't help but exclaim. Truly admirable. A voice announced. The second round of matches has concluded. The audience below became restless. Wait, that's it? They're not fighting anymore today? Yeah, I haven't seen enough yet. The announcer continued. Considering the disciples' depleted spiritual energy, the sect leader and the elders have decided to end today's matches here. All disciples, return and rest for the day. The third round will begin tomorrow morning. Qingyun reacted. Oh ho, so we're done for today? Time to clock out. The moment he finished speaking, everyone began dispersing. Disciples, please disperse in an orderly manner. The next match will commence at C hour, 9 a.m., tomorrow. The scene shifts to a full moon night inside the sect leader's residence. The sect leader asked his attendant, "Have you investigated thoroughly?" The attendant bowed and reported, "As per your instructions, I have been investigating some disciples' recent activities." He continued, "Among all the disciples, 5 have shown suspicious behavior. Of them, the 3 most questionable ones belong to the Qingyun Hall." The attendant then listed the 3 individuals with suspicious movements. They are Zhang Du, Zhao Rui, and Hua Qingyun. The Guwu Hall master spoke up. 2 elders, are you saying that a traitor is hiding within my Liuyan Hall? Guwu frowned, his tone displeased. Tonight's high-level meeting of the Qingyun sword sect was convened for one reason: to root out the traitor lurking within the sect. When Guwu was ambushed, it proved that there was indeed a spy within the sect, one planted by the demonic sect. The sect's competition was not just meant to select 5 outstanding disciples for the Heaven's Pride tournament. It was also an opportunity to expose the traitor hiding among them. At that moment, Wen Jian spoke up. Hall Master Ji Yu, please calm yourself. It's highly likely that the traitor is within Liuyan Hall. He recalled the moment he had personally handed the Blood Soul Pearl to Guwu. After all, that day I dispatched a disciple to escort the Blood Soul Pearl. Not a single soul was informed about this matter. Wen Jian continued, I even took great care to conceal my departure. Yet, despite all precautions, the demonic sect still learned about it. Do you not find this suspicious? Hearing this, Guwu fell silent. After a moment, Wen Jian, seated in a high position, spoke again. Second elder, please continue. The 2 elders promptly responded. In just 1 year, these 3 disciples have experienced an astonishing increase in strength. A vision of Zhongdu's smiling face appeared. First, Zhongdu, the top disciple of Liuyan Hall. 2 years ago, he was only at the 2nd stage of the Spirit Palace realm. Barely stronger than Guan Shanyue. Yet in last year's sect competition, he defeated numerous formidable opponents and secured 3rd place on the Heaven's Pride ranking. According to him, he had an unexpected encounter with a master swordsman who guided him, allowing his swordsmanship to advance at an incredible pace. During that time, he crushed his opponents effortlessly, leaving them trembling. Then, an image of Zhao Rui appeared. The elders continued. The next one is Zhao Rui, a disciple of Liuyan Hall. He was always an eccentric with mediocre cultivation. A year ago, he was only ranked 33rd on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Yet in this competition, his cultivation skyrocketed from the 5th stage of the Mansion realm. He is now strong enough to rival Yu Jianqin. Not only that, but the sword techniques he mastered are extraordinarily powerful and utterly bizarre. There have even been rumors of him killing others. According to him, he accidentally wandered into a secret realm and obtained a rare opportunity. Finally, the 2 elders moved on to the last person. And the 3rd disciple we must speak of Hua Qingyun of Liuyan Hall. At first glance, he seems to be the least suspicious. But in my opinion, he carries the greatest secrets. By his own account, after being promoted to core disciple, he became lazy and rarely trained. A vision of Hua Qingyun appeared. He was surrounded by an intricate barrier. Countless talismans floating around him. Furthermore, whenever he is sent on missions, he never stays outside the sect for more than 2 days. In such a short time, how did he master the talisman arts and formation techniques to such an extraordinary level? The second elder raised a finger and continued. Moreover, I have discovered a peculiar pattern recently. Every major encounter between Qingyun sword sect and the demonic sect has involved him. The one who eliminated the demonic sect disciples, the one who recovered the Blood Soul Pearl, it was Hua Qingyun. Scenes from the past flickered into view, accompanied by the testimonies of disciples who had witnessed those events. At that time, there was even a demonic sect elder at the Mansion realm, one of the Demon Cloud sect patriarch's subordinates. Yet after encountering Hua Qingyun, that elder mysteriously vanished without a trace. Later, when he and Jianxin were sent on a mission to Yun General Village. They just so happened to cross paths with Mo Zan, a demonic sect elder, who was in the process of controlling a demonic fetus. Not only that, he even saved 2 core disciples from the Death Spirit sect. Afterward, the sect leader granted him a 3-day leave, but instead of resting, he went to Yunxin City, where he somehow ran into the Demon Cloud sect patriarch who had previously escaped. The second elder's tone was grave as he voiced his suspicions. During this sect competition, I believe everyone has noticed something unusual. The talismans and formations he used, I have never seen anything like them. Using sheer strategy and manipulation, he managed to defeat 2 powerful opponents in succession. This disciple is definitely not as lazy as he appears, on the contrary. He is extremely cunning. There is even a high possibility that he has been hiding his true strength all along. A vision of Hua Qingyun casting talismans appeared before them. The second elder suddenly raised his voice. In my opinion, out of all the disciples in question, Hua Qingyun is the most suspicious. Wen Jian immediately refuted. That's impossible. At the same time, Gu Wu also objected. Hua Qingyun is absolutely not a traitor. Realizing his own agitation, Wen Jian quickly coughed to regain his composure. The second elder narrowed his eyes at Gu Wu. Deep in thought, why are the sect leader and hall master Jiyu suddenly so in sync? At that moment, Lan Dong stroked his chin and spoke up. Is there a possibility, just a possibility? He paused before voicing his thoughts. Could it be that the Hua Qingyun you know has already been possessed or controlled by the demonic sect? Gu Wu was taken aback. Huh? What do you mean? Lan Dong explained. Perhaps, at some point when Hua Qingyun was outside the sect, a demonic cultivator took over his body. That would explain everything that has happened since. Gu Wu immediately rejected the idea. If you say he's been possessed, I'd rather believe he's just hiding his true power. Qingyun has always been like this. I have never seen any signs that he was taken over. He then fired back with a series of questions. Besides, if he were truly possessed by a demonic cultivator, then why did he return the Blood Soul Pearl to the sect? And why did he kill the demonic sect elder in Yun General Village? All these accusations against him, none of them are objective. As soon as Jiyu Vu finished speaking, Dong Gun, who stood nearby, shouted immediately, in my opinion, it's better to decisively capture and imprison those suspicious disciples. Interrogating each one carefully, sitting above, Wen Jian calmly replied, rash action might alert our enemy. What we must investigate is the real purpose behind the demon sect sending spies into our sect. I suspect their intention isn't as simple as merely passing information. His brows furrowed deeply as he continued. I have a feeling the demon sect aims to disrupt our Qingyun sword sect's upcoming tournament. The second elder hesitated before asking, what does sect master suggest we do? Wen Jian leaned forward, placing his hand on the table, and spoke decisively. Quietly adjust the match draw. Since the demon sect has placed spies within our ranks, let's use this opportunity to test them. Arrange a match for Zhang Du Hua Qingyun and Zhao Rui. I want to see exactly what the demon sect is planning. Upon hearing this, the others responded loudly in unison. Meanwhile, on Hua Qingyun's side, his voice echoed clearly through the tranquil air. Qingyun asked in confusion, you want me to bring you along to the competition tomorrow? Zan Yin, with an enthusiastic expression, nodded repeatedly. Qingyun sighed helplessly, saying, I know you've been bored lately, but the sect tournament doesn't allow your participation. Qingyun then turned to gently rub Zan Yin's head, smiling warmly. Wait until tomorrow. I'll surrender quickly after my match. Then I'll take you out to play. Hearing this, Zan Yin pouted unhappily, puffing out her cheeks in dissatisfaction. Suddenly recalling something, she quickly turned around, grabbed Qingyun's hand, and hurriedly pulled him away. Qingyun asked, where are you taking me? I was just about to bathe and sleep. A short while later, the two appeared in an open clearing deep in the forest. Qingyun looked around curiously, asking, this is the rear mountain of Flowing Cloud Peak. What did we come here for? Zan Yin pointed urgently at the ground beneath her feet. Approaching, Qingyun asked, you're saying there's something beneath here? She nodded vigorously, then stretched out both hands. A sudden gust of wind blew, scattering the leaves across the ground. Qingyun stared at the flying leaves, puzzled. His eyes widened in astonishment when he noticed. Why is there a formation flag here? Once the leaves dispersed completely, a hidden formation emerged, a circular array drawn in red, containing intricate patterns. with a single red flag planted firmly in its center. Qingyun spoke thoughtfully. The level of this formation flag is very high. It seems designed to seal off spiritual consciousness, forming an enclosed space. He felt a bit uneasy, adding, although I can break this restriction, doing so would alert the enemy prematurely. A dense black aura began to swirl around the red flag. Qingyun rubbed his chin pensively and murmured, besides, this isn't really my responsibility. Even if the sky collapses, Sect Master will surely hold it up. Yet, as he visualized the scene, a disturbing thought arose. Given the arrangement of this formation flag, our entire sect's grand formation might already be surrounded by similar flags. Anxiety flooded Qingyun's eyes, sweat beading on his face as he worriedly said, if Qingyun's sword sect truly faces a life and death crisis, how can my peaceful 9-to-5 routine continue? Somewhat astonished, Qingyun turned to ask, Little Spirit, how did you discover this formation flag? Hearing this, the little spirit excitedly gestured with hands and feet but remained silent. Leaving Qingyun puzzled, he gently questioned her again. When you went out at night to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, did you see someone planting this formation flag? Do you recall what they looked like? Prompted by his words, the little spirit immediately used her ability to conjure a stream of purple smoke, gradually thickening until the image of a fierce-looking man appeared clearly. It was Zhao Rui. Qingyun was shocked at the sight, inwardly confirming his suspicions. Zhao Rui, so it really is him. He quickly employed his magic, sweeping his hand forward as a magical formation took shape. Drawing a hidden sword swiftly from within, Qingyun explained to the little spirit, it will be difficult to remove the formation flag without alerting the enemy. Although I can't locate all the flags right now, if Zhao Rui dares activate the formation, the powerful sword energy I prepared will instantly trace it back to its source and destroy the formation completely. As Qingyun's magic swiftly enveloped the red flag, the surrounding leaves closed tightly around it. Seeing this, Qingyun calmly reassured himself. This should be enough to thwart his schemes. The little spirit happily cheered for Qingyun. Noticing her overly enthusiastic expression, Qingyun was slightly surprised and questioned. Understanding her joyful expression, he teased her playfully, squeezing her cheeks. You think you've made a great contribution and now want to join me in the competition? I've already told you, according to sect rules, beings like you cannot step onto the stage. Hearing these words, the little spirit became slightly angry. Puffing her cheeks in frustration, she immediately rushed forward and pulled open Qingyun's robe, startling him before he could react. Gripping a small orange talisman tightly, she held it out in front of him. Qingyun sighed helplessly, saying, You mean, if talismans are allowed, then you can also participate? Suddenly, realization flashed across his eyes. Excitedly, Qingyun said to the little spirit, Right, this sect competition has no restrictions. Talismans, formations, and spells are all allowed. Using a spirit companion I personally cultivated shouldn't be an issue, right? Overjoyed, the little spirit happily circled around him. But then Qingyun scratched his head, feeling somewhat defeated. However, I originally planned to surrender immediately. Even if I bring you along, you still can't appear on stage. These words struck like lightning, leaving the little spirit frozen in shock, her eyes filling with tears as disbelief flooded her expression. Time passed swiftly, and soon the next morning arrived. The sect competition continued as scheduled. The elder's voice rang out clearly. Participants from numbers 10 to 20, step forward. Hearing the command, disciples quickly descended from the air onto the platform, enthusiastically cheering. The crowd erupted with excitement upon seeing Yu Jianxin appear, shouting, Look, it's our top disciple, Yu Jianxin. Go, junior sister. At this moment, an elder was carefully reviewing the competition list. He lifted his head, asking loudly, Where is Hua Qingyun? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Hearing this, murmurs and whispers quickly spread throughout the crowd. People questioned each other. What's going on? Did Hua Qingyun withdraw? How could he dare skip such an important competition? Furious at Qingyun's absence, the elder roared angrily. Qingyun, that brat, how dare he treat such an important competition as child's play? Seeing everyone speculate about Qingyun's mysterious disappearance, sect leader Ji Yu helplessly spoke up, explaining, Actually, this disciple of mine has a peculiar habit. Regardless of the situation, he never starts any task or arrives at the training grounds before the hour of the snake, around 9 a.m. Every time I scold him, He insists on something called working from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. Honestly, I have no idea what he's talking about. He glanced aside and sighed. Now it's only the hour of the dragon, around 7 to 9 a.m. He's probably still relaxing in his cave and hasn't set out yet. One of the elders, clearly irritated, spoke up. So now, the entire sect has to wait until C hour just for him to show up before we can begin the competition? Hearing this, a blue-haired man next to him interjected. Pardon my bluntness, but if he doesn't even care about this competition, why not just revoke his qualification to participate? At that moment, another person recalled Wen Jian's words. If the demonic sect has indeed planted a spy among us, then this is the perfect chance to test him. That person spoke up. Everyone, don't forget the plan we made yesterday. If we revoke his qualification now, wouldn't all our efforts from yesterday be wasted? Hearing this, Wen Jian responded. The second elder is right. For that reason, Hua Qingyun's participation cannot be revoked. He continued. Here's what we'll do. Elder Zhao will stall for some time, while Hall Master Ji Yu quickly sends someone to summon Qingyun from his cave dwelling. Upon hearing this, Hall Master Ji Yu bowed his head. As you command, sect leader. Through a voice transmission, Elder Zhao was informed of the situation. He immediately asked, what's going on, sect leader? Are you really making over 10,000 disciples, along with the 10 hall masters and elders? Wait, just because of one disciple's habit? He sighed in frustration and announced. Disciple Hua Qingyun is unable to arrive on time due to prior matters. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew restless. Many frowned, but they were urged to remain patient and wait calmly. Yet, the dissatisfaction spread quickly. What, so all of us have to wait for just one person? This is blatant favoritism. What gives him special privileges? If he doesn't show up on time, he should just be disqualified. Suddenly, Yu Jianxin shouted. Silence. Her voice rang out with force. Her eyes filled with anger. In cultivation, each person follows their own unique path. Some meditate while chanting sutras. Others assume special postures to comprehend the heavens and earth. Senior brother Hua has his own path to follow. Shouldn't we be understanding, rather than blindly condemning him? She looked at the 11 contestants standing on the stage. If all 11 disciples here agree to wait for senior brother Hua, then I hope everyone else can also be patient and wait a little longer. She clasped her hands together and turned to her fellow disciples. Senior brothers and sisters, are you willing to wait for senior brother Hua so that the competition can proceed properly? At that moment, Zhang Du, ranked third on the Heaven's Pride ranking, spoke up. I think junior sister Yu makes a good point. Besides, it's still early. Waiting a little longer for Hua Qingyun shouldn't be a problem. The second-ranked disciple on the Heaven's Pride ranking, Zhao Tinluo, also spoke up. My only goal here is junior sister Yu. If she has asked this, then waiting a little longer doesn't matter to me. Hearing this, a few others followed suit. Honestly, waiting a little longer isn't a big deal. That's right, that's right. Upon hearing their agreement, Yu Jianxin felt relieved. She immediately raised her voice. Many thanks, senior brothers and sisters. However, a voice suddenly interrupted. HMPH, I don't agree. The person shouted in anger. A mere 8th stage Spirit Palace Realm disciple, who only got here through sheer luck. Yu Jianxin glanced over coldly. The speaker was Wang Dao, ranked 12th on the Heaven's Pride ranking. Clearly irritated, he questioned, why should we waste our time waiting for him? Seeing this, Yu Jianxin confronted him directly. Senior brother Wang, I hope you can give senior brother Hua a chance. Wang Dao scoffed. HMPH, even if he shows up, he'll just be eliminated anyway. There's no point in waiting. Suddenly, a violent shockwave erupted from the sky, striking toward him out of nowhere. What? His face twisted in fear. His breath ragged. Panting, he stumbled backward. Yu Jianxin, her face calm yet threatening, spoke again. Senior brother Wang, do you agree to wait for senior brother Hua now? She smiled beautifully, yet her presence felt as sharp as a thorned rose. She repeated, Senior brother Wang, are you really refusing to wait for senior brother Hua? A terrifying aura radiated from her, pressing down like a blade against his will. Wang Dao's face turned pale. He hesitated, then muttered, honestly, waiting a little longer isn't a problem. Seeing this, the host of the competition also spoke up. If that's the case, then let us wait for a bit longer. The crowd, however, was not pleased. Are we really making this many people wait for just one person? Where's the logic in that? However, under Yu Jianshin's overwhelming pressure, no one dared to object further. 1 hour later, a junior disciple hurriedly urged, "Senior brother Hua, please hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you." Qingyun was still half asleep. Yawning, he lazily replied, Yeah, I'm coming." He slowly descended, and the entire arena fell into dead silence. Sensing something was off, he glanced around. Seeing the angry stares of the crowd, he flinched. Awkwardly clasping his hands, he apologized. "Sorry, everyone. I arrived late and delayed the matches. My sincerest apologies." But in his mind, he muttered, "I've always been used to working from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. I completely forgot this match was at the hour of Chen. I should have set an alarm." The darkening stares of the crowd only made Qingyun more self-conscious. He hadn't realized he had been late by a full hour, and now he felt utterly embarrassed. Yet, despite this, the sect leader hadn't revoked his qualification. Instead, he allowed everyone, including hall masters and elders, to wait for an entire hour. Just as he was reflecting on his shame, he noticed something odd, a group of female disciples behaving strangely. Huh? Qingyun frowned in confusion as he saw them whispering, giggling, and occasionally sneaking glances at him. He turned away from them and muttered to himself, "Could it be that I'm just too handsome and have attracted their attention?" Meanwhile, the group of female disciples huddled together, their voices filled with excitement. "So this is senior brother Hua Qingyun, the one senior sister Yu stood up for." Their imagination ran wild as they exaggerated the situation. They must be Dao companions. A girl with braided hair trembled with joy. "Is this real?" Senior sister Yu, who is usually cold and only devoted to the sword, actually found herself a Dao companion. A short-haired girl covered her mouth, whispering, "Shush, not too loud. I heard this from someone else. Their fantasies soared to the heavens. I heard that the two of them are secretly in love. But they fear the hall masters will separate them, so they can only love in secret." The braided-haired girl gasped in amazement. "Wow, isn't this just like the plot of Unspoken Love between the aloof senior sister and me?" The short-haired girl gasped dramatically. "No way. I heard that senior sister Yu is actually financially supporting senior brother Hua. This is clearly the plot of My Domineering Senior Sister Loves Me." Although the entire Qingyun sword sect was deeply immersed in cultivation, disciples still needed some form of entertainment to pass the time. And what better pastime than gossip and romance novels? Unspoken Love Between the Aloof Senior Sister and Me was a classic early work by Ji Yu, while My Domineering Senior Sister Loves Me was another famous novel within the sect. After all, if they didn't find something to distract themselves, they might risk cultivation deviation, leading to stagnation, or worse, regression in their progress. For many female disciples, reading romance novels was the perfect way to relax and regain their focus in cultivation. At that moment, Wen Jian stepped forward, holding a handful of talisman cards. "If everyone is present, then we shall begin the lot drawing." The lottery talismans suddenly lit up with golden light. Qingyun's eyes widened. "Huh? The sect leader is tampering with the lot drawing?" A golden card floated toward him. As he reached out and caught it, he glanced at the number and sighed deeply in his heart. "Number 1, Group A. Seriously? The first match is mine?" Qingyun stepped onto the arena, facing his opponent. The atmosphere was tense as everyone held their breath, watching the two fighters. Above, the elder announced the start of the match. Qingyun immediately raised his hand, intending to surrender. However, before he could finish his sentence, a loud and stern cough interrupted him. Elder Wen Jian spoke up in a commanding voice. "The sect tournament is nearing its end. These 12 disciples are all outstanding members of the Qingyun sword sect. I hope you will fight with dignity and confidence. With your abilities, surely none of you are considering surrendering before even engaging in battle. Are you?" Qingyun looked up at him in confusion. The crowd, hearing those words, also strongly opposed the idea. "Even if we don't make it to the final match, we must give our all and fight until the last moment. Giving up is absolutely not an option. This is what it means to be a disciple of the Qingyun sword sect." The others echoed in unison. That's right. Qingyun was stunned as the crowd grew more enthusiastic. The sect leader is right. Fight with everything you have. Under Wen Jian's fiery gaze, Qingyun felt frustrated but powerless. It was clear that they were pressuring him not to surrender. If he lost without putting up a fight, he would undoubtedly face criticism and become the disgrace of the sect. Thinking this through, as soon as the referee restarted the match, Qingyun gritted his teeth and pulled out a talisman to engage in battle. The sect leader is clever, but victory is not assured. Facing Qingyun's wall of talismans, his opponent remained calm and ascended into the air. He was Wang Dao, a disciple from the Starlight Division, ranked 12th on the Heaven's Chosen list. At the first stage of the Prefecture realm, he sneered, "Same trick again? How many times do you plan to use it?" With that, he landed on the ground and swung his sword, unleashing the Starlight Sword Art, Meteor Slash. A streak of sword energy, tinged with green and sparkling like stars, shot forward at high speed, crashing into Qingyun's talisman wall. A violent collision echoed through the arena. In an instant, the talismans shattered, fragments scattering in all directions. A large gap had been torn in the barrier. Qingyun watched calmly as his talisman wall faded away. Smiling, he muttered, "Not bad." He saw through the weakness of my formation. The flaw was clear. When surrounding himself with talismans, he needed time to link them together properly. Just as he was deep in thought, a shadow suddenly leapt from behind. Qingyun turned around nonchalantly, pulling out two burning talismans. Blazing Dragon Inferno. Wang Dao immediately countered with a water talisman, summoning a massive wave to block the flames. He scoffed, "If this is all you've got, I suggest you surrender now." As soon as he finished speaking, he bent down and lunged forward without another word. A purple lightning bolt shot out from his sword as he slashed downward, slicing through Qingyun's body. In an instant, Qingyun vanished. Wang Dao frowned. A smoke decoy? He swung his sword again, dispersing the lingering smoke, revealing the real Qingyun not far away. He stood there, completely unscathed, his face carrying a look of innocent bewilderment. Wang Dao pointed his sword at him once more and leapt forward. "Take this." Qingyun remained motionless, letting the sword approach his face. He closed his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. "Finally, I can step down and rest." But at that moment, a wooden token on his belt suddenly vibrated. Wang Dao, mid-strike, abruptly halted, his eyes widening in confusion. "What's happening?" Qingyun was also puzzled. Wang Dao tensed his muscles, struggling to move. Why can't I move?" Qingyun's expression darkened. He stared intently at his opponent. "What's going on?" Panic flickered in Wang Dao's eyes as he looked around. A dark aura surrounded him, cutting off all escape routes. "What is this?" Qingyun observed the black mist and immediately recognized its source. Zan Yin. The dark energy thickened, enveloping Wang Dao entirely. From within the shadows, Zan Yin emerged, a mischievous smile on his lips. Qingyun's face turned pale. Since when have you been following me?" Only now did he notice the wooden token on his belt. The character for Yin was engraved upon it. A wooden talisman made from a 1,000-year-old locust tree. "I've heard that spirit beasts like Zan Yin are yin-aligned entities, sustained by ancient wood that nourishes soul forms." His mind raced. When did he attach it to me? Last night, while I was asleep? Meanwhile, Wang Dao leapt to another spot, clicking his tongue. A yin wind formation. Just as he was processing it, his back suddenly slammed into something solid. He winced and clutched his back, turning around, only to see nothing. His eyes widened. What the hell? At that moment, he sensed another presence approaching. He swiftly pivoted and jumped away just as a mass of dark energy crashed into the spot he had just stood on, landing firmly on the arena floor. Wang Dao whipped around. What the hell is going on? Qingyun, what did you do? Qingyun merely shrugged. I didn't do anything. His thoughts drifted back to when Zan Yin had effortlessly subdued 3 cultivators from the Moon sect. The power of a divine beast. If his strength is absolute, then even cultivators beneath the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm would be completely overwhelmed. On the other side, Wang Dao continued to be mercilessly pummeled. He clenched his eyes shut in agony, his groans of pain mixing with Qingyun's voice. Zan Yin, stop causing trouble. Return now. The yin wind battered Wang Dao relentlessly, as if grinding rice in a mortar. He had no way to resist. Blown from one side to the other, Wang Dao could barely catch his breath. He was tossed around like a rag doll, while the spectators watched with their mouths agape, their expressions difficult to describe. After being beaten for what seemed like an eternity, Wang Dao mustered his strength and gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, only to be flung high into the air once more. His body was completely exhausted, unable to even let out a single groan. With a loud thud, he crashed onto the arena floor, gasping for breath, summoning the last of his energy. He forced out, "I surrender." Seizing the moment, Qingyun reached out and grabbed the purple energy of Zan Yin. Enough. The crowd saw Qingyun grasping at the air, but to them, there was nothing there, unless Zan Yin willingly revealed himself. No one else could ever perceive his true form. Qingyun was exasperated. "Didn't I tell you to stay in the cave?" As the yin wind dissipated, Zan Yin peeked out with a pitiful expression, his large eyes filled with innocence. "You," Qingyun sighed, unable to scold him further. He poked Zan Yin's cheek and muttered, "Why did I bring such a mischievous brat home?" Wang Dao, witnessing the entire scene, suddenly realized what was happening. His eyes widened as he shouted, "Elder Zhao, he's cheating. He used a spirit beast to fight me. That's an unfair 2-on-1. The crowd erupted in discussion. So the shadowy figure was a spirit beast? Hua Qingyun sure has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. What kind of powerful beast is that? At that moment, Dong Zheng bellowed furiously, "Outrageous. There's no way we can declare him the winner." He pointed a finger at Qingyun. "From start to finish, that brat hasn't used a single sword technique from our sect. Our sect has never taught him rune arts or beast control. How did he even learn this? He must be a spy from the demonic sect." Elder Guo Siyu interjected, reminding everyone of the tournament rules. The sect competition imposes no restrictions on combat methods. Hua Qingyun is only at the 8th level of the Spirit Palace realm. He likely knew that relying solely on swordsmanship wouldn't yield results, so he chose a different path, using rune formations and spirit beasts in battle. Elder Wen Jian, seeing the two sides arguing before the match was even officially concluded, stepped in. "Calm down, both of you. I arranged this match between Wang Dao and Hua Qingyun precisely so Wang Dao could break through Qingyun's rune formations and investigate whether he had any connections to the demonic sect. But I never expected that he would actually win using a spirit beast." He looked at Zan Yin and said, "I believe this spirit beast might actually be the divine beast." Zan Yin. The elders were stunned. What? The divine beast? Zan Yin? The legendary spirit beast? Yet it formed a contract with a mere core disciple? One of the elders spoke up. "Everyone, I believe we should recognize this match. Our goal was to uncover any traitors. However, Hua Qingyun has yet to show any suspicious behavior. Moreover, according to the rules, if a spirit beast is tamed by the individual, then its power is considered part of their own combat strength. This does not count as a violation." Elder Guo Siyu clasped his hands and addressed the sect leader. "Second elder speaks reasonably. I support this decision." Elder Wen Jian nodded. "Very well. Since no one objects, I officially declare, Hua Qingyun is the winner of this match." The crowd erupted into murmurs. "What, this actually counts? Is it too late for me to go tame a spirit beast?" Wang Dao, upon hearing the result, nearly coughed up blood in anger. He shouted, "Hua Qingyun, just you wait. Next time, I'll cut you down for sure." Hearing those words, Zan Yin's expression turned icy. His sharp gaze locked onto Wang Dao as he deliberately sent a gust of yin wind lashing at his feet. Wang Dao yelped and immediately bolted. "Stay away from me." Cheng Yun, watching all this unfold, was at a loss for words. He glanced at the elders and sect leader. What kind of nonsense is this? How is this not a violation of the rules? But he dared not voice his thoughts. Instead, he pulled out the wooden token and commanded Zan Yin, "Return." The token floated from Qingyun's hand as the yin wind encircled Zan Yin, pulling him obediently back inside. Without another word, Qingyun turned and left as the referee called for the next match. As he walked away, he couldn't help but consider withdrawing from the remaining matches. He would take things one step at a time. Meanwhile, deep within an underground cavern near Qingyun's sword sect, an ominous ritual was taking place. 10 demonic cultivators, all at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, were gathered within the ruins of Azure Void City. They sat cross-legged in a circle around a strange purple gateway. A pair of feet slowly stepped through the eerie portal. The demonic cultivators immediately lowered their heads in reverence before a woman. "All hail Blood Sea True Monarch," they chanted. Her cultivation level, 4th tier of the Ascension realm. The demonic cultivators knelt before the woman who had just stepped forward. "We pay our respects to Blood Sea True Monarch," they chanted in unison. Blood Sea True Monarch smirked. "No need for such formalities," she said. "The operative we arranged has already infiltrated. Qingyun Sword Sect has completed the setup of the false heaven spirit repelling grand formation." She continued. "Now, all that remains is for the formation to be activated. When that moment comes, we will be able to annihilate the sect with overwhelming power." One of the demonic cultivators hesitated. "True Monarch, with our current strength, can we really defeat Qingyun Sword Sect?" He was clearly wary. OHNGN is at the 6th stage of the Ascension realm, and there are still the elders and other hall masters at similar levels. Blood Sea True Monarch had already anticipated this concern. She confidently reassured him. "Rest assured." She laughed and waved her hand. "That is precisely why a certain esteemed figure has specially sent 2 additional Taoist allies to assist us." To her left, a towering man with red hair and a scarred face appeared, none other than the sect master of Demon Cloud Sect, Hang Ba, who had reached the 4th stage of the celestial realm. To her right, a cloaked figure whose face remained obscured emerged, the sect master of Zan Yin Sect, Lai Wu Ne. At the 3rd stage of the Ascension realm, the demonic cultivators scratched their heads in astonishment. Who would have thought we'd have the honor of meeting 3 great sect masters of the demonic path today? Blood Sea True Monarch chuckled. "We all possess the power of the demon god, bestowed upon us by our esteemed master, combined with the constraints imposed by the false heaven spirit repelling grand formation." Her crimson eyes gleamed. "After today, Qingyun Sword Sect will no longer exist, and our revered demon lord shall soon descend upon this world once more." Meanwhile, at Qingyun Sword Sect, 6 of the strongest disciples had just secured their spots in the final round of the sect's grand tournament. The referee's voice rang out. "The match is over. The 16 disciples advancing to the finals step forward." One by one, the finalists strode up. Their presence met with deafening cheers from the crowd. They were the elite, those who had fought their way through countless battles to reach this stage. At the end of the procession, Qingyun walked forward, catching snippets of hushed conversations around him. "Look at that Trap King, Hua Qingyun," someone muttered. "He hasn't even drawn his sword once. Yet he made it all the way to the finals. How is that possible?" OHNGN floated in the most prominent position, preparing to announce the final trial. "The last round of this sect tournament will determine the ultimate winner," he declared. He then unfurled a painting, causing a ripple of shock among the audience. "The heaven and earth landscape diagram?" someone gasped. Indeed, it was none other than the legendary artifact left behind by the sect's founding ancestor when Qingyun Sword Sect was first established. This mystical treasure contained an entire world within, a vast realm of mountains, rivers, and heavens teeming with countless celestial resources and rare treasures. It was a secret realm exclusive to Qingyun Sword Sect. OHNGN continued explaining. "Within the heaven and earth landscape diagram, I will establish a domain. The battlefield will be confined to an area known as Peach Blossom Spring. Every hour, the battlefield will shrink by 10 miles. If any participant fails to move forward before the boundary closes in, they will be declared defeated and immediately expelled from the competition. As you all fight, I will use magic to broadcast the battle to the other disciples." He added. Qingyun thought to himself, "Isn't this just a survival battle? The winner gets to eat chicken. Wait, why is there a live stream? If I avoid fighting and just jump in to commentate, my reputation will tank so hard I'll hit rock bottom. Seems like I have no choice but to keep up the act." Once OHNGN finished speaking, he asked, "Do the final 6 contestants have any objections to these rules?" Everyone nodded. "We have no objections. We will follow the sect master's decree." "Very well. Then let's not waste any more time. The competition begins now." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 6 finalists were transported to different locations within the heaven and earth landscape diagram. The painting then rolled itself up, and OHNGN gripped it firmly in his hands. With a simple gesture, 6 shimmering golden screens appeared in midair, each displaying the perspective of one contestant. The disciples watching gasped in awe. Wow! What captivated them the most wasn't just the contestants, it was the breathtaking scenery within the painting. "This place is stunning," someone exclaimed. The elders observing the match nodded in admiration. As expected of the sect master, such meticulous planning. OHNGN furrowed his brows slightly. "Now, The heaven and earth landscape diagram is completely linked with the sect master's consciousness. With just a single thought, he can manipulate anything within it. That spy, no matter how powerful, won't be able to stir up any trouble here. He nodded to himself. Now, we just have to sit back and wait for the traitor to reveal themselves. While the atmosphere burned with anticipation, a shadowy figure lurked behind a house, whispering urgently to his accomplice. What do we do now? Without Senior Brother Zhao, we can't activate the false heaven spirit repelling grand formation. What's our next move? His partner reassured him in a hushed voice. No need to worry. Senior Brother Zhao already anticipated this situation. Follow me. He has arranged a replacement at Floating Cloud Pavilion. Within the heaven and earth landscape diagram, peach blossoms bloomed in all directions, painting the scenery with vibrant hues of pink. The environment felt incredibly lifelike, as if brimming with true vitality. Qingyun landed gracefully, his fingers brushing against the trunk of a peach tree. Gazing up at the sky filled with falling petals, he murmured, "So this is peach blossom spring." He admired the scene, thinking, if this existed in my past life, it would have been a viral check-in spot on social media. Recalling the moment before he entered this space, he pieced together his bearings. When the heaven and earth landscape diagram first unfolded, he had caught a glimpse of the terrain. He was somewhere in the northwest region of Peach Blossom Spring. Qingyun smirked. If I just make my way to the center and wait for the others to arrive, that should do the trick. In his mind, he had already mapped out the perfect script. At the right moment, he would make a calculated mistake, feigning defeat, and let the referee officially declare his loss. Just as he was nodding in satisfaction with his plan, a powerful presence suddenly charged toward him at high speed. Qingyun reacted swiftly, dodging to the side as the incoming figure crashed headfirst into a peach tree, sending delicate petals fluttering through the air. Reflexively, Qingyun shut his eyes for a moment before cautiously peeking through his lashes to see who it was. Upon recognizing the figure, he sighed. "Oh, it's you, Senior Brother Zhongdu?" A tall, imposing figure slowly emerged. Zhongdu, the top disciple of Floating Cloud Hall and ranked third on the Heavenly Pride leaderboard. He offered Qingyun a friendly smile. "Ha ha, long time no see, Junior Brother Qingyun," Zhongdu greeted, flashing his teeth in a hearty grin. But in the next instant, his expression darkened, turning eerily serious. "Ever since our mission together a year ago, when I witnessed that terrifying sword strike of yours." Qingyun stiffened at his ominous tone. Forcing a sheepish smile, he laughed nervously. "Ah, Senior Brother Zhongdu, you still remember that?" Zhongdu chuckled, his eyes gleaming. "Thanks to your blessing, my strength has grown immensely since then." He then unleashed a surge of energy, demonstrating his newfound power. "I now understand the vast gap between myself and a true monster. But even so, I wish to experience your swordsmanship again." Hearing those words, Qingyun found himself in an awkward predicament. He knew full well that the heaven and earth landscape diagram was broadcasting everything in real time. If he exposed his true abilities in front of the sect leader, it would only mean more responsibilities. The greater the power, the greater the burden. Absolutely not. Determined to avoid unnecessary trouble, he slowly raised his hand, striking a pose as if preparing to unleash a devastating technique. His expression grew solemn. "Senior Brother, if you insist on a battle, then I have no choice but to use this move." Zhongdu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Finally, you're getting serious." But just as anticipation built up, Qingyun suddenly pointed behind Zhongdu. "Wait, what's that?" Zhongdu instinctively turned his head to look, only to find absolutely nothing. By the time he registered the sound of movement, he spun back around, only to see that Qingyun had vanished without a trace. Zhongdu's face darkened instantly. The disciples watching the scene fell into an awkward silence. Someone muttered in exasperation, "He's not even trying." Though Hua Qingyun's cultivation level was a bit lower, running away the moment a battle started was simply disgraceful. Just then, a disciple recalled Zhongdu's earlier words. "Did you hear what Senior Brother Zhong said? Could it be that Hua Qingyun is actually hiding his true strength? Could he be even stronger than Senior Brother Zhong?" Another disciple scoffed. "That was obviously just sarcasm. You really believed it?" Meanwhile, Zhongdu was relentlessly chasing after Qingyun, shouting as he flew through the air. "Hua Qingyun, stop right there." He flew at the same altitude as the white cranes gliding through the sky, keeping his eyes locked on Qingyun's fleeing figure. But as the pursuit dragged on, he felt his stamina dwindling. "I've had enough," Zhongdu growled. He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy. "Stop running." Qingyun sensed the attack and turned slightly, just in time to see the sword energy collide with a tree, shattering its trunk into splinters. As the dust settled, Zhongdu grumbled, "Junior brother, you dodged my strike effortlessly. That alone proves your cultivation level is far beyond what you claim. Why do you keep running?" Facing Zhongdu, Qingyun clenched his teeth in frustration. "Senior brother, how could you slander me like this?" he protested, his voice filled with righteous indignation. "My cultivation level is weak. Avoiding your strike was nothing more than sheer luck." The audience watching the broadcast on the golden screens collectively sighed. One elder let out a frustrated groan. "How embarrassing. Our sword sect actually has a disciple like Hua Qingyun?" Another elder frowned, observing the chase. Zhongdu is pursuing him so persistently. It's suspicious. Could Hua Qingyun really be a hidden expert? Another elder, deep in thought, suddenly spoke up. There is only one possibility. The behavior of these two suggests that one of them is a demonic sect spy. Turning to Ohngn, he suggested, "Sect Master, why not use the heaven and earth landscape diagram to force them into a duel? A proper battle will reveal the truth. Who is the spy?" Ohngn nodded in agreement. "Your reasoning is sound. I shall assist them a little." With that, he raised his hand, and the heaven and earth landscape diagram floated into the air. Just as he was about to manipulate the battlefield, a loud explosion erupted from a distant mountain. Everyone jolted in alarm. That direction. That was Floating Cloud Peak. Ohngn was the first to react, his gaze sharp as he sensed the energy emanating from the explosion. His expression darkened. "That's demonic energy." The mountain gradually crumbled as rubble fell chaotically. Suddenly, two figures appeared. It seemed they were the ones responsible for this. Without a doubt, it was True Du. His senior brother had anticipated this situation in advance. A purple aura enveloped them as the long-haired man raised a crescent-shaped jade pendant. "As long as we activate the formation, the reinforcements sent by that lord will arrive soon." Both of them spoke in unison, their expressions solemn at the mention of that lord. The purple jade pendant glowed as they simultaneously crushed it. A violent wind howled, and the air was instantly shrouded in a dark purple mist, signaling an ominous turn. The entire mountain trembled as a towering purple pillar of light pierced the sky. More beams of the same hue emerged from the surrounding mountains, eventually forming a colossal formation above the sky. Within it, Yu Jianxin, inside the Sun Ha-Du, sensed the energy from outside. She looked up, her gaze sharp. Qingyun also felt it and pointed toward Zhongdu with a serious expression. "Senior brother, look, what is that?" Zhongdu, however, remained skeptical. "Do you really think I'll fall for this again?" Qingyun's gaze drifted into the distance. A flock of birds scattered in panic as the skies suddenly turned purple. His heart tightened. This aura, the formation flags have been activated. This is bad. Something has happened to the sect. At that moment, a mysterious formation appeared in the sky, causing an uproar outside. "What's going on?" Anicap, the commander, questioned. "This is a demonic formation. There's a traitor among us." Two figures, one clad in blue and the other in red, soared into the sky. They were Elder Dong Gun and Elder Kovu. Wasting no time, they launched fierce attacks at the formation, only to be repelled instantly. Both were sent plummeting downward. Elder Kovu looked on in disbelief. Physical and spiritual attacks are useless? Dong Gun clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. The strength of this formation, at the very least, it's on the level of a guardian sect barrier. A green-haired elder channeled spiritual energy into his palm, his voice laced with concern. "This is the Grand Heaven Sealing Spirit Formation. It can suppress spiritual energy and perception over an entire region. It's an incredibly powerful encirclement. The only way to break it is either from the outside or by finding and destroying the formation flags." Anicap immediately commanded, "All disciples, head to the 9 cauldrons and search for the formation flags. Destroy them at once." Just then, a bewitching voice echoed through the air. "There's no need for such trouble." Above them, the mysterious formation suddenly activated. The winds howled violently, and the heavens and earth quaked. Blood Sea Grandmaster slowly stepped forward, a sinister smile playing on her lips. "Master On." Anicap immediately recognized this detestable demonic woman, Blood Sea Grandmaster. She spoke affectionately, her voice laced with mockery. Master Anicap, how honored I am that you still remember my name. At the same time, Anicap also noticed the two demonic cultivators standing behind her, Sect Master Hang Ba of the Demon Cloud Sect and Sect Master Lavo Ne of Zan Yin Sect. He snorted coldly. You demonic sects have gone through quite some trouble just to attack my Qingyun Sword Sect. A powerful aura erupted as Anicap, a cultivator at the 6th level of the Ascendant Realm, roared in fury. Clenching his fist, he gathered his spiritual energy. Golden lightning crackling around him, a testament to his immense strength. Do you really think with just the likes of you, you can take down my Qingyun Sword Sect? You overestimate yourselves. With that, he shot forward like a lightning bolt, aiming straight for Blood Sea Grandmaster and the two men behind her. However, Blood Sea Grandmaster showed no fear. She merely raised her index finger to her lips. The moment Anicap's attack struck, it was instantly repelled by a dark barrier in front of her. His attack veered off course, crashing into a nearby mountain with a thunderous explosion. Blood Sea Grandmaster burst into laughter. Master Anicap, still as domineering as ever. She waved her hand dismissively. But it's a pity. Today, none of you will be leaving here alive. In the blink of an eye, Anicap felt a foreign force invading his inner core. His eyes widened as he coughed up blood. The surrounding elders leapt to his side. Master Anicap, stunned, felt the lingering force of the attack that had just struck him. So powerful. Could it be just a single strike? At that moment, he realized the distinct nature of the power. It was the power of the demon god, the most sinister and destructive force in the entire demonic realm. Demonic cultivators often borrowed the power of the demon god to invade the Thuong Nguyen world. However, after the chaotic war years ago, that power had disappeared, wiping the blood from his lips. Anicap gritted his teeth. The power of the demon god. The elders were shocked. The power of the demon god? But that power was lost long ago. How does Blood Sea Grandmaster possess it? Seize the Sun Ha Du. Blood Sea Grandmaster gave no time for further discussion. She waved her hand, and the demonic cultivators clad in black robes emerged from the formation. Following her command, the disciples of Qingyun sect stood firm. We won't let you take our sect, master. The demonic cultivators merely smirked. One of them flicked his sleeve, and in an instant, the Qingyun sect elders were sent flying. He reached out, and the Sun Ha Du soared into his grasp. The elders, sprawled on the ground, cursed in frustration. Damn it, how does he also have the power of the demon god? But before they could act, the Sun Ha Du in the hands of the demonic cultivator trembled. Under the influence of demonic energy, it rapidly disintegrated and vanished into nothingness. As soon as the mountains and rivers diagram vanished, Wen Jian realized something was wrong. My connection to the mountains and rivers diagram has been severed. Blood Sea Grandmaster let out a triumphant laugh. We have gained the power of the demon god. Stop your pointless struggle. In 2 hours, all of you will be refined by the heavenly serpent blood refining grand formation, turning into blood soul pearls. Surrender yourselves obediently so we can welcome the demon lord. The heavenly serpent blood refining grand formation, as she called it, was the name of the dark formation looming over Qingyun sect. Below, the disciples of Qingyun sect knelt on the ground, clutching their heads in agony. Are we going to die here? What should we do? Who can save us? Blood Sea Grandmaster spoke coldly. Rest assured, not a single one of you from the Qingyun sword sect will escape. I'll send you all to the underworld together. She then called out 2 names, Shen Yuan and Meng Feng, before issuing an order. Enter the mountains and rivers diagram and wipe out all the geniuses of Qingyun sword sect. Without hesitation, the 2 obeyed and leapt into the painting within the mountains and rivers diagram. Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, Qingyun dodged an attack and, panting slightly, said, "Stop fighting. Aren't you curious why there was such a massive disturbance in the outside world just now?" Zhongdu scoffed and firmly denied it. It's just our fellow senior brothers battling elsewhere. You won't fool me this time. With that, he swung his sword once more. Qingyun sighed. Since it's come to this, I have no choice but to stop you myself. At that moment, Qingyun suddenly sensed a powerful aura rushing toward them. His eyes lit up with joy, and he leapt lightly into the air. A sword strike shot forth, colliding with Zhongdu's sword energy. Zhongdu hesitated for a moment, only for several more sword auras to streak toward him. In an instant, he recognized the attacker and deflected the strikes before shouting, "Wang Gang, are you here to join the fun too?" A young man with green hair stepped forward and replied calmly, "No, I just want the two of you to stop fighting for a moment." This was Wang Gang, the top disciple of Wind Spirit Hall. He continued, "You both must have noticed the disturbance just now. The Grand Dao Wind technique I cultivate allows me to detect even the slightest changes in aura." Wang Gang recounted what he had sensed. Two unfamiliar spiritual forces at the 9th level of the Profound Realm have entered Peach Blossom Abyss. "I suspect." Qingyun finished his sentence with a grave expression. "Our sect has been attacked. The intruders might have already infiltrated this place." Zhang Du was stunned. How is this possible? Who would dare to offend the Qingyun sword sect? Besides, the sect master is at the 4th level of the Ascension Realm. Wang Gang raised a jade talisman, its surface glowing faintly. The sect master's aura has disappeared from the communication talisman. Our connection to the outside world has been completely severed. If you don't believe me, you can verify it yourself. The jade talisman he held was a traditional escape talisman, meant for special individuals to crush in times of danger. Once activated, it would automatically remove them from battle and eject them from Peach Blossom Abyss. Hearing this, Zhang Du muttered, "So that's how it is." But his eyes were filled with suspicion as he glared at Wang Gang. "I bet you're just trying to trick us into quitting the battle." Qingyun, on the other hand, yawned and casually took out his own jade talisman. Why argue over something so trivial? Just test it and see. Without hesitation, he crushed the jade talisman in his palm. Both Zhang Du and Wang Gang stared at him, wide-eyed. "You actually did it?" Yet, the talisman shattered into pieces. And nothing happened. For the first time, real unease set in. The sect. Something has truly happened to the sect. At that very moment, a flash of purple light streaked across their location. A palm strike infused with divine energy blasted through the peach trees, shattering them instantly. Zhang Du coughed violently as he staggered back. "Who are you? Profound Realm 9th level?" The newcomer let out a hearty laugh. "Ha, you just noticed me now? Too late." He clapped his iron-gloved hands together and sneered. "My name is Shen Yuan, and I am the one who will kill you all." Hearing this, Qingyun chuckled. "So even traitors are this polite nowadays?" Shen Yuan's eyes flickered with realization. "You're the one who blocked my attack?" He was momentarily surprised. "Impressive. You actually used a spiritual talisman to divert my strike." As he locked eyes with Qingyun, he could see a firm determination within them. Suddenly, he let out a boisterous laugh, placing his hand on his left shoulder. With a dramatic motion, he ripped off his cloak and grinned widely. "I originally thought that sending us in here to deal with a bunch of brats was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken." He cracked his knuckles and continued. "That's why I was only using 30% of my strength earlier. I was afraid you would die too quickly." His tone was full of amusement. "But you lot, you haven't disappointed me. This hunt is getting more interesting." Wang Gang was completely stunned. Only 30% of his strength? Just who are these people? And how did they even break into the mountains and rivers diagram? He turned to Qingyun, his voice trembling. "What exactly is happening to Qingyun sect?" Shen Yuan casually stretched, his voice light as the wind. "Qingyun sword sect has already been destroyed." He continued nonchalantly. "In less than 2 hours, the entire Qingyun sword sect will be refined by the demonic sect, turned into blood soul pearls, and erased from this world forever." Qingyun sighed in despair as both Wang Gang and Zhang Du found it hard to believe what was happening. "It's just a sect competition," he muttered, having already lost his home. Shen Yuan had no interest in them. He simply extended his hand and beckoned. "When the time comes, you should give your best effort to win my favor," he said. Zhang Du unsheathed his sword and turned to Wang Gang. "Let's join forces to stop him." With that, the two of them charged forward like one, their swords striking with relentless intensity. Their speed and attack power were beyond question, each displaying techniques deeply ingrained in their bones. Qingyun's sword art, severing winds and clouds. 2 sword strikes ripped through the air toward their enemy. Qingyun responded effortlessly, casually tossing out a piece of paper. The two of them were left speechless. "Junior brother Hua, you're too careless," one of them muttered. Shen Yuan looked at them and grinned widely. Sparks of purple lightning erupted from his body as he raised his fist, forming a small shield. The 2 incoming strikes collided with a burst of light, dissipating instantly. It was only then that Shen Yuan noticed another attack approaching, flames roaring toward him. He instinctively shielded his face. "What is this?" he murmured. But to him, it felt no more than a mosquito bite, amusing at best. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yuan lunged toward Zhongdu, his fist raised. "Then try taking on just 5% of my strength." Everything happened so fast that Zhongdu couldn't react in time. "Senior brother Zhong, watch out," Wang Gang shouted. At the last moment, Wang Gang threw himself in front of Shen Yuan, launching a counterattack that sent him flying backward. Seeing his attack land, Wang Gang forced a smile. "Now's your chance, Zhongdu," he urged. Lu Yun sword art. Clouds of sword light clashed as the battle raged on. Qingyun, however, remained silent, simply watching. Then, he calmly extended his hand. From his sleeve, 2 talismans fluttered into the air. With narrowed eyes, he observed them slowly descend. "Now is the time to activate the reinforcements I had arranged," he thought. He raised 2 fingers to his temple, channeling his spiritual energy. The energy surged skyward, traversing space until it reached an old swordsman. Wen Jian. Qingyun's voice echoed in the sect master's mind. Upon hearing his disciple's words, the sect master was shocked. "Qingyun? The connection between Shanhe Du and me was severed by the demonic sect. How is this possible?" Qingyun calmly explained. "I used a special technique to bypass the demonic sect's surveillance and send this message to you." "How is the sect holding up?" Wen Jian wasted no words. "The demonic sect has deployed the false heaven banishment grand formation. We're all injured. At most, we can hold out for 2 more hours. Listen carefully. The demonic sect has sent 2 powerful experts to eliminate you. They are remnants of a sect's downfall. Be extremely cautious." Qingyun remained calm. "Oh, this isn't a big problem." He explained that he had sent the voice transmission for another reason. Earlier, he had discovered that Zhao Rui had arranged a tactical formation at the 9 peaks. In response, he had secretly set up a sword aura trap. "As long as I activate the sword aura," Qingyun continued, "the grand formation will be destroyed instantly. That will be the perfect opportunity for everyone to send out a distress signal." Every formation flag had a unique and irreplaceable function. If even one of them was destroyed, the entire formation could collapse, potentially allowing them to break through the encirclement. With a smile, Qingyun added, "As long as we're not bound by this grand formation, we can have a decisive battle with the demonic sect." Hearing this, Wen Jian felt relieved but still couldn't help but remind Qingyun. The 2 demonic cultivators are incredibly powerful. Moreover, they have Zhao Rui's support. He warned, "If the situation becomes critical, head to the deepest part of Peach Blossom Valley. I have left reinforcements there for you. Take care of yourself." Qingyun. It was clear that the sect master had foreseen this scenario. Qingyun chuckled. "Understood, sect master. You all take care as well." He then began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. A deafening explosion erupted outside. The grand formation of the Qingyun sword sect trembled, and cracks spread across the sky. The demonic sect cultivators were thrown into chaos. "What's happening? This is bad. The formation has been broken." Even Blood Sea Immortal was startled and turned toward the battlefield. "What's going on with the formation?" Hang Ba reported. "One of the formation flags has been destroyed." Li Wenai's expression darkened. "What, wasn't the Qingyun sword sect already wiped out?" At that moment, Wen Jian seized the opportunity. "The grand formation has fallen. Everyone, follow me and counterattack." He unleashed his sword aura, sending a transmission through the weakened formation. A resounding message echoed through the battlefield. "The demonic sect has infiltrated the Qingyun sword sect. Fellow cultivators of the alliance, come to our aid immediately." Zhongdu leapt forward, his sword slicing through the wind. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan stood mid-air with his arms crossed, completely unfazed by the situation. "Pathetic," he sneered, effortlessly swatting away Zhongdu's sword aura. "Weak, weak, weak," he mocked, showing utter disdain for Qingyun sword sect's so-called elites. "They're far too weak." Just then, Wang Gang sprang from behind. Launching his attack, he raised his hand, releasing streaks of green light that surged forward, wrapping around Shen Yuan's legs and binding him in place. Wang Gang struggled to maintain his energy as he tightened his grip. Then signaled, "Senior brother Zhang, now's the time." Zhongdu immediately responded, raising his sword with both hands toward the sky. Flowing cloud sword art, he surged forward with incredible speed. At that moment, Shen Yuan was still restrained by Wang Gang's binding energy. Yet, he remained unfazed, mocking them with a smirk. So, this is the strength of the so-called Heaven's Pride, disciples of Qingyun Sword Sect? Then he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, is this all you've got? In an instant, he shattered the restraints. A powerful aura exploded outward, his presence suffocating. It was as if he was merely toying with them, like a cat playing with mice. The two Qingyun disciples were in utter disbelief. What? How is this possible? Before they could react, Shen Yuan had already closed the distance. With a single motion, his demonic hand grabbed their throats, lifting both of them effortlessly. He sneered, "The results of this battle are truly disappointing. Pathetic trash like you should just die here." His eyes turned sinister, ready to end their lives. Just then, a voice echoed, sending chills down Shen Yuan's spine. "Hey, I have something to say." Shen Yuan flinched and whipped around. "What?" Qingyun stood behind him, a faint smile on his lips. "Did you forget? There's still someone else here." For the first time, Shen Yuan felt a wave of unease. When did he get there? Why didn't I sense his presence? Was I too focused on these two weaklings? Still, he quickly suppressed his momentary panic and maintained his composure. "Don't worry," he scoffed. "Once I'm done with these two, you're next." Zhang Du, struggling to breathe, still managed to croak out, "Junior brother Qingyun, forget about us, run." Qingyun remained unfazed. "Oh, no rush. I still have a few questions." He gazed at Shen Yuan calmly. "The ones the demonic sect sent to Shanhe diagram this time. There are two of you. Right?" That nonchalant demeanor made Shen Yuan's heart race. This guy, he's only at the spiritual palace realm. Why is he so calm? Does he have backup? Shen Yuan forced himself to act unimpressed. "So what if there are? It's not like they need my help. By now, the other disciples in Shanhe diagram are probably dead already." Qingyun asked casually, "How does that other person's strength compare to yours?" Shen Yuan hesitated but eventually scoffed. "Why would I tell you? Although we're both at the 9th layer of the talisman realm, his strength is far beneath mine." Qingyun smiled. "Good, that's all I needed to know." Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes. "This guy, he's even more arrogant than me." Demonic energy surged from his body as he let out a crazed laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, you fool, do you even understand your situation? All I had to do is swing my hand, and you'll all be dead." Qingyun merely smirked and waved a talisman in his hand. "Sorry, what I meant by easy is that I'll be off duty soon. If that guy is weaker than you, then I just need to finish dealing with you before my shift ends. That should settle everything." As he spoke, the talisman floated into the air. In the next instant, a massive sphere formed around the three of them. Only then did Shen Yuan realize what was happening. "A formation? When was this set up?" Qingyun casually responded. "While you were busy fighting them." Shen Yuan remained defiant. "Don't tell me this is just a spiritual palace realm formation? I can break it with a snap of my fingers. Besides, your two sect brothers are still in my grasp. Are you really going to abandon them and escape alone?" Qingyun shrugged. "Oh, that's not a problem. Go ahead, snap your fingers." At that moment, talismans suddenly appeared on Zhang Du and Wang Gang's bodies. "What? When did he place these on us? I didn't sense a thing." Before Shen Yuan could react, the two of them were instantly teleported behind Qingyun. Qingyun waved with a playful smile. "Bye-bye Tilda." And with that, all three of them vanished. Shen Yuan's eyes widened. "Trying to escape? Stay right there." He lunged forward, but the formation reacted instantly. Dozens of talismans surged up, blocking his path. Infuriated, he pounded the barrier with relentless force. "Damn it, what kind of formation is this?" No matter how hard he struck, the barrier remained intact. Refusing to give up, he continued his rampage. A full incense stick's time later, the spherical barrier glowed with faint purple light. Shen Yuan stood in the center, his hair disheveled, his face twisted in rage. "Damn it, they actually forced me to use my full strength. Qingyun, when I find you, I'll grind your bones to dust." Meanwhile, outside Shanhe diagram, the battlefield was in ruins. The Qingyun sword sect had been left devastated. Hang Ba worked to reinforce the sect's formation, cursing as he did. "Those pests from Qingyun sword sect dared to ambush us and even managed to kill 5 of our strongest warriors?" Beside him, Li Wunai sneered. "If it weren't for the Lord's orders to refine all Qingyun sword sect members into blood soul pearls, I would have already used the demonic god's power to annihilate them. Blood Sea Immortal, growing impatient with their complaints, snapped. Enough. If I hadn't prepared in advance and secured a false heaven banishment spirit banner, the grand formation would have already collapsed. We're in trouble now. We can't hold out much longer. On the other side, the remaining Qingyun sword sect disciples were barely hanging on. Damn it. This was supposed to be our final battle against the demonic sect. Someone muttered. Who would have thought they had backup waiting? No matter what, we have to call for reinforcements from the Cultivation Alliance. Besides, the Grand Formation's power is weakening. The process of refining this was originally supposed to take 2 hours, now it'll take 10. But still, what good is that to us? Wen Jian chuckled. 10 hours is more than enough. He thought of the disciples who had entered Shanhe diagram and silently placed his hopes on Qingyun and the others. You all are the last chance for Qingyun sword sect. At that moment, the three of them arrived at a desolate place, surrounded by twisted tree roots and jagged terrain. Zhang Du looked around in confusion. Where is this? Qingyun reassured him. Don't worry, this is one of the few safe locations in Peach Blossom Valley. Hearing the word safe, Zhang Du didn't hesitate to ask. Junior brother Hua, what exactly did you do earlier? How could you restrain a Talisman Realm 9th layer demonic cultivator? Qingyun hesitated for a moment before answering. That was a protective talisman the sect master gave me a long time ago. I didn't expect it to come in handy in this situation. Then his expression darkened. Cough, cough, but let's put that aside for now. I have something even more important to tell you. His tone became serious. The sect master managed to preserve a transmission talisman and risked using it to contact me just now. He told me that Zhao Rui is actually a spy for the demonic sect. Right now, the entire Qingyun sword sect is trapped inside a blood sacrifice formation. They can hold out for 10 more hours at most. Zhang Du and Wang Gang turned pale. What? Qingyun continued. That means, the 5 of us are the last hope of Qingyun sword sect. Wang Gang clutched his head in disbelief. Zhao Rui, that bastard. Suddenly, he remembered Yu Jianxin. His expression froze. Wait, according to what Shen Yuan said, there's another demonic cultivator inside Peach Blossom Valley. What if they run into Jianxin? The moment they spoke her name, both of them clenched their fists. I can still fight. Me too. Qingyun, however, remained calm. Shen Yuan was at the 9th layer of the Talisman Realm. You two are both heavily injured. His expression turned serious. Forget about saving someone. If you run into even a single spirit beast, you'll just be offering yourselves up as a meal. Zhang Du felt as if he had been struck in the chest. Frustrated, he shouted, Then what? Are we just supposed to sit here and wait to die? Qingyun interrupted. Of course not. Our priority is to recover our wounds and spiritual energy as soon as possible. As for Jianxin, he smiled faintly. Did you forget? I already asked Shen Yuan about the other demonic cultivator. They're much weaker than him. He spoke as if it was obvious. Jianxin and I are close. Based on what I know about her, she's more than strong enough to handle them on her own. Zhang Du still argued. Junior sister Jianxin is a prodigy. But what if Shen Yuan and that other demonic cultivator team up against her? Qingyun smirked cunningly. That won't happen. Why not? Because Shen Yuan is absolutely furious with us right now. He chuckled. At this very moment, he's broken free from the formation and is frantically searching for us. Sure enough, Shen Yuan had already shattered the formation. Dark energy exploded around him as he stormed out, roaring in frustration. Damn it, why did I waste so much spiritual energy? Where the hell did that formation master come from? Remembering Qingyun's smug face, he gritted his teeth in rage. Damn it, when I find you, I'll flay you alive. Back at Qingyun's location, he pulled out a bottle of pills. Here, these are spiritual recovery pills. Before Shen Yuan tracks us down, you two need to heal as much as possible. He handed them to Zhang Du and added, at dawn, we'll regroup with the others and save Qingyun's sword sect together. Zhang Du and Wang Gang exchanged glances. Why wait until dawn? Yeah, in 2 hours. We'll be fully recovered. Zhang Du agreed. Qingyun raised his wrist, revealing a watch. It's simple. My standard working hours are from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And right now, my shift just ended. The two of them were left speechless. With everything settled, Qingyun leaned back against a tree and closed his eyes. The demonic sect came prepared. They definitely have a backup plan. Destroying the formation flags only bought the sect some time. In 10 hours, the grand formation will reactivate. That will be the perfect moment to break through their encirclement. With that thought, he allowed himself to rest. Until then, I just hope my dear senior brothers let me sleep in peace. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Peach Blossom Valley, two figures faced off atop a bed. Dao Jiao Tinluo grinned mischievously, pointing his sword at Yu Jianqin. Junior sister Yu, your swordsmanship has really improved lately. A true genius, terrifying. Indeed. As he spoke, he slashed forward, sending a sharp wave of sword energy toward her. Yu Jianqin swiftly parried, her expression serious. It's all thanks to senior brother Hua's guidance. At the mention of Qingyun, Dao Jiao Tinluo frowned in disbelief. Junior sister Yu, you don't need to be so modest. What could junior brother Hua possibly know about swordsmanship? Yu Jianqin stood firm in her belief. Senior brother Hua's swordsmanship is far superior to mine. Just as she spoke, a thunderous explosion erupted from the nearby mountain. She turned sharply toward the source, a strange feeling gnawing at her. Something felt off. After the tremor subsided, she tried to contact the sect master but received no response. Growing anxious, she turned to Jiao Tinluo. Something must have happened outside. Senior brother Jiao, should we stop fighting for now? But Jiao Tinluo remained indifferent. Whatever happens outside has nothing to do with us. Here in the secret realm, settling our match is what matters. Yu Jianqin's eyes narrowed. She sensed something dangerous. She abruptly covered her ears and shouted, Senior brother Jiao, cover your ears. Although confused, Jiao Tinluo could tell she was serious. Without hesitation, he did as she said. The air trembled. A strange, eerie sound wave spread through the surroundings. As soon as it touched the peach trees, they were sliced clean in half. The shockwave blasted both of them backward. Yet within seconds, they managed to stabilize their footing upon landing. Jiao Tinluo felt a sharp pain in his ears. He wiped the side of his face, blood. Looking at his hand, he muttered, Thank you, junior sister. If you hadn't warned me, I might have gone deaf. But Yu Jianqin didn't lower her guard. Enough talking. Focus on healing your injuries first. If your ears are damaged, it'll affect your balance. Her expression darkened. The power of that sound attack was terrifying. Was that an ambush? Just as she voiced her suspicion, a wave of demonic energy surged toward them. She turned her gaze upward. He was here. A bald man emerged, his face carrying a friendly smile. Oh, you two actually withstood my tidal sound slash? He nodded approvingly. Impressive, as expected from the genius disciples of Qingyun sword sect. Jiao Tinluo froze in place. The aura coming from this man was overwhelming. Yu Jianqin clenched her sword. Who are you? A sense of alarm rang through her mind. Why is there a demonic sect member in Peach Blossom Valley? Could it be the sect has already been attacked? The man spread his arms wide, his voice carrying an eerie chill. I am Ming Feng of the Blood Sea sect. By order of my superiors, I am here to kill you both. His voice echoed as if it came from the depths of the underworld. His cold, piercing gaze locked onto them. Jiao Tinluo's face drained of color. He stammered, Ming Feng, of the Blood Sea sect? Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. I've heard of him. He possesses a treasure called the heaven-shaking Jade Conch. It's said to carry ancient sonic techniques, capable of unleashing devastating sound-based attacks. He once used it to wipe out an entire sect, ruthlessly slaughtering every last disciple. Ming Feng didn't deny Jiao Tinluo's words. Instead, he extended his hand and sneered. Not bad, you actually know a thing or two. A conch shell suddenly materialized in his palm. But it's a shame, both of you will die here today. The moment he spoke, the ground beneath them shattered. Yu Jianqin swiftly dodged to the side. This guy is really troublesome. Jiao Tinluo, still covering his ears, barely managed to evade the attack. If this keeps up, we'll run out of spiritual energy. The gap in our cultivation levels is too wide. The longer we fight, the worse it gets. Despite her composed exterior, Yu Jianqin's eyes burned with determination. Senior brother Jiao, she said firmly, I have a move that might seriously injure him. I need you to buy me some time. Jiao Tinluo was already covered in wounds. But he didn't hesitate. He roared as he launched another attack. Qingyun sword art. His sword aura tore through the dense sound waves, streaking toward the sky. However, before it could fully break through, it disintegrated upon contact with a single strand of Ming Feng's hair. Ming Feng raised the heaven-shaking jade conch and smirked. Your understanding of swordsmanship is decent, he admitted. Standing atop his battlefield, he casually lifted the conch shell. To be able to struggle for a full incense stick's time in my sound domain, not bad. But in the end, insects are still insects. Now, be obedient and get slaughtered. Just as he was about to unleash another wave of destruction, a powerful sword aura suddenly sliced through the battlefield. Ming Feng's eyes widened. What? Zhao Tinluo gasped for breath, his body barely holding up. But he smirked provocatively. In all this time, you never realized you were one person short? A strong, commanding voice rang out. Thank you, senior brother Zhao, for stalling him for me. Yu Jianxin's voice was filled with unwavering strength. She lifted her sword. Now, let's see if you can withstand this. With a single swing, an enormous sword aura shot toward Ming Feng. Qingyun Sword Art, Celestial Core. The moment sound waves clashed with the sword aura, they were completely shattered. Ming Feng's expression twisted in rage. You insignificant insect, you dare challenge me? Driven mad, he poured all his power into the conch shell, unleashing a barrage of sonic waves. Yu Jianxin, however, remained composed. She closed her eyes for a brief moment. Senior brother Hua, this is the technique I comprehended from the resonant sword tablet. I hope I won't disappoint you. The instant her eyes snapped open, her sword aura split apart into countless smaller sword auras, completely neutralizing every single one of Ming Feng's sound waves. Ming Feng's face was filled with horror. Impossible. He watched helplessly as the relentless storm of sword energy closed in on him. This sword intent can completely destroy my attacks? Before he could react, the sword aura tore through him, cutting him into countless pieces. Yu Jianxin collapsed to the ground, her entire body exhausted. We won. She gazed at the spot where Ming Feng had been, now reduced to nothing. If it weren't for senior brother Hua, we probably would have died here. Zhao Tinluo remained silent, observing her. Even the lingering sword aura carried an unfathomable depth of sword intent. He finally realized, even if he fought with everything he had, he was no longer her match. Yu Jianxin wiped the sweat from her forehead. Senior brother Zhao, quickly tend to your injuries. The demonic sect has infiltrated. Peach Blossom Valley is likely more dangerous than we imagined. Deep within the endless peach forest, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the heavens. It was said that in ancient times, 4 divine beasts wreaked havoc across Dongwang continent. The founder of Qingyun Sword Sect had defeated them and sealed them within the universal Shanhe diagram. The 4 beasts were White Dragon, Moon Tiger, Celestial Tanager, Divine Plume. The southern seal within Peach Blossom Valley had imprisoned Moon Tiger. Now, it had been released. As soon as Moon Tiger regained its freedom, it let out a powerful roar. You, insignificant human. Are you the one who lifted my seal? A trembling, hunched-over figure knelt before it. Why, your humble servant, Zhao Rui, has been ordered by the demonic lord to unseal you. He stammered. I beg you, great elder, to join our cause. Moon Tiger scoffed, raising one massive claw. HMPH, a mere demonic clan runt dares ask for my allegiance? Zhao Rui immediately kowtowed in terror. But the demonic lord promised, if you aid us, we will tell you the location of the Jade Demon Spirit. The tiger's paw was just about to crush Zhao Rui. But then, it stopped. The air around them fell into silence. Zhao Rui trembled violently, unsure if he had just been spared. Moon Tiger seemed intrigued by the offer. Jade Demon Spirit? Interesting. Fine, I shall accompany you, for now. The pillar of light faded, and the two of them vanished. Meanwhile, Qingyun, half asleep, suddenly felt the surge of power. He sat up and let out a deep sigh. So Zhao Rui really went and unsealed a divine beast. The situation is worse than I thought, just as the sect master predicted. He glanced at Zhongdu and Wanggang, who were still meditating to recover, even though he really didn't want to admit it. For the sake of securing his stable 9-to-5 work life, he had no choice. Reaching into his inner robe, he muttered, I guess this is the only way. Qingyun pulled out a wooden talisman, engraved with ancient characters. The moment he activated it, a small shadowy figure leapt out. Zan Yin. Qingyun placed a hand on its shoulder and spoke in a solemn voice. I don't want to work overtime. His eyes sparkled with determination. So this time, the fate of Qingyun Sword Sect rests on you. But don't worry, once this is over, I'll personally ask Sect Master Wen Jian to approve your paid leave. Zan Yin, like a bewildered young deer, listened to Qingyun whispering in her ear, even though she didn't understand a thing. Later, you just do this and that, Qingyun instructed. Got it? He asked. Zan Yin beamed and nodded. At his command, go. She immediately took on her great responsibility and flew off, while Qingyun leisurely leaned against a tree and went back to sleep. At the hour of the ox, the moon shone brightly over the peach blossom valley. The space was silent, save for a flickering light streaking across the sky. Tham Nguyen held a compass in his hand, his expression darkening. It seems they used talismans to hide their tracks, he muttered through clenched teeth. He gritted his teeth even harder. They actually forced me to use forbidden search techniques. He sneered, thinking of Qingyun's face. I really underestimated you. Just then, the needle on his compass started moving, the two pins converging to point in one direction. Tham Nguyen immediately knew where they were. He let out a chilling laugh. Found you. He thought about how he would soon vent his anger. Tonight will be your burial night. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed loud enough for the mountains to shake. Brat, get out here. Without waiting for a response, he channeled his strength into his fist, his muscles tightening before he launched a devastating punch toward the mountain. His cruel mask revealed the extent of his power as his strike sent debris flying. But as the dust settled, a formation circle still stood there, completely unscathed, a sign that Qingyun's group remained perfectly protected. Tham Nguyen gritted his teeth. Damn it, a confinement formation? How interesting. And you even set up such a tricky talisman barrier in advance? From behind him, Qingyun's voice rang out. That's right. Through the hazy smoke, Tham Nguyen caught sight of Qingyun's silhouette. His eyes turned dangerous, yet his tone remained mocking. Ha ha ha, you've got some guts. You actually dared to show up. Are you ready to beg for your life? He immediately got into a battle stance. But Qingyun merely smirked. You think too much. Right before Tham Nguyen's eyes, Qingyun's form wavered. It was merely a substitute puppet in his likeness. The puppet spoke in a carefree tone. My shift ended already. Overtime? Not happening. Tham Nguyen's expression twisted as he forced out each word. What? Just a mere substitute. And you dare confront me? Fury overtook him, and he charged recklessly. How naive. The difference between the Tu Fu realm and the Lin Kung realm was vast. Die already. The substitute puppet easily dodged Tham Nguyen's attack and spoke leisurely. Bridging the gap in strength is no easy feat. Its eerie grin never faded as a series of substitute talismans flew out, swirling around it. But who said I only set up one substitute talisman? It taunted. Take a look. This is the ultimate upgraded version of my talisman formation. At that moment, the humanoid talismans surged forward as if they had a life of their own. Swarming toward Tham Nguyen, Qingyun's voice echoed. If you want to find me after my shift, you'll have to get through this first. Tham Nguyen roared, Muda Muda, and unleashed a storm of punches. Meanwhile, inside the cavern where Qingyun's group was hiding, tree roots twisted into a perfect shelter. Wang Kang blinked and let his spiritual energy surge in his palm as he approached Zhang Du. Senior brother Zhang, how's your recovery? He asked. Zhang Du nodded. My spiritual energy has recovered about 80 to 90%, and my wounds have been properly treated. His expression turned serious as he voiced his concern. The sect and our junior sisters are in danger. What should we do now? He glanced at Qingyun, who was still lazily leaning against a tree. Are we really going to wait for the right moment, as junior brother Hua suggested? Wang Kang reassured him. Calm down. We don't know the situation with junior sister Yu and the others. If they left a signal for regrouping, it might attract pursuers. Junior brother Hua was right. Recovering our strength here is the best option for now. Just then, the mountain shook violently, followed by a furious roar from outside. Shameless bastard. If you have any guts, get out here. Both of them jolted in shock. Damn it, that lunatic Matu found us so quickly. They hastily turned to Qingyun, only to find him snoring peacefully. Left speechless, they exchanged exasperated glances. How can he still sleep soundly in this situation? Even if I cultivate for another 15 years, I doubt I could achieve this level of composure. In their panic, they began discussing their options. At this rate, the cave will be blown to pieces sooner or later. Should we wake up junior brother Hua? Wang Kang added. Tham Nguyen is at the 9th stage of the Tu Fu realm. The power gap between us is too great. Last time, junior brother Hua's formation only managed to restrain him by sheer luck. Even if we wake him up, The three of us still won't be able to win." He trailed off before suddenly exclaiming, "Brilliant." Zhang Du frowned. "What's brilliant?" Wang Kang explained. "I once heard the elders say that the best moment to disrupt the blood sacrifice formation is the split second when it activates." Senior brother Hua also mentioned that the formation still has 10 more hours before it starts. Wang Kang calmly analyzed the situation. Based on the timing, tomorrow is the day the formation activates. That final moment, when the sect breaks through the encirclement, will also be our chance to escape from the Sun Ha Du and counterattack the demonic sect. Then, he proposed, "So, there's no need to wake junior brother Hua. We can do this instead." He whispered his plan to Zhang Du, who hesitated. "This is too risky. If we're not careful, we'll all be killed." Wang Kang remained resolute. "But this is our only option right now. Are you willing to take the gamble?" Zhang Du no longer hesitated. "Then let's bet on it." Unbeknownst to them, Qingyun hadn't been sleeping. He had heard everything. With a slight smile, he muttered, "Not a bad plan, but it's far too risky." Meanwhile, in another part of the Peach Blossom Valley, two figures sat cross-legged, resting among the blooming peach trees. Yu Jianxin meditated with her eyes closed, regulating her spiritual energy, when suddenly, a dark shadow shot toward her at high speed. Sensing the intrusion, she instinctively shouted, "Who's there?" Zhao Tinluo, sitting beside her, also became alert. Someone was able to appear so close to us without making a sound. Their strength is no joke. The shadow didn't stop, rushing straight toward them. In an instant, it condensed into a swirling mass of black mist before Yu Jianxin. Then, Zan Yin leapt out, leaving her speechless in shock. She blinked at the adorable little creature before her, sensing its familiar aura. "This is Senior Brother Hua's spirit beast." Her heart tightened. "What's happening with Senior Brother Hua? Why did he send you to find me?" Outside, Zhao Tinluo scratched his head. "Junior sister, whatever you just saw is something only you can see. Unless Zan Yin reveals itself, no one else can perceive its true form." At that moment, only Yu Jianxin could see it. Zan Yin extended its paw, and glowing characters appeared midair. With a cheerful voice, it said, "Hi, junior sister. This is a recorded message from senior brother. The sect is in great danger. Saving Qingyun sword sect depends on you." Yu Jianxin frowned in confusion. "I don't understand the situation." The recorded message continued with a detailed explanation. In Peach Blossom Valley, there is a seal binding the 4 great divine beasts. Each of these beasts possesses immense cultivation, not only in raw power but also in their ability to control the mountains, rivers, sun and moon. That traitor has already released the moon tiger, aiding the demonic sect in their evil deeds. Right now, the only way to fight it is to break the seal on Tintuk. Yu Jianxin held Zan Yin close, puzzled. "But senior brother Hua, aren't all divine beasts the same? How can Tintuk help us defeat the moon tiger?" Qingyun nodded knowingly. "I knew you'd ask why Tintuk can help us defeat the moon tiger." He smirked. "Good question. The sect master once said that Tintuk had formed a contract with the founder of Qingyun sword sect. According to the agreement, during times of great crisis, Tintuk will assist us 3 times. She is the hidden ace that the sect master left for us." Yu Jianxin's eyes lit up with excitement. "Senior brother, where is the seal of Tintuk?" Qingyun answered without hesitation. "It's located in the deepest part of Peach Blossom Valley. Zan Yin will guide you there. I wish you all a smooth journey." Hearing this, Yu Jianxin's spirit surged as if she had downed 10 cans of Red Bull. "We can't afford to delay. Let's depart immediately." Meanwhile, Tham Nguyen withdrew his fist, his entire body exuding a sinister purple demonic aura. His darkened eyes flashed as he let out a low growl, gathering internal energy before unleashing a massive, qi-infused punch directly at the paper effigy of Hua Qingyun. Boom! A powerful purple energy column shot forward, twisting the surrounding air as it struck. When the dust finally settled, the ground beneath Tham Nguyen was riddled with countless craters, and the air was filled with fluttering fragments of paper, glaring at the scattered talismans. He sneered, "Damn these cursed charms, they just won't stop." Then, his lips curled into a wicked grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "But now, all of your protective talismans have been destroyed. The marks left behind by my attacks are carved deep into the mountains. This time, there's no way you can escape." Just as he was about to make his move, his expression froze, his pupils widened. "Huh? Within the energy ring created by his attack, two brilliant streaks of light suddenly burst forth like falling stars, landing on the fractured mountainside. As the radiant glow gradually faded and the dust cleared, two figures emerged in dramatic fashion, their hair flowing in the wind. Wang Kang and Zhang Du had arrived. Tham Nguyen's face twisted in irritation. Disgusting eyesores. He spat. So, you finally realized that you couldn't run anymore and decided to surrender instead? Hearing this, Wang Kang and Zhang Du exchanged glances before Wang Kang took a step forward. Standing in a formal martial stance, "We have witnessed the overwhelming power of the demonic sect," he declared solemnly. "We've decided to abandon the light and embrace the darkness. We offer ourselves as loyal servants to Lord Tham, willing to be mere dogs under the demonic sect's banner." What? Tham Nguyen's brows arched, and then, ha 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 ha, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. He threw his head back and burst into laughter. "You two righteous sect disciples suddenly want to defect to the demonic sect?" Still laughing, he activated his demonic energy, letting the twisting purple aura coil around him. Tham Nguyen's mocking laughter grew even wilder, echoing through the night. The blood-red veins in his pupils surfaced as Shen Yuan spoke coldly. "A few hours ago, you two would rather die than submit," he roared in anger. "Do you think I will believe your words now? The brat from the Ling Palace realm is probably lurking somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to ambush me when I let my guard down." "You're overthinking, my lord," Wang Chang and Zhang Du replied in unison, simultaneously pointing behind them at Qingyun. Qingyun was fast asleep, his nose twitching as he snored, wrapped up like a mummy. Both men declared earnestly, "To show our sincerity, we put him under a deep sleep spell and deliberately tied him up to bring him here." Shen Yuan scoffed disdainfully and sneered. "What is this ridiculous act?" Zhang Du, as if in great pain, fell to his knees and lamented. "A cultivator's lifelong pursuit is nothing more than seeking immortality and enlightenment. To die in vain for a sect, that would only mean the end of our cultivation path. If the Qingwen sword sect has been destroyed, then we would rather follow you, my lord, and join the demon sect." Shen Yuan's expression turned icy as the demonic energy in his palm surged violently. Arcs of lightning crackling through the air. He spoke slowly. "Is that so? Then prove your sincerity." With that, he struck down upon the three kneeling figures with a mighty palm, like the hand of a god suppressing all beings. Shen Yuan thought that with this blow, even a fifth-layer purple mansion cultivator would be reduced to ashes. But just at that moment, Hua Qingyun stretched lazily and let out a yawn. Shen Yuan's pupils shrank as if startled by a rat's tail. At the same time, behind Zhang Du, a shadowy figure flickered past in a blur. His heart pounded in shock, and he instinctively shrank back. A thunderous explosion erupted behind him. Zhang Du turned slightly, his face damp with cold sweat, his gaze dark and solemn. His lips trembled as he recalled the many expressions Qingyun had made before. He cursed inwardly. "Damn this cunning brat. There must be deception at play. I can't act recklessly. The safest option is to let my lord handle this." At that moment, Shen Yuan's voice rang out once more. Enough. He wasted no more words. Simply raising his hand, a surge of demonic energy rushed forth like a storm. Chains forged from dark curses shot out, piercing directly into the chests of Wang Chang and Zhang Du. Shen Yuan's voice was chilling. "I have placed the demon sect's seal on you. If you obey me, I will recommend you to join the sect and serve under my lord. But if you dare to plot against me," his voice turned cold and unreadable, "with just a single thought, I can take your lives." Shen Yuan, after delivering his threat, turned and walked away, but he did not forget to cast one last glance before leaving. "Take him with me," he ordered. Beneath the ground, Wang Chang's face lost a bit of its color, as if he had barely survived a great ordeal. He let out a deep breath, his eyes flickering with a hidden thought. "I just hope our plan works." The night sky remained bright, illuminated by countless stars. Elsewhere, in a dense forest where crimson leaves intertwined and overlapped, a single tree stood out amidst the sea of red. Its leaves were green, tinged with yellow, and its massive roots extended above the earth like an ancient guardian. Footsteps approached. A young woman stepped forward, her silk garments fluttering lightly in the wind. She slowly moved closer to the distinct tree, raising her delicate, fair hand to gently touch its rough bark. A sphere of translucent spiritual energy gradually emerged, enveloping her hand. she murmured softly. The seal will be lifted, won't it? Zan Yin hovered beside her, his sharp gaze firm as he nodded. His small mouth let out a low hum. She withdrew her hand, watching the vine sway slightly against the tree's surface. Suddenly, a face appeared within the bark. The ancient tree opened its eyes, gazing at the figures before it, its deep and hoarse voice echoing. I advise you all to stop here. I, the tree spirit, have protected this place for ages. If you break the seal, can you bear the consequences? Yu Jianxin's expression remained resolute. We have no other choice but to undo the seal now. The Qingyun sword sect needs the guidance of our senior. With a firm voice, she said, forgive my offense. Without hesitation, she pressed her hand against the sacred tree's trunk. A pure radiance burst forth as spiritual energy flowed freely. The tree spirit fell silent, slowly closing its eyes. In an instant, a powerful light erupted, so intense that even the surrounding branches ignited with small flames. The sound of wind and fire intermingled, yet refused to harmonize. Leaves vanished, revealing a stark and barren scene. Amidst the chaos, a majestic fire phoenix emerged. Its overwhelming presence bore down on Yu Jianxin, forcing her to her knees. Behind her, Zhao Tinluo lost all composure, falling flat onto the ground, trembling violently. His voice cracked as he shouted, You are the ancient divine beast from the legends? The phoenix's piercing eyes shone with brilliance, yet remained calm. It spoke indifferently. Stop calling me, you, like that. Yu Jianxin steadied herself against the tree spirit and hurriedly explained. He is merely worried to the point of confusion. I ask for your forgiveness, senior. She took a deep breath, her voice heavy with urgency. The demon sect has infiltrated, and the traitor Zhao Rui has released the moon tiger. Right now, within and outside the mountain and river diagram, the disciples of the Qingyun sword sect are in grave danger. Only you have the power to confront the moon tiger and save them. Upon hearing this, the divine beast did not appear anxious or rushed. Instead, it gazed leisurely at its treasured sword, its tone calm. For you to have gone so far as to disturb me, it seems the Qingyun sword sect is in deep trouble this time. However, it continued, I will assist the Qingyun sword sect 3 times, but do not mistake that for me saving the lives of your disciples. Yu Jianxin's eyes widened in disbelief. She clenched her teeth and snapped. Senior, are you going back on your word? The divine beast, its fiery feathers like flowing molten blood, exuded an aura of pain, hatred, despair, and sorrow. It let out a soft huff and then asked, Do you know why I was sealed within the mountain and river diagram? Yu Jianxin's expression remained firm. Of course, I know, she replied resolutely. Back then, humanity was weak, forced to cower in a small corner of the continent. Just as all hope seemed lost, a single person comprehended the grand path of heaven and earth, discovering a way to cultivate and embark on the path of ascension. She spoke of a lone figure, serene and motionless, meditating upon a lotus leaf that drifted across calm waters. Before the great battle, that genius broke through to the ascension realm and single-handedly subdued the 4 great demon kings. From that day forward, the demon race could no longer stand against humanity, and mankind rose to become the rulers of the primordial realm. Her amber eyes burned with conviction as she continued. That man was none other than the founder of the Qingyun sword sect, the Celestial Emperor. She imagined his back, straight and unyielding like an ancient pine. Her expression darkened. Could it be that you still hold a grudge against him for sealing you away? Her brows furrowed even deeper as she coldly challenged. Or have you been sealed for so long that you no longer dare to fight? Yu Jianxin bit her lip, her voice low and sharp, each word cutting like a blade. If you fear the past, then so be it, but I refuse to stand idly by and watch. With that, she spun around and strode away. Zhao Tinluo's heart nearly stopped. Senior sister, where are you going? Yu Jianxin turned, her amber eyes blazing with fury as she declared. I am going to stop Zhao Rui and the moon tiger. Even if Senior Tingtu chooses to stand by and do nothing. Even if I am the only one left in the Qingyun sword sect. I will fight until the end. I will never give up. At that moment, the fire phoenix suddenly burst into laughter. It flapped its wings with great force, excitement flickering in its eyes as it spoke. After all these years, the Qingyun sword sect still has such stubborn disciples? Fine, I'll lend you my aid just this once. By the time the hour of Chen arrived, Yu Jianxin and Zhao Tinluo stood atop the divine beast, soaring through the skies. Jianxin suddenly felt dizzy as she gazed ahead. Thick pillars of smoke rose into the sky, clouding her vision. She shouted, "Zhao Rui and the Moon Tiger." The Moon Tiger emerged, walking on clouds as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It advanced slowly, its voice cold as it asked, "Fire Phoenix, are you here to aid me or to stop me?" The phoenix lowered its gaze, watching the beast before responding in a calm yet unwavering tone. "Back then, when the Celestial Emperor subdued us, we acknowledged him as our master. And now, you have chosen to collude with the demon sect, betraying our master. Naturally, I am here to stop you." The Moon Tiger, unfazed, let out a furious roar. "Back then, we were weak, but now, the Celestial Emperor is long gone from this world. Why should the demon race continue to live under the shadow of humans?" The Fire Phoenix, unwilling to argue further, scoffed and spat, "You pig-headed fool, then let's settle this in battle." The moment its words fell, two colossal beams, one golden, one green, shot into the sky like divine pillars piercing the heavens. The immense shockwave that followed sent Yu Jianxin and Zhao Tinluo flying backward. "Be careful," Jianxin shouted, bracing herself. She turned to Zan Yin, who was floating beside her. "This place is too dangerous. Zan Yin, hurry back and find senior brother." The young girl didn't argue. With a swift nod, she immediately flew away. Only then did Yu Jianxin steady her gaze, turning toward a shadowed figure standing in the distance. Her voice was cold as she spoke. "We still have a debt to settle." Zhao Rui sneered, his eyes gleaming with malice as he spoke each word deliberately. "Don't worry, for the sake of our past as fellow disciples, I'll make sure you die quickly." Zhao Tinluo scoffed in irritation, his brows furrowed. His impatience surged as he swung his spiritual sword, retorting loudly, "What a joke! Your swordsmanship is nowhere near junior sister Yu's level. Traitor, prepare to die." Zhao Rui remained indifferent. "When it comes to swordsmanship, of course, I cannot compare to you two," he admitted nonchalantly, "but battles aren't won by swordsmanship alone." As soon as he finished speaking, he crushed a pill between his teeth, activating its full effects instantly. A surge of demonic energy erupted from his body, overflowing and distorting the very air around him. Zhao Rui let out a satisfied laugh. That Hua Qingyun fool only reached the 8th layer of the spirit realm. Yet he could barely use half of the Qingyun sword sect's techniques. "And you think you can defeat me?" With that, he raised his hand and effortlessly caught Zhao Tinluo's sword intent between two fingers. Zhao Tinluo couldn't believe his eyes at that moment. A creeping fear spread through his body, and an uncomfortable panic enveloped him. "What kind of demonic technique is this?" Zhao Yu sneered, his crimson eyes flashing with a sinister glint. He thought to himself, "No matter how I try to unleash my spiritual power, I can't break free from the restraint of just two fingers." Now, due to the side effects of the drug, he looked noticeably older. Yet, Zhao Yu still maintained his mocking smile as he calmly declared, "If you've willingly delivered yourselves to me." Before he could finish his sentence, the old man Zhao Yu struck Zhao Tinluo with a powerful palm, sending him flying straight into the peach blossom forest. At that very moment, Yu Jianxin rushed forward just in time to catch him from behind. The two were enveloped in a large blue protective sphere, but the force of the impact was too strong, causing the shield's structure to gradually break apart. As the protective barrier shattered, Yu Jianxin anxiously thought, that attack was too powerful. At that moment, Zhao Tinluo spoke up, his gaze filled with suspicion. "What exactly did that brat consume? How did he suddenly explode with such power?" Jianxin responded softly, her face troubled. "I'm afraid it was a type of pill that burns away years of one's lifespan." Zhao Yu remained silent, his sharp eyes locking onto her. "You abandoned everything at Qingyun sword sect to join the demon sect." Yu Jianxin became even more resolute, her voice filled with questioning. "And you were even willing to sacrifice years of your life, killing those who were once your fellow disciples. Was all of it truly worth it?" Zhao Yu scoffed in disdain, repeating her question, "Was it worth it?" But immediately after, his gaze turned hazy as if lost in memories. The images of his former sect members turning their backs on him gradually surfaced. "At Qingyun sword sect, no matter how hard I trained, I was nothing but a nameless nobody. In the sect, I was just an insignificant disciple, one who didn't matter whether he existed or not." His rage boiled over, and a sharp, maddened fury erupted. Zhao Yu roared, "You so-called geniuses! How could you ever understand the suffering I endured? As soon as he finished speaking, a vortex of lightning descended from above. Zhao Tinluo looked up calmly. It's here. The moment the lightning vortex struck, he immediately dodged frantically while launching counterattacks. But over time, his endurance began to reach its limit. On Yu Jianxin's side, the situation wasn't looking any better. A sword strike grazed her, leaving a deep wound on her arm, making it even harder for her to defend herself. The more she assessed the battle, the more she realized the danger. I can't hold on any longer. In the sky, Zhao Yu gathered a massive sphere of dark energy in his palm and roared. Yu Jianxin, die! But at that very moment, something unusual made him freeze. His gaze sharply locking onto a particular direction. A strike from the moon tiger narrowly grazed past, almost hitting and sending the divine beast. Star Falcon, flying. Zhao Yu was shocked. What was that speed? He swiftly dodged, not forgetting to curse in frustration. With a heavy thud, the divine beast, Star Falcon, crashed to the ground. Move away, quickly, Yu Jianxin shouted. Both of them leapt away in unison, temporarily escaping danger. Yu Jianxin hurriedly called out, Senior Star Falcon. The divine beast slowly lifted its head. Though breathing heavily, it steadied its voice and replied, I'm fine, take good care of yourselves. Jianxin lowered her gaze, her expression filled with disappointment and contemplation. The gap between our strength and Zhao Yu's is too vast. If this continues, even Senior Star Falcon won't be able to hold on for long. What should we do now? At that moment, in another part of the forest, 3 figures flickered in and out of sight midair. Hua Qingyun was supported on Zhang Du's shoulder. Suddenly, he turned his head, sensing a surge of fluctuating energy behind him. He closed his eyes in astonishment, watching as Zan Yin flailed her arms and legs in agitation. Qingyun immediately understood their junior disciples had been caught in a fierce battle. Exhausted, he moved his fingers within his robe and sighed lightly. Pressing this button doesn't count as overtime work. With that, an emergency plan was activated. A blue spiritual energy suddenly appeared before them, carrying with it an unfamiliar object inscribed with mystical characters. Jianxin widened her eyes, catching it with both hands. She asked in confusion, What is this? In an instant, an animation of Hua Qingyun appeared out of thin air with a silent boom. Jianxin flinched in shock, but Hua Qingyun, on the other hand, simply grinned and said, Hi, junior sister. You, senior brother Hua, why are you here? She exclaimed in surprise. The projection of Hua Qingyun explained, I'm not actually here. To be precise, I left behind an emergency program in this place. 1 second inside this space equals just a brief moment outside. He continued, Now, let me teach you a sword technique that can defeat Zhao Yu. But don't worship me too much. Alright? Yu Jianxin's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly responded with a clear, as they began their discussion. However, something unexpected happened. Star Falcon suddenly had a strange feeling. It was a feeling of familiarity. His gaze shifted, reflecting their silhouettes within his eyes. Why does this resemble the figure of the Azure Emperor? Hua Qingyun's projection appeared vividly before him, overlapping with a memory deeply buried in Star Falcon's mind. The images seemed to merge, floating between reality and illusion. At that very moment, both the Moon Tiger and Zhao Yu shouted in unison, Enough playing around. Now, all of you die. The amber pupils of Yu Jianxin gleamed with clarity. She shouted, Sword manifestation, 3 feet of water. Phoenix ascends. Instantly, a towering pillar of water surged into the sky like a tidal wave, forming an impenetrable barrier that completely blocked Zhao Rui's attack. His face twisted in shock, his features seemingly scattering in disbelief. He bellowed, How is this possible? How could she suddenly become this powerful? Yu Jianxin raised her sword before her eyes. Powerful spiritual energy and sword intent surged forth like a raging sea, splitting the heavens and earth. She lifted her gaze, her voice cold and commanding. Zhao Rui, come and try. Let me show you the strongest technique I have just mastered. Spiritual energy swirled around her, embracing her form. Yu Jianxin could feel its vast power. She hadn't expected the hidden force within that ancient sword stone to be so immense. A fleeting image of Hua Qingyun flashed through her mind. She couldn't help but murmur, Senior brother Hua, as unfathomable as ever. Yet, the thought was momentary. Yu Jianxin drew her spiritual sword back, allowing its energy to continuously regenerate. Her sharp gaze locked onto Zhao Rui as she called out, "Shadow Slash, Eightfold Phantom." With that, countless bone-like spikes erupted from the ground, surging upward to pierce directly at Zhao Rui, who was hovering midair. Zhao Rui's expression twisted in fury. He clenched his teeth, his face contorting with rage as he raised his hands. Crackling bolts of violet lightning, imbued with dark energy, spiraled in his palms, coiling at his command. With a furious roar, he hurled them toward the righteous sect disciple before him. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of explosion rang through the air as the lightning clashed violently with the bone spikes, illuminating the forested mountainside in a brilliant flash. Zhao Rui felt his throat tighten. A lump of frustration stuck as he struggled to swallow. He exhaled heavily, gritting his teeth, veins bulging across his forehead. The unbearable irritation clawed at him. Why? Why can't I stop her? Why has she suddenly become so strong? Hearing his panicked muttering, Yu Jianxin's lips curled into a taunting smile. Her eyes gleamed with provocation as she looked at him. Realizing he couldn't win, Zhao Rui abruptly turned and fled toward an ally. Lord Moon Tiger, save me. Yet, the mighty Moon Tiger only furrowed his brows, scoffing in disgust. Humans truly are worthless trash. I have no interest in you. With that, he turned to leave. However, after just 2 steps, his path was blocked by Star Sparrow. Halt! Hearing this, Zhao Rui trembled. His lips quivered as he looked down at his shaking hands. His voice wavered, filled with anguish. Why? Why am I always the worthless one? I refuse to accept this. True Du's emotions burst like a dam breaking. He cried out in extreme hatred and rage, clawing at the air and screaming, "I refuse to accept this. I will kill all of you right here." A swirling vortex of dark energy engulfed him inside the house. Jianxin took a defensive stance, waiting as the howling winds roared around her. From within the maelstrom, True Du's face twisted in agony and sorrow. Jianxin's eyes sharpened with clarity. She thought to herself, his mind is in turmoil, exposing his weaknesses. This is my chance. With that, she unleashed the Lu Van sword technique. Yu Jianxin swung her sword, sending 4 razor-sharp slashes streaking through the air, targeting True Du's position. The cutting energy tore through the vortex, slicing directly at him. A sharp cry of pain erupted as True Du was blasted out of the swirling dark energy. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling, glaring at them with hatred. He snarled, "You detestable geniuses, no matter how much I struggle, I will never be able to catch up to you." Just then, a distant explosion echoed from the mountain range. True Du turned his head sharply, eyes widening in shock. His expression shifted from despair to manic excitement as he let out a crazed laugh. "Yu Jianxin, don't celebrate just yet. I've already sent the signal. The great master of the demon sect is on the way. None of you will escape." At that moment, a rift in space suddenly tore open. From within stepped Shen Yuan, accompanied by Wang Kuang and Jiang Du. Yu Jianxin and True Thien Locke stared in disbelief. She stammered, "That's Senior Brother Jiang, Senior Brother Wang, and Senior Brother Hua?" But then, her breath caught. Why is Senior Brother Hua tied up? Before she could voice her thoughts, True Du erupted into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, are you scared now? Your time is up." But just as his taunting reached its peak, a shadowy hand of dark energy pierced through his chest. True Du's eyes widened in disbelief. Blood gushed from his mouth as he trembled, staring at the darkness consuming him. He let out a strangled sob. His vision dyed crimson. Shen Yuan's calm voice echoed through the room. "Good thing you sent the signal. You just helped me wipe out the last remnants of the Qingyun sword sect in one fell swoop. But useless trash like you has no right to follow that great master." With a flick of his wrist, he tossed True Du aside like a piece of garbage. Then, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Du and Wang Kuang. "Didn't you two want to join the demon sect? Kill those 2 fellow disciples over there, and I'll recommend you as subordinates to the great master. But if you refuse," his voice turned cold, "I'll activate the restriction spell, and you'll both die right here." Hearing this, Wang Kuang and Jiang Du's faces darkened simultaneously. Jiang Du took a step forward and let go of Hua Qingyun with a thud. He and Wang Chang stood side by side, channeling their inner strength. Wang Chang spoke, "Since the Lord has given the order, we will fight head-on. We may not be able to defeat you, but we can pretend to betray and then strike you down at the last moment, leaving you gravely injured. Even if we have to self-destruct, so be it." Zhang finished speaking, and the two simultaneously turned around, launching an attack. "This is our plan, Shen Yuan. Prepare to die." However, Shen Yuan easily dodged, as if he had anticipated their move. He smirked and said, "I knew it, you're all doomed." Then, he unleashed a dark demonic aura from his hands, sending massive bursts of energy crackling with lightning. Wang Chang and Zhang Du were instantly bound by a restraining curse. Tormented by its power, they let out a painful scream. Yu Jianxin leapt forward, trying to intervene. "Stop," she shouted. Shen Yuan sneered. He snapped his fingers and said, "Overestimating yourself." A terrifying force erupted from his hands, growing even larger as it descended. The oppressive energy crushed everything beneath it, shaking the ground violently. Yu Jianxin coughed up blood, her internal energy severely depleted. She grimaced, thinking, "Damn it, my spiritual energy was already exhausted from the last battle. Am I really going to die here?" Meanwhile, the ominous formation in the sky glowed fiercely, radiating a blood-red light. The Blood Sea Grandmaster joyfully announced, "The hour of sea is approaching. The blood sacrifice formation is about to activate." Even if they possessed the power of the Ascendant Realm, there was no escape. The path leader of the demon sect gazed at the formation and muttered anxiously, "The hour of sea is near." If their attempt to break through the encirclement failed, he could already envision the horrifying scene of the Blood Soul Pearl absorbing the flesh and blood of all living beings. He continued, "All disciples of the Qingyun sword sect will be refined into the Blood Soul Pearl." At that moment, the sect leader, Wen Jian, who had remained silent, finally turned his gaze to everyone and asked, "Is everything ready?" The path leader of the demon sect responded firmly, "Yes." Wen Jian's sharp eyes gleamed. "Then we strike at the hour of sea. This is our one and only chance." As the crucial moment approached, Hua Qingyun, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, finally stirred, slowly opening his eyes. He looked around with disinterest. Demonic sect rebels invading, divine beasts appearing, what kind of mess is this? He struggled to sit up. The restraining silk that bound him gradually faded into nothingness. A surge of dark energy enveloped his body, altering his robes into the attire of a Qingyun sect disciple. Hua Qingyun's gaze was cold and devoid of emotion. A fox mask appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shot through the sky, illuminating everything around him. Shen Yuan froze, his eyes widening in surprise as he stared in the direction of Hua Qingyun, who had just put on the mask. A mischievous yet somewhat sarcastic smile appeared on his face. He said, "Even if I reveal just a little bit of my strength, I must put an end to this." The day of Yu Jianxin began as follows. At 5 a.m. Inside her cave residence, she woke up and carefully prepared herself. She put on each accessory and, finally, her socks. With excitement, she announced that her plan for the day had begun. Yu Jianxin began her morning routine, starting with her cultivation. At the Qingyun sword sect's training grounds, she moved gracefully. She warmed up first by swinging her sword 5,000 times. Her sword strikes echoing across the training field, sending dirt and rocks flying. By the time the hour of the rabbit arrived, she was already heated up and ready. Next, she went to take her task for the day. As she walked, the other disciples whispered among themselves, "Look, that's the newly promoted disciple. The one who defeated Zhao Tinluo, the leader of the younger generation." Yu Jianxin, one disciple, noticed something and exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't expect her handwriting to be so beautiful." Yu Jianxin didn't pay attention to them, maintaining her usual smile. She really is the all-around Yu Jianxin. Yu Jianxin arrived at the Liuyan path of the Qingyun sword sect, where it was still early morning. She bowed and received her mission token from the elder. "Thank you, master," she said before hurrying off. The elder, meanwhile, yawned and thought to himself, "It's barely dawn, and she's already here for her task. This kid really is hardworking." By midday, Yu Jianxin had completed her mission in the deep forest, clearing a disturbance in the mountain. She then headed to the market at the foot of the mountain. As she read her mission token, she found herself confused. The task was to buy 2 bags of Ling tea for the sect leader. Walking along, the sound of a hawker selling candied hawthorn caught her attention. Yu Jianxin's eyes lit up as she longingly looked at the candied fruit. Her mouth watered, and her hands twitched as she struggled to hold back her craving. This was a common temptation for cultivators, who were supposed to purify their minds and control their desires, avoiding the temptation of food. Suddenly, A figure dashed past her, and she heard a voice shout, "Catch the thief!" Without hesitation, Yu Jianxin moved instantly. A thief had just stolen something from an old woman, and she quickly sprang into action, ready to uphold justice. The woman grabbed Yu Jianxin's hand, thanking her profusely. "Thank you so much, miss. I don't have much to give in return, but I have an idea. Are you still single? Let me introduce you to someone from my family. He's a great match." Yu Jianxin blushed, hurriedly backing away. "No need, auntie. No need at all," she stammered, trying to avoid the awkward situation. "He must be handsome though." The old woman smiled brightly, but Yu Jianxin quickly glanced at her task card to check if she had completed it. Buy 2 bags of Ling tea for the sect leader, mission complete. Before long, Yu Jianxin was back at the Liuyan path of the Qingyun sword sect. In the afternoon, around the hour of the sheep, she cheerfully announced, "Master, I'm here to exchange my mission token." The elder was momentarily surprised. "You're back already? That was quick." He had hidden a novel earlier, making sure Yu Jianxin wouldn't notice. However, he thought to himself that it was too risky and sighed when she left. His true identity, which he couldn't reveal, had almost been discovered. Back at the Qingyun sword sect in the afternoon, the other disciples were gossiping as they saw Yu Jianxin. "Look, it's senior sister Jianxin. Senior sister Jianxin. Look at me, look at me." In the afternoon, in the tea garden, Hua Qingyun was examining the tea leaves. The rich spiritual energy in each of the tea plants emitted a radiant glow. As long as they were harvested at the right time in the morning, these types of tea could yield their full potential. Wen Jian, standing next to him, smiled and said, "So that's the secret, little Hua. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about growing and tasting Ling tea. It's amazing that you're able to extract the spiritual energy trapped in the tea. It's not something most would think of." Hua Qingyun closed his eyes, savoring the aroma of the tea. "It's nothing, I just used to sneak energy from the internet." The sect leader quickly asked, "What kind of spiritual energy is that? Though? Oh well, it's not important." Wen Jian continued, "Little Hua, although your tea-making skills have improved tremendously this year, I've noticed that your ranking among the core disciples has dropped to 30th. Jianxin will be here soon. Why not let her teach you a bit?" Upon hearing this, Hua Qingyun immediately bolted, thinking to himself, "It's only 30th, there are 55 core disciples, so I still have room to drop." As he hurried away, he continued, "I've been studying the family's Hong tea recently. Oh, and the oolong tea and bubble tea are really delicious. Master, you should try them if you have the time." Meanwhile, Yu Jianxin was heading in the opposite direction with a tea set. "Master, here's the tea you requested," she said, as she passed Hua Qingyun. She thought to herself, "Should I greet senior brother Hua?" She turned her head, wondering what bubble tea was. Meanwhile, at the back of the mountain, in the Qingyun sword sect during sunset, Yu Jianxin was still training, but her mind was filled with curiosity about bubble tea. As the evening passed, she couldn't stop thinking about it, her face flushing with embarrassment. She vented her frustration on the surroundings. Yu Jianxin then refocused, reminding herself that when cultivating, she shouldn't let her thoughts wander. She kicked a stone, sending it flying a long distance, all the way to where Hua Qingyun was sitting. Hua Qingyun thought to himself, "It's already the hour of the rooster. Why is someone still here?" Yu Jianxin saw a cat playing with a kitten at the hour of the rooster. After playing for a while, she started to feel guilty. "No, I still have 3.000 sword strikes to practice. I can't be lazy." That night, in Yu Jianxin's cave residence, she studied the sword manual during the hour of the dog. By the hour of the pig, she took a break to rest. During the quiet of the night at the hour of the rat, she was calm, and at the hour of the ox, she accidentally fell asleep.